What's going on? What's going on? We are in here on a Saturday morning. Y'all know how I do sometimes when I take a day off during the week. I come on and hop on and do a little something on Saturday. That's what I'm going to start doing. I flirted with the idea and the possibility of going Tuesday through Saturday instead of Monday through Friday because I like doing the little Saturday thing. I'm loving the Saturday shows. Shout out to those who made it in here bright and early. I see Golden Eagle says I actually can't wait for this one. Yeah. This dude throws out a lot of allegations against certain people. Uh oh. But no. We gonna have a good conversation. We gonna have a good conversation. But shout out to the early bird squad, those that made it in bright and early. Dropped a comment before the show got started. I see Des James in the building. He says, pleasant surprise, came across Mgtow dictionary on another panel. Absolutely. He says Ramil is on a black pill topic. I'm coming here promoting somebody else's shit. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Me and Ramil always on at the same time. It ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. Who else we got in here? Des James in the building with a super chat before the show even got started. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Ty City always be coming through bright and early with the super chat. Salute and shout out to Ty City. He says, I love a good Saturday show. Hell yeah, rock on Bernard. We in this bitch. Des James again. Golden Eagle again. Who else in here? Yeah, here I go fucking up names. Covina Man. Covina Man. What's going on? Terrence B, Brenda W, CDA God One. Kadad One. God One. I'm bad with these names, these YouTube names. Y'all be having consonants and vowels in places they don't go. You can't just put a C and a D together like that. What am I supposed to do with that? Aaron B in the building. Shots fired. I don't know who fired him. Kenny Conjo, what's going on? JBM93, what's going on? What's going on? Soup Bone, what's going on? I'd like to thank everybody who made it in here bright and early on this Saturday. Wake up, let's get it. Let's get into it. And without further ado, bringing in the man of the hour, who I just found out about fairly recently, but I get to take he's been in this space for a while. I got the feeling he's been in this space for a while, but he can confirm that. But without further ado, Mgtow Dictionary, who has a name that they say I shouldn't even say on the air on my channel, but oh well. Mgtow Dictionary in the building. What's going on?
What's up, brother? I'm just hanging, man. How's
That's
everything?
that's cool. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good over here. How long you been in this manosphere space, man? I get the feeling it's been a while.
I'd say a little bit over a year. I've been looking through it a little longer than that, but like actively, yeah. I've had the channel up since last June, I'd say,
Well,
29.
how long have you been in the clouds following along with this stuff?
Online, I'd say about 3 years, and on and off before that. I'm older, so I've been experienced with a lot of the stuff they were talking about. So when I jumped in and started realizing, the guys, with Mgtow and all of that stuff, I said, you know what? Because I create apps, I do animation, art, write. And yeah, so I'd say about maybe 3 years and change, and then active about a year and 3 months. So yeah, it hasn't been that long, but my experience of, being in the military at 18, 19, 20, 21, just growing up, I would say uh, with a lot of lessons, like learning and just growing. They say that it's a good thing when you have a hard life as a teenager and a child because when you grow up, you start, you learn a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't get to experience. Nothing against people who had more. So I kind of fit into the manosphere pretty good, but I'd say within about 6 months, 4 to 6 months, I just started having beef, and because I started calling out the fake stuff as soon as I saw it,
Mm.
So now, yeah, here I am, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You got an interesting take on the well, first off, well, you said you're older. How old are you?
47.
47. Okay, yeah. You sound like a young man. Sound like a young man. But
Thanks, man.
yeah, so you've been in this, well, you were listening to Clouds for 3 years. If I understand you right, you're on the black pill side of things, right?
Yes, yes, yeah.
All right. And you made a video. This is one of the first videos I saw of you. First I saw you on a panel. You was on somebody's panel and you was going in and saying some interesting stuff about pickup artists, to put it mildly. We're gonna get into that. And then I went found my way to your channel. You did a real good video breaking down, blue pill, purple pill, red pill, black pill, and all of that. So that, yeah, that was definitely a good one. Briefly, speak on that because I did a show with Black Pill Jay, and it was kind of bouncing around a little bit. You know how I get with panels and everything. But real quick before we get into what we were going to talk, we're going to be talking about your book too. I was shocked that your title of your book was I got like a number of things I want to going to get into. I'm just teasing the audience with what's to come because I want your book is called let's name of your book. Say it again.
48 Laws of Dating.
48 Laws of Dating. Now, I find it interesting that you would write a book that's called 48 Laws of Dating, but you're so anti dating coach. That sounds like a dating coach book, but we're going to get into that. But briefly, as we wait for more people to file in here, give us your breakdown of Black Pill because when people talk about black pill, it tends to get all over the place when it comes to the distinction between red and black, and how does black pill even apply to things other than just women? Like speak on that.
Well, the black pill, and I think the video that you checked was a red pill, black pill, Mgtow that I had made last year. Um, the black pill is basically an it's a an analogy for the truth. It's basically a metaphor for truth, and it comes from, we all know the red and the blue pill come from the Matrix. So the Matrix movie, where Morpheus tells Neo, you can take the blue pill and go to sleep, and you wake up and believe whatever you want, or you can take the red pill and you can stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Now, the red pill was always an analogy for truth. It was that metaphor saying, okay, this pill is with truth, and we'll use different scenarios to say, oh, you're red pill. I think the people that kept it alive was the truth movement, or the truthers, after 9/11. They brought it because I think the Matrix was in 99. They brought it to the movies, from the movies to the internet after 9/11, and kept it alive like, oh, this is the truth, man. This and this and what they said, you got to be red pilled. If you ain't red pilled, you in Fantasy Island, you're blue pill. So at that point, a little while after, the PUAs had grabbed it up and tried to tell people, "Oh, this is red pill, man. If you got game, if you got this, that's red pill." And started scamming men, especially a lot of the incel community online, which is where the manosphere started being created, early 2000. Um, Over the years, so many guys got ripped off. They created PUAHate.com and these other sites that got shut down, given their
Hold on,
experience.
explain real quick. Explain exactly how they got ripped off. What are you talking about, from like
Yeah.
the dating coaches or
Mhm.
pickup artists just selling them dreams, charging them for what?
Yeah, for like they'd see a guy that's 5'3", 5'4", 5'6", and they would tell him, "Oh no, game. If you game, basically is manipulation." They would say, "Oh no, it's you can get the girls with this," and they wouldn't be honest with them. So you got a guy that's you know what a woman might not want, and they don't tell them that height is relevant, that looks is relevant. That's, like what I say in the book, the first law: never trust a dating coach, because these incels, which stands for involuntarily celibate, um, they believe these guys, and these are the guys that usually get preyed on. So they rip them off for thousands of dollars. I didn't realize until maybe a year ago that this is a multi-million-dollar a year business. This is why people were getting mad at me, because I was exposing them, and I was in like a so-called internet battle with the fake Mgtows. So I had to get rid of them first to say, look.
Wait, hold on, hold your thought real quick. Let me get caught up on these super chats for they completely fade away. Please hold your thought, because this was just getting good. Hold on, Melody, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that. You've been supporting the channel a lot. I appreciate that. Been dropping a lot of coins on me. I appreciate it. Azrael6394 says, shout out to the dating coaches that are against pump and dump, but slept with, oh shit, slept with other man wives. Gotta love the hypocrisy dictionary. Put the foot to ass, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Thai City Garage. That's actually Thai City, but a different channel. Huh. Kick the table over already. Hurry up and say looks matter. I want to see some feelings. Thinking me, I want to see some hurt feelings. I came for the tears. Get out of there. Get out of there. I think I may have missed somebody's super chat. I thought I had another one. All right. It was just getting good, and I interrupted you because some super chats leave. People be complaining when I don't read their shit. So all right, we got it. Caught them up. Go ahead, man. You was just getting into it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when I came in as the Mgtow dictionary, because I created the mobile app for that, so people could learn and look up words in the from the manosphere and otherwise, and learn. I realized that the Mgtow community didn't embrace me. Like, there was something weird about that. It's like, if you're a fan of, say, Spider-Man, and a Spider-Man movie comes out or something, people are going to be interested. So when I saw, I always had a feeling something was wrong, and then eventually, I got on a couple of live streams, and that's when I found out that a lot of guys were faking the funk, and then eventually it led over into the dating coach, PUA, basically, realm. And yeah, like,
Hold on, when you say they faking the funk, you call them fake MGTOWs. What you're saying? They're not really MGTOWs. They're just wearing the banner online, but in reality, they actually, just a lonely guy that wants a relationship. Like, what are you?
well, a lot of them are. You look at a guy and you'll say, okay, man, women don't want you anyway. No offense to the guy, to say, look, man, you got ripped off. Either she used you, or gold digger, or whatever, and now all of a sudden you trying to say, oh, you're going your own way. Women don't want you anyway, man. Who you walking away from? You got fired, and you trying to say you quit. So let's be real about it.
Mm,
So they try to use that. MGTOW really was, a men understanding, waking up and saying, man, I'm got to do my own thing. So if you're going to go your own way, one, you got to be financially independent, because if you wake up and got to go to work, then you're a man going to work. Um,
yeah,
Mentally, you got to be independent as well. Nothing against people who vote or anything, but that, you're playing into politics at that point. So you're not really going your own way. You're following a political agenda. Um, and I put these parameters, others call them the MGTOW parameters, in the dictionary. And these guys got very upset,
excuse me.
because their coping mechanism, to say that they're MGTOW and this and that, when basically just are disgruntled men that either got divorced, raped in a divorce, or or just angry toward women. You know, they I called them out on that, and they got extremely angry. So we battled for a couple months. And it's almost over. I mean, they kind of dispersed. People are starting to see the reality of that, and it was the incels, in incel TV and these other guys that broke it down. Like, he made a video, MGTOW equals incel in denial, which most of them are, while they make fun of the incels. So um, with them, they also claim red pill. So they infected red pill,
Wait,
PUA.
hold on. Wait, hold on. What would you say about the MGTOWs who still got relationships with women? Well, not necessarily relationships. They still have sex with women. They have casual sex with women, or they may have a girlfriend that just lives in lives at another address. Like I described, what me and my girlfriend got, and somebody accused me of being. I actually think it was BGS said I was a level 2 MGTOW. So it sounds like you're painting MGTOWs with that broad brush of the frustrated guy that can't get no pussy. And what they always try to explain to me is that MGTOW does not mean you're walking away from pussy. It's not all monk status. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Well, see, that's the thing. That's why I had to put the parameters. Financial independence would make sense, to be truly MGTOW, to be able to go your own way. And also that mentality of, coming away from politics, sort of like a self sovereignty type of thing. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
never claimed to be MGTOW. I said, that's why I made the dictionary. I said, look, man, I'm black pilled because black pill basically represents the truth. Looking for the truth, and we know that the truth expands. You start to say, "Wow, what I thought to be true may not be true anymore." So you got to go with the flow, and that truth can make a person nihilistic. It can make a person, he can give into certain his emotions, but that doesn't make the black pill nihilistic, because we all know, you can find out a truth, you can become bitter, whatever, but the truth isn't bitter. You chose that bitter path. Now with the MGTOW, people want to label people. You know what I mean? They want to label people. The guys that can get women, that still have the ability, that where they can attract women, are men that can attract women. If we're working, if we're still involved in the society, uh, then how can we honestly fit that definition of going our own way? Like true MGTOW, they didn't want to hear when I said, look, true MGTOW was Nat Turner, Geronimo, Captain John Brown, people that literally said, look, I'm bouncing, I'm doing my own thing. I'm doing my own thing. I'm self-sufficient. You know, Tesla, Nikola Tesla, even though, see, he was not financially independent. He had to go to Westinghouse and these other guys, and got destroyed because of that. So everybody wants to put a label in. As I realized on the internet, the younger generation, even the 20s and even 30s, even guys in their 40s, they're sleepwalking, man. It's invasion of the body snatchers. They want to live in fantasy island. I'm this, I'm that, I'm a label. And I said, I guess what I feel that I owe to the younger generations is to impart some type of knowledge before I'm out of here. And boy, the resistance the resistance is crazy, but it's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a good
Yeah, it sounded like you tried to tighten up the definition of MGTOW, if that's a good way to explain it. You tried to make it more of an exclusive club, so to speak. Is that a fair assessment of what you tried
um
to do?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say more of just really just defining it, because when something becomes too vague, we lose the definition of it. Like
Yeah.
how game is a good example of that. Oh, game is everything now. Zero Hate had a good video that he labeled that game is everything. That was a perfect title. I actually was on that live stream for about an hour, and I asked him about that. He said, "Yeah, man, because now they try to say game is everything." In part because I nailed it down and said, look, man, that's manipulation. You're manipulating. When women say you changed after 2 months, you didn't change. The mask that you wore to get her fell off because you're a liar. You're a manipulator, and you're manipulating your clients in the same manner. So as time went on, I said, I said the best thing is to write a book about this and impart it to men. Uh, Give it, fairly, to where somebody could say, okay, that I'm not trying to manipulate them. Say, look, man, you can either pay these guys hundreds, thousands of dollars and get ripped off, or you can invest in yourself and knowledge. Books are an investment. And I had to realize, hey, some people want to stay stupid. Hey, fine, that's your choice. Ignorance is a choice in the age of information. So yeah, man, that sometimes you gotta call it out. You gotta call it what it is.
All right. All right, people. We got let's see, 116 people watching, only 30 people on the likes. And I haven't even hit the like button my damn self. So y'all, let's hit that like button. We should be batting at least 50% on the likes. Let's get these likes up, let people know you're here. I'm waiting. I haven't seen it move. Okay, there it go. Just bumped from 31 to 35. Come on, let's get it up to 50, fellas. Let's get it up to 50. We just went to 39. That's good. That's good. Let's keep that moving on up. 43, 43. Do I see 45, 45, 45? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's get it up to 50. Let's get it up to 50. And we'll resume the show, so to speak. But yeah, no, I like you. I like your take and your perspective. In your book, okay, you got 48 laws. What's one of the other laws? What's the give me another law in that
Okay.
book.
First law: never trust the dating coach. Second law: sexual attraction is not a choice. Third law: game is manipulation. Fourth law: confidence comes from success. Fifth law: confidence is actually above. I mean, clarity is above confidence. Um,
Mm.
so I put them in a way where they're easier to remember, than of course the 48 laws of power. So I said the 48 laws of dating: never trust a dating coach. They say, wow, And what do dating coaches try to lie to them about? They try to tell them sexual attraction is a choice when we know that it's not a choice. Because you could look at 10 women and you're just not going to be attracted to some of them, and you're going to be attracted to others without knowing them or whatever. So that law number two is easy to remember, to say, oh, so that's one of their scams. Game is manipulation. Law number three goes right in, has a great segue to that. Confidence comes from success. This is how you know somebody don't know what they're talking about. Oh, just be confident, bro. You can't be just be confident. You must succeed at the task at hand, and that builds confidence. Confidence is the byproduct of success. But law number five, clarity goes beyond confidence. And then law number six, when you start to see things clear, law number six becomes clear. You were never her first choice. Law number seven, it's only your turn. Law number eight, Mr. Wrong leads to Mr. Wrong number two. Law number nine, daters have a 100% failure rate. Law number 10, failure teaches more than victory. Law 11, which a lot of people, it's a funny one, women have no shame, and some men don't either. Uh, 12, you are her retirement plan. 13, you must have standards. 14, never date a single mother.
Wait,
And then,
hold on. Let me let me push pause right there. Let me push pause right there. I wanna circle back to the game thing. All right. When you said something along the line, what law was that? You said
law
looks
number three,
are
yeah. Law number
yeah.
three, game is manipulation.
Game is manipulation, and then what did you say about looks?
Sexual attraction is not a choice. Law number two.
Sexual attraction is not a choice. Now, I can agree that sexual attraction is not a choice. And to some degree, I understand that game is manipulation. But let's just say you got two average looking guys, and one of them is extremely above average with his social skills and his ability to talk to people and connect with people. And that ultimately is going to manifest itself in the form of what people refer to as game. He could walk up to a table full of women, break the ice, say something. They could be not really attracted to him that much, but he could say something interesting and carry the conversation and break down their defenses and get them laughing and talking back to him and all of that stuff. And then his chances just increase because he had what they would call game. Now I have my take on game because I believe what I just explained right there, you really can't teach. I feel like you either have that or you don't. You know, I feel like dating coaches can teach you good do's and good don'ts. Like for example, if you text a chick and it take her 4 hours or 5 hours to respond, your dumbass shouldn't respond right back in 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like good do's and don'ts like that they can teach you. But as far as you know, thinking on your feet, charismatic, just interactions, that's an aspect of it that I don't feel like they can teach. But guys who are less attractive but have that are going to do better than guys who are less attractive but don't have that. So in that sense, it is some wiggle room on the sexual attraction game is manipulation aspect of it. Wouldn't you say?
Okay, this is where we can, pinpoint the definition now. The charismatic is what it is. It's being charismatic, and you're right. Some men don't have that, and some men do. It has nothing to do with game, with the manipulation. Um, when a man walks up to the table and can talk to them, I call that, a term that's called joining the circus. Because if she is really attracted to you, and this is something that I got to give incels the credit for, that they started to notice. Wait a second, you telling me to go do all of this or to buy dinner? She doesn't have this other guy didn't have to buy dinner, and he smashed in 15 minutes, and that's what they call a Chad or a Tyrone. Now, women will break rules for those guys, but make rules for the other guys. And
Mm-hmm.
that's, they basically think about it. When you got to walk up to the table, you're joining a circus. You're pedaling up on a unicycle, juggling excuses. You can be, and I mentioned this in the book, dating is a circus. That's a law of dating. And if guys realize that, then guys would be real. Hey, man, I joined the circus, man. Because this other guy, I've been that guy that didn't have to join the circus, and I've also been the guy that has joined the circus. Not only,
Man, you speaking my language right there. I've been both guys. That's what I've talked about with a lot. I think with most guys, it's not a clearly defined line in the sand, so to speak. I think you're gonna fluctuate. I've had some women who I didn't have to do nothing for really. We just met and we hit it off and relatively soon. You know, sometimes a few times I didn't pull off one night stands that frequently, but every now and then it might go down that night that we met, or it may go down just the next time we see each other after the time that we met. And sometimes those women may very well have been better looking than a woman that I had to do the full monkey dance for. That shit varies. You can end up on both sides of that. When I started realizing it, and in my blue pill days, I thought that the woman that had me, tap dancing in a top hat is what I normally call it. You know, I thought this was just a decent chick that's how she got down. You had to really take her out and do this and do that. And the chick that gave it up easy for me, I thought that's just how she got down, not realizing the simple obvious truths that most of us should know at this point, that chick that gave it up easy for me made some other man work hard put some other guy on the 90-day rule, and the chick that had me on a de facto 90-day rule gave it up easy for some other guy. So it's a fluctuating thing, but I think most guys will fall somewhere in the middle where they're going to get some that make it easy and then some that make it hard. But I think the guys who got the serious problems, and I think the problems that you're truly addressing, are the ones that upwards of 90% of women are going to require that they do the tap dance and the top hat thing. And when dating coaches and pickup artists are trying to sell those guys the magic pill, so to speak, that's when I assume that's where you step in and call bullshit.
yeah, yeah, I definitely got to call it out. I mean, I experienced the same thing. Some women, what we've experienced is we've had Chad or Tyrone status where we didn't have to do nothing. All she wanted to do was get with us. And then we realized, man, these other chicks don't want to, we got to work for that. We got to join the circus, basically. And that's a good analogy, what you said, dancing in a top hat, monkey dancing. And it
Yeah.
comes to a point where a man says, man, I know more. And that's why, in of course in the book again, you must have standards. You must be better than her. I've even talked with Miss Elite on her stream, and she said, something, you're right. She said, I don't want to be with a guy that's not better than me. I said, thank you very much. Why would a woman want to not be, with something like that? So in other words, she'll use that guy The guy, there's no victims. There's volunteers. The guy, oh, she's a gold digger. Yeah, you volunteered for that, man. You ain't no victim, man. You're a man, and act like one. And that's what guys started getting mad about because I was like, look, man, you're gonna either be brought into manhood or you're gonna be called out for being a simp, a sucker, a mangina, whatever it is. But that's what you are, and I'm not gonna let you infiltrate. And the line is drawn. This is what it is. It's not me. One guy came on my stream a while back and he started arguing. I said, look, man, you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with the evidence. You're disagreeing with the evidence. I'm agreeing with the evidence. Like you and I, we're agreeing with the evidence. They might say, oh, you're agreeing with each other because wordplay is very important. These guys try to kind of chisel in and, they're deceptive. They're dating roaches, and fake Mgtow and other guys. So I've talked with other people. Now I don't agree with everything Miss Elite say, but she, when you talk to women and they confirm it, I mean, how much more do you got to hear it from the horse's mouth? Where they're like, yeah, I am attracted to a guy that's taller than me, that's good looking, that's yeah, he don't got to do nothing. All I want is his genes. Matter of fact, all I want is his genes, and I'll make some other guy raise the child. And that's what guys don't realize. So if they understand that knowledge is power, the power to protect you from what you previously didn't know. And, again, I said, let me put this into writing. Let me do my show every Saturday. Actually, I do my show on Saturday nights, like 10 p.m., 10:15 every Saturday for the last 4 months. Staying on a schedule to let guys know, look, this is a safe space. You come here. And women have been on my show. Last week, Joy Isabel came on, 20-year-old supposed virgin. We talked, of course, I called out on some stuff. We agree on some stuff, but I let her know you're safe when you come here. This ain't a woman hating space, but it's real. It's real.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Other times she's came on and I find it her she's coming back without invitation, so it's like, hey, you always invited, but hey, look at that. And then of course I've had many dating roaches on. The show's gotten crazy. I mean, it turned into
Hold
shouting
on,
match.
wait. I got to know what dating coaches you had on there, but real quick. Kenny Conjo, thank you for the super chat. He said, salute Bernard Riley, about to do a bike ride. That's what's up. I like that. I like that. He said, about to do a bike ride. Should you find time, come check out fourth quarter talk at 3 p.m. East Coast time. Blessings to you and chat. I definitely will do that. I'll be forgetting to. Okay, I got to make sure I got the bell banged on y'all because I know I'm subscribed, but I don't get informed when y'all are on. I got to make sure I bang the bell. Yeah, okay. But I definitely check y'all out today. Definitely check y'all out today. Nick Penn in the building says salute Bernard and thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Now, yeah, okay. What dating coaches you had on your show?
Um, I had LFA and Affy Kingdom. They came on. Affy was the one I roasted, and LFA and me kind of fell out because he sold out to the dating coaches, and he must have got a check or something because he flipped the script. So those two were on. I made a video called "The Top 10 Dating Roaches of the Manosphere," and that brought in a lot. Modern life date raping, I call them modern life
Oh
dating.
my goodness.
John, yeah, he's I call him Pig Boy. He's a guy that he's like one of the worst. He reminds me of a Ninja Turtle, like a chicken and a Ninja Turtle. So I call him Chicken Tello, other stuff, and but he came on like popping big shit. So I had to crush him, stomp him out. He came back a few times actually. He's like a child that loves abuse. Then he brought his friend. Uh, this guy Unplugged Fitness, we call him Butt Plug Fitness. This dude, he got the beak. You look at him, you say, "Man, come on, man! You talk about these women. Show us these women. Show us these women. You can't even pick up a woman now." And I tell guys, if you were to take their pictures and put it on Tinder or a dating app, you will see that they can't get nothing. Nothing. Somebody put Lucario's picture on and got 25 transvestites and one extremely overweight.
Come on,
Oh yeah.
man.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah. He proved it. Now,
Oh shit, you choked me on that.
oh yeah. And
It's funny because I like Lucario, man. He's the first dating coach that I don't know how I stumbled into him. One of the first people in this space I stumbled into was Obsidian, but it may have been Lucario first. I'm not 100% sure at this point because I was typing in some stuff trying to you know how you type in some shit about women and then you get what you get, and I stumbled into a Lucario video long before I knew what the space was, and I ended up binge watching a lot of his videos, and at the time I was like, okay, he's giving some some solid advice, so I came to like Lucario, but he was one of those ones that okay, he probably won't authoritatively just say looks don't matter, but he was one of the ones that was saying your confidence can overcome it. He was saying that real tough. I do remember that. He was saying you're overweight. He was like, you never know what that woman might like. You might, she could have something in her past that may make, a guy built the way you're built be, something that just triggers or turns her on. You never know. Just have confidence, walk up to her and approach her. But he was saying that confidence is a real key, factor. So he was preaching that confidence game real strong. I do remember that, and I was even side eyeing it back then. But I do think he gave a lot of good advice. But you got to be bullshitting on it how you when you said it attracted 25 transvestites.
Oh, he did. No, I'm not bullshitting somebody because we called him Lo Creepio, Lo Cascio, begging for money, all of that. And we're like, look, man, this guy, he's in Brooklyn here in New York with me. And I mean, I'm not afraid of nobody. I mean, we grown men. It's like, what you gonna do? You're gonna end up in county. That's what you're gonna do. And they tried. Once I see guys started to threaten me, I was like, oh, it's on now. So he's friends with Affy Kingdom, who I said looked like Grover from Sesame Street, and I said Lo Creepio looked like an alligator in a pond. So I started roasting them because they said something, made a video about me. I said, okay, I'm gonna respond in kind. I'm gonna show them what a clown they are. Especially like you see, he tries to preach that, oh, just have confidence. Man, you an idiot. You can't just have confidence. So right there, I see you a scam artist, and you're probably too stupid to realize it because it's either that or you're being deceptive. So either way, you lose. If you were stupid, you actually got an excuse. And these guys get mad because I call out their friends. They all just suckers, and that's it takes a man to call these guys out to say, yo, don't listen to this creep. He talks about, oh, I got a wife, I got a girl. Man, you just a sucker. Women don't want to hear that. And any woman would say he's just a cheater. And that gives other men a bad name. Be a man and tell a woman and say, look, hey, this is not exclusive. We're not, we could see each other, but I'm gonna do my own thing. No, because he ain't got balls. And I had to call him out on that. And they try to say my name again. Oh yeah, they ain't saying it no more because I had to roast them. Other guys were sending me emails, and saying, oh, I hate, even Blue Pill J. Yeah, that's what I call him, who you said he had on your show, because he tried to say, oh, Mgtow hates on people. Oh yeah, pop some shit to me straight up. You know what I mean? These guys will hide like roaches in the crevices. Everybody knows I throw my super chat up in the chat all the time on my show. I dare these motherfuckers to come on. And when they come on, they get stomped the fuck out like they need to be. So it's nothing against the man personally. It's to say, look, man, you lying. I'm calling you. If I lie, it's your duty as a man to call me and say, look, man, what you said right here is not right, man. You're going to correct that or you're going to continue to lie. And I've been saying that. And I've noticed they've all bounded up together. Lucario, Butt Plug Fitness. Somebody say, oh, stop hating on Myron. Myron's a sucker. And I noticed that these guys all take their little steroids, their little TRT and all of that. Of course, because they're cheaters and haters. They don't understand what hard work does. I mean, I've worked out all my life. I did 10,000 push-ups before I was 21 because I was in the U.S. military. And a lot of these guys don't understand what it takes to be a man. They just, what I call them is full-grown children. And they can always come over to the real way, but this is why women try to label men in these ways, and rightfully so, because a lot of these guys, I tell them, I say, look, no, I'm not like that. That's not a man. That's not a man. And women they look at that man and say, wow, you know what? Whether I like him or not, MD is speaking the truth. He's being what he is. And I've apologized to people if I've ever, like offended. I say, okay, yeah, I'll apologize, but you're still a sucker. They have to change, man. Change is something that we all go through, as growing into manhood. You know, a lot of us didn't have men to, only a man can bring a boy into manhood. It's impossible for a woman to do that. And women have, even Miss Elite agreed with me on that. You know, she's like, you know what, you're right. I said, yeah. So you have to be around man in a real life manosphere, which is what I guess it seems that I experienced in the military. These other guys run around, and if you analyze their behavior, you start to say, oh man, these are horrible examples. So I tell them, you're either going to be a role model for the younger generation, or you're going to be a horrible example of what not to be. And that's what, you know, these guys have proven to be.
God damn. Mr. Shane Vicious says, just keep it simple and get a hooker and skip the BS. Are you you went to that game, the tricking game?
When I was 18, man, I wasn't married, you know, single guy. So in a rite of initiation, like they're like, listen, man, you either gonna show us if you straight or you gay. So I was, you know, guys took me downtown. I used to stay on Fort Hood and Fort Knox and stuff like that. And I was like, what, man? I smash. I was like, what, are you crazy, man? I'll smash, right? Now I smash regular girls. I smash those chicks. You know, I've been to Amsterdam. You know, I was never a steady smasher of hookers. Like I look at it as they to an extent they all hookers. You know, it's like you paying for it
Mm-hmm.
one way or the other. So when I was young, 18, 19, yes, I experienced that. Then through my 20s and even to my late 30s, I was just smashing regular chicks. It was like you and I and other men, we're like lions on the Serengeti. If we could catch that nice antelope, we're gonna catch it. But we're also gonna take food from other animals, and then we're gonna eat dead stuff on the ground too. You know, it's like this is like an analogy to the dating game. So there are men who are uncomfortable with that, and hey, I ain't got a problem with them. I ain't got a problem to say that, but that's something in themselves. It's to say, look, you over here telling me you could talk to this pretty chick, and it's you in 3 hours or a day or 2 days or something, you're gonna be smashing. In 5 minutes, she deep throating me. And then the good thing is I get to leave. I get to leave, and I'm being honest. But now, hey, you know, I haven't messed with chicks like that in a while. But when I look at it, especially being older, it's like the only thing you start to see money is king. Money and knowledge to say, okay, you got to know not to let this girl manipulate you to get your money. But that's really, I can't blame no guys that still run that, you know, because that's about as real as you can get to say, all right, look at all your time is the most valuable thing. Your time is the most valuable thing. So when guys say, "Oh, I never paid for it," you paid more than any of us because
Mm.
I can make $1,000 in an hour. You over here simping and juggling, and you know that's why I put the analogy to circus. You got the tough lion guys that jumping through rings of fire for her. You got the strong man in the circus, or the acrobat, or the clown, which is what you see all these dating roaches as clowns in the circus. So the hooker game is real, man. It ain't nothing. Ain't no shame. Ain't no shame, man. What they say? It ain't tricking if you got it. It ain't tricking if
Right,
you
right,
got it.
right. All right. Tampa Supreme says, what do you think about AMS and ARC? And I do got to say this before you get started. Mr. Alan Roger Curry, I consider him a friend of the show, so don't personally attack Alan Roger Curry. Now, if you got some criticisms of anything that he says, you know,
Mhm.
if you got a critique of the words, the information that he's putting out there, that's fine. But let's
Yeah.
that's he's a friend of the show. But AMS, I don't know that nigga. So you're free to you're free to go in on AMS. The
Yeah.
AMS, yeah, you can open season.
Yeah.
But yeah. So but overall, what's your thoughts on AMS? He is the most successful of the dating coaches, and I think he did get credited by a lot of people for being somebody who did keep it real about you getting your money right and getting your body right, being on your purpose, because you do all of that. That's what's gonna bring you confidence. If you lose the weight and you get ripped up, you're gonna have more confidence. If your business take off or your job or career take off, you're gonna have more confidence because you got more on the table. So he got that's I mean that's what he credits for the reason why he blew up because he kept it real with people. But what's your overall take on him? And before you get into that, Ricardo Rodney says, I like how he made up the name the Bitter Post Wall. Who made up the name Bitter Post Wall?
I don't know. I know the wall is, has been there. It's
Yeah, yeah, I know, but
yeah,
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm. Yeah,
yeah. It's. I mean, you
we know
know,
what the wall is. I'm just
yeah,
saying. I never. I don't
yeah.
know if it was an individual that made up the term "bitter post wall." But anyway, Dallas Cowboys Nation. What's up? Salute to you. Thanks for the super chat. And Ricardo, Rodney, and everybody else who's in super chats. Thanks, I appreciate y'all. Let's get damn, what was I about to say? Oh yeah. What's your take on AMS?
AMS. I mean, of course, he's a dating coach. He kept it real with saying game is manipulation. I saw him like, hey, this earring, my bands is manipulation. And I was like, okay, he's being honest. He's probably gonna backpedal over and say that you could, you're gonna get women with it, but you're manipulating them. At least he's being honest with that. The confidence thing again, you can't just have it. If you lose weight, well, you lose weight. You're in shape. You feel good about yourself. That's not really confidence. That's feeling good about yourself. So if we stay on the definition, if you succeed at your business, now yes, you gain confidence in that field, which cannot be transferred over to another field. If you got confidence in the field of succeeding at business, then you will have confidence in succeeding at further businesses. That cannot no way give you confidence in another field. And I give examples of that in the 48 Laws of Dating. I said, look, if you're confident by succeeding at passing an English test, how are you going to be confident at passing a French test? You got to study and you got to take the test and you got to pass the test. Because even if you take it and fail, you still can't be confident. What you're being is you have the courage to take the test again. So that's the difference between courage and confidence. And it's so important to differentiate these words. So I have no hate for the brother. It definitely, he's classified in that dating coach category though, which is manipulation of men, and he's killing it, man. He's killing it enough to, from what I heard, rent an apartment in New York City from coming from Atlanta or Alabama or something. And personally, like I said, before, there's no hate for any of the men. Like ARC seems to be a cool dude, in himself. He seems to actually be pretty cool. When I hear him talk and stuff, close to some of the brothers I personally know. But when we get into the game and all of this mode stuff, we know that that's manipulation. And if you're selling manipulation under the disguise of another name, I tell guys, well, why wouldn't they be manipulating you? These guys ain't stupid. These guys, if you're stupid, at least you got an excuse. But when you are deceptive, now we get into another realm. So I've got no hate for the brother personally or any of them in the manosphere. It's to educate, to say, look, man, I'm an older man too. I'm a man. I'm a man where I'm at the middle position where I'm in between the old and the young. So it's my duty and my responsibility to show these young guys what's up. To say, look, man, you're gonna be you are the future. And a lot of the younger guys, they'll say, man, MD, you really hooked me. You one of the few guys that give credit to us, that don't try to shame us, that don't try to act like you're better than us. And I tell them, well, you're going to be driving the car soon, man. You're going to be, I got to sit back and relax soon. And, I'm hoping that learn from, a good place, and I got to be there also to give advice, to give good advice, honest advice, because that's what people have really hated me and loved me for. The fact that I've always been honest on my streams, on other streams. They say, man, you keeping it real. So ARC, hey, he does what he does. Personally, I ain't got no hate for nobody. But of course, he does fall into the dating coach category.
Right. Far as Mgtow, where are you at in that? Like, are you you going monk status with it or what?
Well, that's another thing too. The monk status, I mean, right now, I guess I would be considered uh, getting finances right and all of that because it's hard to save money when you're with a woman. It, it's to say when I see these guys say, "Oh, I'm going monk mode," and I look at them and I say, "Man, you chicks don't want you anyway. Who you going monk mode from?" Women are saying they don't even miss you from the dating scene. They're like your services are no longer required. But magically you go on monk mode. So again, it becomes a coping mechanism for many, but it does exist for some. So I would say I know that unless I'm financially independent, I mean, I'm not political, so in that sense, yes, I have that Mgtow. I've always had that mentality since I was young. I was black pilled at 10. I mean, seeing corruption in New York City and seeing how adults, know it's corrupt, but they, oh, okay, yeah, just follow along, So you start to gain a sense, like, man, something ain't right. And then when you grow up, you start to see, man, my whole life, people trying to take my balls and make me kneel down, and I'm not kneeling. And rather die on your feet, than live on your knees. And so it became where it just naturally was there to say, look, man, you come to a point where enough is enough. And so as far as Mgtow, I created the Mgtow Dictionary mobile app, which is on Google Play and iTunes. But I did it in a sense to show guys, don't use this as a coping mechanism. And if you really want to be Mgtow, these are the parameters that you would have to strive for. So in a sense, part of my life, not voting, having an independent mode of thought, working toward financial independence, um, knowledge every day, that could be considered in a sense, going in a MGTOW direction. But the black pill, the truth of the black pill, is much more what guys have classified me as on the many live streams I've been on since last year. I was on Face and LMS and these other guys. So where they start to see like, wow, MD is not your average person that like we have in the manosphere. So I had to separate myself from those fake MGTOW, which is most yeah, most of that.
Yeah, before we get into this super chat here, so yeah, so you never had that problem getting pussy. 'Cause it was interesting when I was talking to Black Pill Jay. He's Black Pill, and that normally get associated with incel, but he was a 6'7" college athlete and everything. But like, well, far as yourself, because he said right now you ain't really you trying to get your money right, so you ain't really dealing with women. But when you talk about the MGTOWs, who the women didn't miss them from the dating game, they really ain't going their own way. They got sent their own way. Like, where did you fall in that category at one point or another?
No, I'm 6'1". I'm in shape.
Yeah.
Above average looks. I mean, you can be tall and be an incel too.
Oh, I know.
Fake
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
looks is height is a looks multiplier. So if you ugly, it's like a lighthouse of ugly. And this guy,
Lighthouse of ugly.
he came on my show. Cool brother, man. I've got much love for him. He calls himself It's Over. He's actually a mod on the stream with me. He 6'4". He says it's over, because of his facial structure. And we became pretty good friends. I'm always happy to see him. Yeah, it just being real about it. Now, of course, you can location max when you change location, the sexual demographic changes. So that is a thing. But when we're real about it, we start to say, yeah, if you got certain a certain look or height, it's going to be tough. And that's where I put in, money can be an equalizer. And I put can, and not is, it can, which goes to the 30th law. Respect is commanded. It's never earned. It's never asked for. It is commanded. So I give examples of how respect is commanded and how money can be an equalizer. And then, other laws that status can outrank money. Money can outrank status as well. 32. Then going into looks outranks money and status. And I give examples of how. Like I was on Black Ram's stream many months ago, and he asked me to address that, and I addressed it. And they kind of, some people understood and was like, okay, I see what you're saying, and it's not what I'm saying. Again, I'm presenting the evidence. Either you agree with it or you don't. So it's not a personal thing. Again, it's just reality of what the definition is.
All right. Dark Wolf says I think he's responding to something that you said about mode one. He says mode one is manipulation, but towards who? Because it was kind of confusing where you're saying that the person using mode one is manipulating, or getting people to, or getting
Yeah.
people to use mode one is you're manipulating people by selling the modes or whatever. What were you exactly? What were you trying to say there?
Okay, and we can see this clearly when we analyze it. If you're selling manipulation, why wouldn't you be manipulating the person? and when you're, of course, walking up to somebody, you're trying to manipulate them, because if she likes you, she's gonna let you know. I had a girl on my show that says, "Look, don't walk up to us. Don't run that game bullshit on me. We'll let you know if we like you." I was like, "Thank you so much, thank you." So right there, it's, manipulate. It's actually harassment. It's harassment only if you're ugly, and that's a brutal black pill that women or men don't like to swallow. If you good looking, it ain't harassment. We see that with the Jeremy Meeks. The Meeks pill is deep. The women saying, "Oh, he couldn't rape them," all of this stuff. Yeah, but if you say hi, that's sexual harassment because you 5'2", you know. And this is just something that can protect men. So yes, it is manipulation towards the person you're using it against and the person that's selling. Why would somebody that's selling you manipulation and not telling you it's manipulating, right there is manipulating you? Because they say, "No, man, it's mode one, it's game, it's this, that." Now you're lying. Now I gotta call you out on it. And then, you manipulating somebody else without even know you manipulate. You know you manipulating them. You just lying to yourself. And this is what a lot of us do. They say when you lie to a friend, you lose the friend. If you lie to yourself, you lose yourself. And that's what a lot of these people are in society, walking around, lost themselves, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And that,
Well, I think what ARC would probably say, 'cause I've heard him speak on this plenty of times. Mode one, he probably would say mode one can't be manipulation because you're just being direct and upfront about what it is that you want. So how could that be manipulating? If I, walk into 7-Eleven and I want a 32-ounce Slurpee, I'm not walking in there pretending like I want a Diet Coke. I'm walking up to the Slurpee, walking up to the fountain and putting the, making my little Slurpee and then walking to the register and hand it to the guy. I want that $2. No manipulation there. You're
okay,
saying
I'll
exactly what
break
you want.
I'll break it down. I'll unpack that to where it's like, okay, when you walk into the 7-Eleven, you're paying for a product. So of
Mm-hmm.
course it's not manipulating. You're saying what you want, you're paying for it. Just like the woman said, if we like you, we'll let you know. Don't walk up to them. So walking up to them, trying to be direct,
Mm-hmm.
is insensitive. That is you're trying to manipulate her. Hey, blah blah. It's like, look, man, just shut up and sit in your seat. She'll let you know if you like her, if she likes you, and she don't because she ain't walked up to you. But you
Well,
starving.
well, hold on, wait, time out, time out.
Yeah.
You saying that? Are you saying that women, when they like you, they will walk up to you and start a conversation?
Yes, they will walk up to you.
Mm,
The first step is they will come around you. Like I've noticed
okay,
this myself. They would come
I
with,
can,
yeah, they'll come
I
with you.
can go with that because one of the
And
one of the
then
most.
and what we don't experience most of the time is them coming up. I've had women ask me for my number, young women. Hey, and they did it in a way this slick, just the
That's
way the PUAs would teach. Not saying, "Hey, let's exchange number." They do it in a way they say, "Hey, we should stay in touch." And I'm like,
mm-hmm,
"Yeah, sure." I'm like, "Let
mm-hmm.
me, put your number in my phone." Right. And that's rare, but it's happened.
Very rare,
Yeah,
very rare.
very rare. For Chad and Tyrone, it's not rare. They're saying, "Hey, how you doing?" You see the way they act around these other men, man. It can be heartbreaking. It's like a stab in the stomach. Like, God damn it, this guy didn't have to do a damn thing. He can't even chase her away. And then she gonna get pregnant and make this other sucker raise her kid, or they're gonna make somebody sign a contract to be with her. Oh, I gotta sign a contract. That's why I put in there. Basically, it's a law of dating and it's a law of reality. Law 28: marriage is a business contract. If you got to sign a contract to be with the chick, that's what it is. You ain't no Mac or nothing like this. You had to sign a contract for pussy, man.
All
That's
right,
and it's nothing against guys that are married signing a contract. We're being honest and real. I'm saying, hey, I'm not saying I would never, do that, but in a sense, I tell women, look, I'll buy the ring, I'll give you the wedding, because there's a difference between a wedding and a marriage. Marriage is a business contract. You see, so when you got to sign that, and then on top of that, if she's used, it's like, oh, you got to be out your mind. You got to be out your mind. You think I'm a sign. And that's when I tell, again, it's breaking that other law, Law 27. A hoe cannot be a housewife. Now, we know that. Everybody knows that, but we got too many Captain Saber hoes out here. Sir Simple-Lots, Cuck Norris, that will say, oh, man, it's her. Wait, man, you forgot the truth? You can't turn a hoe into a housewife, and nothing against hoes. I mean, some of my best friends are hoes. I mean, I love hoes. And, but it is what it is. You see what I'm saying? It is what it is. And I understand why a lot of the dating coaches and pickup artists don't really get on with me, because it crushes their business, because it exposes, and men start to think for themselves saying, yeah, man, why would I buy that? Why would I pay for that, man? You know, it's like, it was like, thank you, MD. Thank you for telling me that. And I said, look, man, it's the best I can do from not caring in my teens and 20s and 30s and just going for Delph. And so I'm giving back. I'm giving back. And Stephen Price makes a good point. Ted Bundy loved women. Now, that's something where a lot of these guys don't even know the word hybristophilia. That's an atomic black pill, straight Hiroshima Nagasaki black pill that Egg White,
Oh.
yeah, Egg White created the atomic black pill, and Saint Hamoudi came out with the Hiroshima Nagasaki black pill. Because we all know for a fact, it's like, it's not only am I tall, above average, in shape, you gotta have that meat too. That's called the dick pill and the sex pill. Because if a chick see that you like 6 inches, yeah, you're gonna be like, well, what, you crazy, man? She wants 8 or better. So if you swinging, you there. And when I was younger, sleeping with married chicks, I saw the difference. Any guy that's swinging he knows that when you sleep with a girl and you're the most well endowed guy she's ever slept with, man, that bitch is in heaven. And forgive my French. She's in heaven. She's like, oh man, and blah, you get away with crazy shit. Hybristophilia is the attraction that women have towards serial killers. That's atomic black pill. And guys have put pictures up of Chads on dating sites and put in the biography of horrible, horrendous shit that they've done. Women has just bypassed that. Hey, how you doing? You want to get together? Egg White was like, yeah, did you read my profile description? Yeah, I read it. Can we get past that? That's atomic black pill. Jeremy Meeks, not saying a word, proving game is bullshit, got pulled out of the pen just on the strength of his looks. Got a $15 million modeling contract just on his looks. That's the Meeks pill. Crushing all these dating coaches. Like, where's your game now, sucker? It's like, it's manipulation. You a liar, and you can't. Most of them, this is what most of these dating coaches do. They get money for other men, and then they get married. Look at Mystery. Look at Neil Strauss. Look at David Dean. All married to whores and got kids with them now, because she wasn't no pure chick. This is why in the ancient days they said not virgin, they said untouched by man. Because I told Joy that. I said, look, if you sucking dick or you doing anal, you ain't no virgin. She was like, no, I'm a virgin. I had to call it out.
Oh, the virgin you had on your show was still
No, she wasn't. But I had to make that clear.
the alleged virgin you had on your
Yes.
show was sucking dick and doing anal, but still saying she's a virgin.
No,
I had a high school girlfriend who played. Yeah, who?
I can't say she was, because I broke it out to her. Like, look, if you doing this, you not a virgin. She was like, no, I'm not doing that. She goes, I talk about it on my channel. I'm a real virgin. So I'm like, okay, just to not argue the point, we'll accept that.
All right. Alpha Sigma. He says, shout out Mgtow Dictionary representing BK. Thanks for the super chat. ARC in the building. He says, I have to host a Patreon live stream at 11:30 a.m. East, but if you open up the panel before then, I have something I want to say regarding his comments. We at the 1 hour mark, I suppose. I could open it up nowish. I guess I can't, even though there's one more thing I want to say. Well, okay, well, you got time. You said 11:30. Okay, cool. So I do got one more thing I did want to say, because I was actually, one the other thing I was about to say was connected to the defense I was giving for ARC. But let me read this real quick. Herms, Trismegistus, whatever the hell. Sorry. Okay, another dude who doesn't understand Mode 1 but speaks like an authority. He's shaking my head. All right. What I was gonna say, as far as you saying women will just walk up to you, to that, okay, maybe there's a certain type of extreme selectness that a guy can have that will get women walking up to him the most. And I think we agreed on this. And this happened with this woman was really attractive, and I just happened to be her type. She said she ended up telling me when she was out in London somewhere she had met some guy that looked just like me, and that she's like she thought I was him when she first saw me. That's why she had like stared at me real hard. Like she really liked me, but I would like she was really attractive. Like she was really attractive, and what she ended up doing, she didn't walk up to me and talk to me. She just got around me. She like was, dancing around in the club and just gradually two-stepped her way into my presence where I was like sitting in the chair and she practically two-stepped close enough to damn near step on my foot and then turned around and said, "Oh, I'm sorry," but even though she didn't step on my foot, she missed, but she turned around and apologized. So like that was like, okay, she just went out her way to deliberately make me have to talk to her. They will do that sometimes, but for the most part, the if a girl likes you, she will talk to you. She'll let you know. It's a lot of women who I've walked up to, I've talked to, and they said that I was the guy that they eyed out right when I walked in there. Right when I walked in there, they knew they was attracted to me, and was hoping that I would come talk to them, but they did absolutely nothing to get me to come over there. They just was sitting on it, just hoping I would come talk to him. And fortunately, I did. So I do think that is the chick that was on your show, and I actually did see that little snippet. I actually did. It's oddly enough you brought that up. That was a part that I just happened to duck in on. I think she was overselling the idea that we will talk to you if we like you. We will walk up to you. We will talk to you. I think she was talking about the most extreme cases of a guy she just extremely likes, and if she's feeling real confident and don't want to get crushed her damn self, she might do it. But for the most part, with most women, the dude does have to approach. Now, whether or not that dude is going to get shot down and at what percentage rate, that's a whole nother monster right there. But a woman could be attracted to a guy, but not let it be known. Like I've had this kind when I was trying to, long before I ever found this space or anybody having these conversations. After I'd already got on with a woman and we was cool. We was having casual sex. I would talk to him or whatever, and a lot of them said that when I looked at them and they initially like looked away. Like sometimes women will do that. It just depends on that woman's personality. Like okay, let me explain it like this. It was one woman who she she looked right at me, I looked right at her, and then she like smiled and looked down. And she said the only reason she did that because, she had a lot of liquor in her system, but if she was sober, she would have looked away immediately. And so it varies. So it's not the women don't got balls like that to just walk up to guys and talk to them. So I think you have to try to read them and try to walk up to them and say something to them.
Well, yeah, and you're right, but it doesn't change the fact that in the case, and this is the thing for guys like ourselves that can still get that on rare occasions. It's a hardback black pill to accept that, man. Yeah, they will do that to some guys on the regular. So we're not seeing it on the regular with us. We see it more. They will come in the vicinity. Which lends credibility to the old saying: a woman will chase a man until he catches her, because women don't have no, they're not used to what we got to go through. They don't understand what men have to go through to try to get women or and try to pursue or try to peacock, or in a sense to say. But they will break that ice. I've had them break that ice a good few times. So again, this is something where men can't keep a woman. A man can't say nothing to me when he has to sign a contract to keep a woman, because if you was really that player or whatever, she would stay there by your side without having to sign that literal business agreement. So that right there is Simp City. Nothing against men that have done that, but to say, let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. You had to sign a contract to keep a woman, because you ain't got it like that in the looks department. You ain't got it. Matter of fact, she'll cheat on the guy she's married to with a guy with looks. with no attachment whatsoever, just giving it to him. And these are black pills that guys don't want to accept. It crushes the whole dating coach scam, because remember, in the first law, never trust a dating coach, I explained in there right off the bat, these are pickup artists. And when they got called out for being pickup artists, now all of a sudden they're a dating coach. And then when they call out on that, oh, now I'm real social dynamics, I'm RSD. It's like shape shifting cockroaches, man. And again, it's nothing against the person personally. It's just the truth. The truth hurts, man. And that hurt is the pain of growth. A lot of these guys are still children, no matter how old they are, 50, 60, whatever. And when a man calls them out, a man calls them out. And it's going to be opposition. I know critics ain't going to be like, oh, yes, yeah, thank you. They ain't going to be agreeing like that. They're going to have to sit there and contemplate like, man, was I duped? Was I bamboozled? Was I, And the biggest thing is, like, think about it. You got to sign a contract, man. You talking about you some player or some guy that gets women. No, you had to sign a contract to keep that woman. You had to sign a contract. So
all right.
Let's keep it real, with that. Let's
all right. Without further ado, we got Alan Roger Curry in the building. What's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, Brother Riley? And I see you doing the Saturday thing again. Kudos to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I listened. I didn't listen from the beginning. I came in late, so I don't know what was said before I got here. But yeah, I heard Mgtow Dictionary say, or at least suggest, that Mo 1 was representative of manipulation, and nothing could be further from the truth. Matter of fact, I was probably the first one in the manosphere who came out with a book that was anti-manipulation. There's nothing that.
Hold on, before you get into that, would you say I adequately had your back on that when I said?
You did. Yes,
okay,
you did.
all right,
yes,
yeah.
But I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now, Mo 1 is nothing but, unless he's defining manipulation far different than I do and most people I know do. There's generally two general forms of manipulation. One would simply sit around some type of deception. When you're giving someone, you're engaging in an interaction with someone, and you're giving them the impression that your interaction with them is going to lead to one benefit or one result, when in actuality, you know ahead of time that it's going to lead to something totally different. So, for example, to do with dating relationships, one form of manipulation, which is what I call mode 3, would be if you meet a woman and you give her the misleading impression that you're open to entering into a long-term, emotionally profound, strictly monogamous relationship, but deep down, you really just want one or more episodes of short-term non-monogamous sex. So you giving her the impression you want a relationship when in actuality, you want casual sex. That's a form of manipulation. Another form of manipulation is offering a woman some type of incentive or reward in exchange for whatever you want from her. Now, some people would say that's arguably more so negotiation rather than manipulation, but most scholars still consider that a form of manipulation, is when you are offering someone some type of incentive or reward to do something with you or for you. And Mo 1 is representative of neither of those things. When I'm Mo 1 with a woman, I don't mislead her to believe that I want long-term sex when I know I want short-term sex, or mislead her to believe I want monogamous sex when I want non-monogamous sex. I tell women straight up, if I want short-term non-monogamous sex, I tell women that straight up. And I don't offer them any money as some kind of incentive or reward for the short-term non-monogamous sex. I basically tell a woman, I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you casually. And I leave it up to them to either say yeah or nay. So for anybody to suggest that there's anything remotely manipulative about that, again, they either don't know what manipulation is, or their definition, they have some different variant definition of manipulation that's far from my own. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I disagree with his assertion that all women who are interested in having sex with you will make the first move and tell you. That's far from the truth. I actually did a video on that roughly about 6 or 7 weeks ago when I was having a spirited debate with C Boogie. But I have, as most people who own my books know, I divide women into 5 archetypes. 3 that will give you the pussy at some point, and 2 that won't. And that would be reciprocators, rejectors, wholesome pretenders, erotic hypocrites, and manipulative time wasters. Reciprocators, wholesome pretenders, and erotic hypocrites. Well, I'll just start with a reciprocator, yes. That would be the woman that does fall in line with his assertion. A reciprocator, she won't necessarily wait for you to make the first move. A lot of reciprocators, they will make the first move on you. But that's because they are very free-spirited and sexually liberated. In simple terms, they don't really care what other people think and what most factions of society think. So they don't care. But a woman who's a wholesome pretender or erotic hypocrite, they're never going to make the first move on you for casual sex. They'll make the first move on you if they're looking at you as a long-term boyfriend or future husband. But for casual sex, they're not going to make the first move, not because they're not attracted to you, but because they have too much social programming and cultural conditioning that prohibits them from acting on their sexual impulses. In more simple terms, they care too much about what other people think. They don't want to be slut-shamed. So they're never going to make the first move on a guy. And I explained that in my video about 6 or 7 weeks ago. Any woman that's a wholesome pretender, erotic hypocrite, I don't care how you could be, they could consider you the most handsome guy in the world, the most sexy and seductive guy in the world. They are still not going to make the first move because they're too worried about being perceived and categorized as a slut or a whore or a tramp. So on that alone, they are not going to make the first move.
Let's disprove that right now. Okay, so let's call out the bullshit where it's at. That's a lie. And
no, it's not.
Yes, it is. And you're
no, it's not.
No, you're I stay quiet for you, so please
go ahead.
Back. You're lying about that. And how do we prove that, right? So it's not just me saying that. This is evidence. You can prove this through dating apps. These pretty wholesome so-called women will break that rule for men that they find extremely attractive. Now, that percentage is small. It can be 5%, it can be 10%, but it is there. It exists. So what you said is incorrect. The second thing, hold up, let me speak. The second thing you said, that is a lie. You try to say that I assert and say, oh, no, it's a fact. It ain't.
No, it's not.
Well, why don't you stay quiet?
Hold on, Ayers. Let's let him. Hold on. Let's let him lay it out, Ayers. Let's let him lay it out.
Because I'm crushing his shit. And
you ain't crushing my shit.
Hold on. Mgtow dictionary. All right, don't get disrespectful. ARC came in peace.
Okay.
Let's keep it cool.
Disrespectful that I didn't interrupt him once.
No, and we handled that. And we
seconds. Because, like I said before, when we were talking, they get mad when people expose their manipulation. There's one definition for manipulation, and that's what it is. When people say, oh, well, here's definite, no, you're disagreeing with the evidence now. So we're seeing, people can re-listen to this and say, oh, this was methodically broken down to show how he came on trying to manipulate people. Women will break that. They will come up and try to kick it and be like, matter of fact, it'll go as far as they'll give the number. I've had this happen. He hasn't happened to have it happen to him. So therefore he's trying to say it don't exist. It does exist. We can show this in scientific experiments on dating sites now. We can also show it by bringing a good looking guy to a club or a celebrity. Because status will sometimes outrank that. Women will come up like how Chris Rock said, oh, yeah, you didn't tell me the time you fucked Bobby Brown. You didn't tell me about that. You know, and this is a reality that dating roaches don't want to talk about because it kills their manipulation over the average man that it's not going to work for. The average man is not going, he's never going to get. Matter of fact, a woman is not even going to come within his vicinity. They're going to walk away. They're going to get as far away from him as they can. My friend went to a KRS concert down south a couple months ago, and he said, man, what you said, I see it straight up. He goes, the women gravitated toward the taller guys and got away from the shorter guys. He said, what you said about height is real, man. But these other guys, but do mode, walk up to it. No, you're going to catch yourself a charge.
Oh, man.
It's sexual harassment when you're not good looking. And that's just the fact. You can't walk up to no girl. You say that to, there's a guy that just got arrested for that, for just asking women questions on video. Oh, he's harassing us. People can look this up on the net. We are living in a time of sexual inflation. And that is real. Sexual inflation is real. It has gotten worse with women having the ability to get at a flick of a wrist, Chad and Tyrone, which he could say anything. And that's what the scientific method is about, where anybody can do these experiments and say, wow, you're right, it worked. Put these dating coaches pictures up on some dating site and watch what happens. Beast and transvestites, that's all they're going to get. That's all they're going to get. And that's the trend. They're going to talk about, you're trying to sell me a game and all this stuff. You can't even get women, man.
All right, information man. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "Peace, brother Bernard and Roger Curry. Thank you for the super chat, information man." All right, go ahead, ARC. You got it.
Well, he just lost credibility with me. Period. It plain and simple. I don't even have to get long with it because what he basically said in so many words is that seduction is bullshit. Is what he essentially just said. He just said a seduction is bullshit. Because if all women we're just going to always 100% of the time let men know that they were interested in having sex with them, why the fuck would any man need to seduce a woman? There wouldn't even be no point of seduction. And seduction has been around for centuries.
Which is manipulation.
By itself.
Which is manipulation. And that's what I was saying.
Hold on, ARC, where you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay,
all right, go ahead.
Then he started throwing personal attacks saying that I've never had a woman approach me. Shit, this nigga don't know me. Anybody who knows me in real life knows I've had plenty of women throw pussy at me. Plenty, including online dating sites. So he can look at my face right now, nigga. I dare you to tell me that I'm not a handsome motherfucker. Show your face, motherfucker. Show your face.
Balding guy that looks like somebody that you would have vacuumed.
Where's your face at, bro? Where's your face at? Where's your face at? You must be ashamed of it. You ain't showing your face.
This is the same crying that other dating roaches have done.
Where's your face?
So, in other words, I gotta show what because
where's your face at?
Want to see a man's face?
Cam up, bro. Cam up. Where's your face at, bro?
You man up.
Where's your face at?
You man up.
Where's your face at?
You man up, bro. Stop signing contracts to be with
bitches. Where's your face at?
So you man up.
Where's your face at?
Now we see your true
Where's your face at?
A child.
Where's your face at?
It's a dog.
Where's your face at?
That is dog.
Where's your face at?
Bark, bark.
Where's your face at?
Bark, bark.
Where's your face at?
Keep barking.
Where's your face at?
Keep barking, dog.
Where's your face at?
Look at that. Keep
Where's
barking,
your face
dog.
at?
Sound.
Where's your face
sound
at?
like a dog.
Where's your face at?
Keep dog.
Where's your face at?
That's right. That's right.
Where's your face at?
Dog.
If you was proud of your face, you would show your face.
Bro. You showing you discrediting yourself
Where's
so
your face
bad.
at? Where's your face at?
You're discrediting yourself.
Where's your face at? Where's your face at, brother? Where's your face at, man? Man up, bro. Man up. Man up.
Bro, just because.
All right, fellas. All right. Let's try to get this back into it. Hold on, Mgtow dictionary. Let's try to get this back into a conversation. All right. What ARC said about seduction, where you at on that? Because I think he's.
You know, I even said it before. Seduction, it's manipulation. It's real. So for him to come out there and say, "I say it don't exist," that's a lie again. This is what they do. They are master manipulators in their words. So it takes a man that understands that to dismantle them. And when you do that, they get mad and start barking like a dog. Just like
dude, you disrespect me. That's why I
show your face. Show your face. Show your face. Just like Chap said. Minister Crap said the same thing. Show your face. When he the same thing like Alan Roger Curry. Dusty ass brother that can't get no bitches unless he signed a contract with them. He had to sign a contract to get this chick. That's right there, a level of never being able to hold a woman. Big receded ass forehead line. He got a five head.
I'll take any bitch you got from you.
You got a five.
I'll come to New York and take any bitch you got. Man, I'll take any bitch you got.
You had to sign a contract. So
invite me to New York, then. Invite me to New York to socialize with you. I'll take any bitch you got from you. I'll take any bitch you got.
You signed a contract.
I'll take any bitch you got from you.
Super loser.
Nigga, I'll take any bitch you got.
Super loser.
I come to New York all the time. I'll take any bitch you got from you.
Right?
I'll take any bitch you got from you.
All right, Phil. All right, y'all. All right. Is it possible that a conversation could come from this without the person?
No, because I was calm at first.
You did come in.
This brother disrespected me. I ain't gonna tolerate.
And
I know if Zero was on here, he would call this panel ARC panel as opposed to Book Allen. But no, man, brother, I was gonna try to have
I know you did. I know you did
conversation, but the dude threw some shots at me, man. I ain't gonna take no.
You threw it first, man. You threw it first, trying to say that. Oh, I'm saying no. I know manipulation exists, and that is seduction. You're trying to say I'm saying seduction don't exist. You said it on air. And
that's not a personal chat. Y'all could have had a conversation about differences in understandings of definitions there.
And I gave him respect when I first came on. I said, look, I ain't got nothing against the brother personally. I said, it's the tactics. And again, like I fully explained, they come on with these manipulation tactics trying to say that they're manipulation.
What is manipulative about Mo 1? Explain it like you explained it to a fifth grader. What's manipulative about Mo 1?
Hold on a second. They sell their manipulation under the disguise that it isn't manipulation, which it is. Now, they are masters at manipulate. These ain't stupid guys. That's what I was saying. If they were stupid, they'd have an excuse. But they are manipulating men. They're becoming rich off of this. And the reason I understand why people get mad of it, this is a multi-million-dollar industry. ARC said himself last year or the year before was the first year he broke $100,000. How? By manipulating men into buying these modes. You know, say, oh, this ain't manipulation. If you walk up to her, I'm explaining how. And you know, if you just say this, see, this is the thing. I'm explaining it right now. And when somebody throws a wrench in your game, you start, how this? You start barking
because you're not explaining anything.
I'm explaining it.
All right, go ahead and explain it.
Yeah, I'm explaining it. So this is what they do. We know for a fact. And the good thing is we have these dating sites where we can check this scientifically, where we can say, yeah, what he's saying right there is a lie. Nothing against him personally. He's saying what he's saying, though, is not true. We can prove this. We can prove that women, you put a good looking picture on the net and they will contact you. Guys got videos of them saying, God damn, it's over. This is why the incels call it it's over. And I fight for my brothers there. Everybody try to make fun of them, all of this. No, they are absolutely right because they're doing this thing scientifically saying, man, I put a regular picture if they put, right? Women ain't contacting them at all. But when they put a picture of this model-esque looking guy, they actually get contacted with messages. Facing LMS proved this on videos. Incel TV proved this. He proved the sexual inflation to a fact of there's a guy that's like 21, 22 years old, just married a 71-year-old. Sexual inflation is real, man. Women have the upper hand. They've always been the sex that attracts a person. And then you get guys trying to say, oh, nah, you can go you can go over there and try to manipulate. You join in the circus. I'm not saying that don't exist. We talked about that from the giddy up.
All right, let's do it like this. Mgtow dictionary, explain mode 1 as you understand it, because I think that's what prompted ARC to come up. Okay. You said mode 1 was manipulation. Okay. So explain mode 1 as you understand it. I want to see if ARC agree with your understanding of it, and then y'all could have a conversation from there. Once we understand that you understand exactly what mode 1 is.
I would appreciate if you just ask him first, does he own my book?
Why would I want to buy your book?
Well, then you can't discuss my book.
No. Why would and that's another tactic. That's another.
You can't discuss it. I mean, I'm just being real. And Bernard knows I've said that a million times on this channel. You cannot validly discuss my approach, my philosophy if you do not own my book.
Bro, I can watch your videos and get that assessment.
No.
Again, manipulate.
No. Because matter of fact, Bernard, am I right or wrong in saying that Zero had the same attitude he has right now? And then even Zero admitted once he bought my book, he looked at Mo 1 totally differently.
Bro,
yeah, you do look at it differently when you have the book and hear it broken down in the book. That much is true. However, I think it's possible somebody through listening to your videos can at least generally define what mode 1 is to your satisfaction, because I don't think he understands exactly either he don't. I'm not convinced that he understands exactly what it is, because one thing that I did challenge him on is how can it be manipulation if you're telling somebody up front exactly what you want. I want $35 on pump 6. That's not manipulation. So
Well,
that's
because you're exchanging money. Remember, we were talking about that, saying
okay.
if you're going in there, you're saying what you want for that exchange of money. Now, also, if
But,
somebody doesn't want you, if they all right, it's like kind of like a salesman. So you're selling yourself. Like, I don't want to buy nothing, right? But this guy now is coming up to sell me something, and there might be a point where I say, well, you know what, man? Yeah, maybe I do need that. All right, let me get one. Now, he manipulated me into buying it. It might not be to where I can call him out, oh, this because I bought it, so I volunteered, and people cave into that pressure. Women cave into that pressure, especially you got a single mom, struggling. She's like, man, she don't like you. She ain't gonna, nah, I'd rather somebody else. Again, one of the laws, you were not her first choice. So it's to say, all right, he came over, he's simping, he this and that. Yeah, all right, here's my number. Let me see what he can do for me. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's still manipulation, but it's just on different levels, but it doesn't change like, oh, it's this type of manipulation. It's that. No, it's manipulation. It's different levels of manipulation. When we try to change the definition of manipulation, now we get into confusion. And that's why it has to be explained so carefully, because guys will flip it around and try, oh no, it's not that. Yeah, I know, because you're making money off that. You profiting off the misery of men, like Incel TV says, and it's true. It's just the truth. And these guys are gonna get angry. That's a normal response from an immature male. When a man is mature, he'll sit there and say, you know what, man, let me think about this. Maybe I have been. AMS, I give him credit for that, because I don't agree with him banging these chicks look like they got bullet wounds in their ass and stuff. He honestly, he said, oh, this is manipulation. This era and manipulation. This is my bench manipulation. And he's right. He's being real. He got balls. So when these other guys can come out and say that, I give him credit just the way I give to AMS. And believe me,
AMS is about indirect game, which is manipulation. Indirect verbal game is manipulation.
And that's what I'm saying. He is at least saying it. He's at least saying direct game is manipulation too. But you
no, it's not.
You're in denial.
It's not.
Okay. That's okay.
You have it. That is you're in denial. You're not proving it. You're just saying it.
Bro, hold on a second.
You're not proving it.
Hold on a second. You're in denial. AMS, he's come to the point where he's just being honest about it. And when other guys are honest about it, I would say, hey, you know what? Hey, there ain't nothing more for me to say, because he's admitting it, and that's what it is. Now, you're still going to get clients to come to you, because there's a massive invasion of the body snatchers. And when guys start to realize, man, that don't work. That ain't gonna work for the guy that's 5'3", glasses, and walking up to chicks and be like, what this guy said to me? He said that to me, and I've seen that happen many times. I've seen a guy get a call at his job for sending a girl roses, and they had to be, oh, she said this. But when the good-looking guy, he does, oh my God, that he's that. Now, this is reality to keep men. We in a state of an age where a woman can just say boo, and they running after the dude. I mean, they're bringing torches and chasing him across the town like he's Frankenstein. This knowledge is to help men protect themselves, to say, look, man, you don't want to get in that situation. So there are certain things that you can do, to increase your SMV, your sexual market value. But when we really look at it, you're not increasing the SMV, you're increasing your value, because your sexual market value is in the dirt. But now, when you got money, you understand the command respect, you understand this thing, and then you're going to have to be around some guys that'll attract these women to get them within the vicinity, because women will be repelled by a guy that they don't like. This is the same thing women do when fat chicks go out and they got some pretty girl and it'll draw guys in, and they say, oh, she got a boyfriend, and then the guys are hungry, they take the next thing that's there. They see what's on the menu, but then they see, oh, all you got is these fat burgers left. All right, let me get one of them fat burgers. And it's right. Just a fact.
He's just talking, Bernard. He
has
not proved that upfront, specific, straightforward honesty is representative of manipulation. He's not in 1 ounce, and people in the chat room are backing me up on it. He has not proved.
Hold on, Mgtow. Let him talk. Mgtow dictionary.
That is antithetical to manipulation. It is no way someone can say that you expressing yourself in an upfront, ultra specific, straightforwardly honest manner is, if I tell a woman, all I want you to do this Friday evening at 8:00 is suck my dick. How the fuck is somebody going to interpret that as manipulation? How? There's no possible way. If I tell a woman all I want to do is fuck you casually for the next 3 weeks, I don't want to be your next long-term boyfriend. I don't want to be your future husband. I even don't want to spend any time with you non-sexually. All I want to do is fuck you for the next 3 weeks. How in the fuck could that be described as manipulation? For this guy to even suggest or imply that is beyond ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous.
Mr. Brown came through with a $20 super chat. I appreciate that. He says, wow, Angry Man called it. The Civil War is real. Good show. Sir Tice came through with a super chat. He says, dating sites many women use for self-validation. Very true. Very true. A lot of them don't even want to meet up with 90% of the guys that they texting and chatting with back and forth on there. That's very true. Thus, they can be thrown out as some sole way to assess things. Yeah. I mean, that you could assess some things on dating apps, but you can't assess everything on there. There's some things that you can get a good read on. But also, Dark Wolf came through with a super chat. He says, her messaging you on a dating app is like her approaching you in an empty train station, LOL. She would do it no problem as long as no one is around. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And one more. Mr. Shane Vicious said direct approach does work even if she rejects you. I know ARC would agree with that point.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Mgtow Dictionary. You gonna respond to what ARC was just saying?
Yeah, well, I was explaining it in the sense of a salesman, because that's what it is when the guy is selling himself. Now, when she comes close to you and she doesn't say anything, she still wants you to sell yourself. She hasn't broken that. We see it more clearly in a way of bringing someone that's well known with status. Oh, she'll break that ice right there, because now she has a reason that it kind of buffers her ego. Oh, hey, ain't you so-and-so? Ain't you that singer? Ain't you? So now she's breaking the ice. Next thing, oh yeah, let's get together with, oh wow, thank you. And we see this. You can do these experiments and see. Just bring a guy who's famous. Matter of fact, you don't even got to bring a guy who's famous. Guys have done videos on YouTube where they've had an entourage and actually have did this in a false way to show how real it is. Where a girl was saying, oh, I got a boyfriend, leave me alone. And then they see him getting a limo and she's like, oh, wait a second. And then she's like, oh, and he's like, well, I'm going on my private jet. He even got it to a point where on the video, he told the girl, look, I want you to go outside the jet. He pulled her on the private jet, was like, yeah, I want you to go outside and take a picture and then come back in. And as soon as she got out, he closed the door and bounced to prove how this is a truth that it's hard to accept. This is the black pill truth. This is why I call Blue Pill J, because when I say stuff, he try to say, oh, I'm hating on people. No, he's in denial. He's a 6'7" incel. It hurts even more when you're taller, ugly lighthouse. And it's just to say, okay, brother, we at this point here. We see that the women have the upper hand in this because you can simply put the pictures on the dating sites and see this to be real. You can send the guys out to the club or other places. And another thing with the club is what I exposed. The club is a drug haven. It's an undercover prostitution ring. It's a haven to sell their drugs. Everybody's drunk off of alcohol. It itself is manipulation. I've been to nightclubs. I've been to Copacabana, Latin Quarters, and Roseland, and all that stuff in New York City. It's all. I look at that and I say, okay, that I had to grow out of that. I had to say, man, this is a whole setup. When I looked at the short man's plight and had to realize, I was that guy that didn't know. Oh man, you just try harder. It's like no matter what he does, this chick ain't gonna want him because he's 5'2", and dudes. We're like, man, it's a brutal reality. That's just a brutal reality. When they talk about game and mode 1, that ain't working for a guy that's 5'2" with glasses. So therefore, we see the scientific proof.
Wait. See, you just made a misnomer right there.
It doesn't work. Look at you.
What is your definition of doesn't work? What is your definition of doesn't work?
She asked me to explain it. You see what I'm saying?
Because you're all over the place, bro.
Hold on a second.
You're all over the place, man.
You trying to make it seem that way because again,
you're all over the place, man. I believe in KISS. Keep it simple.
Brother, let me finish. Please. Let me finish.
All right, go ahead, Mgtow.
Now, this is the thing where you're going to get these responses. Think about this, Bernard. I've been battling with these PUAs for months and for a long time. I used to be a guy that the PUA would call a natural. And you yourself, if women are going to come around you and stuff like that, they say, man, I read these PUA books. I read these books about women. And then I watch these other guys that effortlessly pick up women, that women come to them. So I see that this book is a lie. And these real life instances can teach you more than any one of these books talking about how to pick up women. That's why I wrote the 48 laws of dating. These are laws of dating. And you're right. It sounds at first when you hear the word dating, it has such a stigma to it that people say, oh man, it sounds like a dating roach book. But when they look at it, oh man, law number 1, never trust a dating coach. Oh, what is this? Just the way Mgtow has that stigma to it. Oh, is he one of those guys so I had to break both of those stigmas to say, no. Read it, look at it, you read it for free. You read for free. And that's the thing. Showing again, I'm not trying to gank somebody, to say, look, man, you read all 48 laws for free. And if you like, you read the first chapter for free. And then if you like it, hey, you can check it, because a book is an investment into knowledge, But when somebody's
all right,
say it.
All right. Well, let me say this. All right, going back to the beginning of the show, I think you said a lot of good things, and you said a lot of things that a lot of people can agree with. I think where you're gonna end up having to rethink or take a back step just on the notion that being direct is still manipulation. That one is a tough sell. All right.
Okay, I can break it down.
That I know that's where ARC was going to go.
I know, because it messes with business.
Let me respond real quick, Bernard.
Hold on, real quick. All right, hold on. We gonna let ARC respond real quick. Super Tris, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. And also, Charles Gilmore says, saying being direct is manipulation sounds just as stupid as saying looking good is manipulation. They both make no sense. If so, everyone is manipulated. Life is not fair. Deal with it. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. And we got one more coming through. I'm trying to find it.
Kudos, Brother Gilmore, for that commentary.
Yeah, good shit. Shane Vicious says MD sounds like Miss. Come on, get out of there. Cut that out. That's bullshit. He don't sound like Miss Shay. And D Quinn in the building said Mgtow thinks all communication is manipulation. Big Game Orenthal James says MD is spitting, and right as I'm talking, another one came through. ARC, aside from dating, you seem to be very truthful and straightforward in all areas of your life, which is something more black men need to emulate. ARC, thoughts on honesty and just being truthful. I guess you can respond to that one, because that one was a direct to you ARC. Then you could go ahead and get a further response to Mgtow dictionary. Go ahead, you got the floor, ARC.
No, I believe in men just being upfront, specific, and straightforwardly honest with women about what type of companionship they want. Do they want long-term monogamous? Do they want long-term non-monogamous? Do they want short-term monogamous? Do they want short-term non-monogamous? Most men are not that specific when it comes to dealing with women. They either flat out lie to women, which again is what I refer to in my books as mode 3 behavior. Mode 3 is when you just flat out lie to women. For example, you give a woman an impression you want long-term sexual companionship when you really want short-term, or you give a woman an impression you want monogamous sexual companionship when you really want non-monogamous. Then there's mode 2. Mode 2 is when you don't flat out lie to women, but you're extremely vague and ambiguous. So, for example, you would never tell a woman you want a long-term, emotionally profound, strictly monogamous relationship, but on the flip side, you would never be as upfront to tell her that all you want is short-term, non-monogamous sex either. You leave things very open, very beat around the bush, very vague and ambiguous. Mode 1 is when you're very upfront, specific, and straightforward. But to his last commentary, see, he just joins the ranks of thousands of other haters and critics I've had over the last 20, 25 years. And this is why I pointed out, Bernard, that you have to read the book. Because he started talking about, he said something to the fact that if a guy is 5'2" and unattractive, Mode 1 won't work for him. And see, just that statement is erroneous, because if he read my book, he would know that's an erroneous statement, because Mode 1 is not solely and specifically about getting a woman in bed. See, with Mode 1, as I explained in my book, identifying a woman who's not interested in having sex with you is representative of success. With Mode 1, it's about identifying both the women who are interested in having sex with you as well. Because here's the problem with a lot of guys, what a lot of guys don't realize, and I'm trying not to get too lengthy, but see, a lot of guys look at there's basically just two types of women: those that are interested in you and those that are not interested in you, which would simply be reciprocators and rejectors. But the reality is you have four types of women in society. You have women who are interested in you and will have no problem telling you that they're interested in you. Again, that's a reciprocator. A woman who's not interested in you and will have no problem letting you know she's not interested in you. Again, that's a rejector. Then there's trickier women. There's some women who are interested in you, but they will spend hours, days, weeks, months, even sometimes years pretending like they're not. That's where wholesome pretenders and erotic hypocrites come in. These are women that are interested in having sex with you, but because of various aspects of their social programming and cultural conditioning, they're going to at least temporarily try to pretend like they're not. Then on the flip side, you got women who are not interested in you that will try to give you the misleading impression that they are. That's what I refer to as manipulative time wasters. That's what my book, The Possibility of Sex, is about, which on a side note is the book that AMS ripped off me the most, but that's for another show and another day. But that's what The Possibility of Sex is about. So you got 5 archetypes of women. And where Mode 1 even helps guys with the women who are not interested, it helps expose the manipulative time wasters for who they really are. Matter of fact, that's at least 50% of the reason why I first started being Mode 1 back in my college days, was not just to identify the women who were interested in having sex with me, but I found myself crossing paths with a lot of manipulative time wasters, women who were innocent flirts, tension whores, cock teasers, women who were basically trying to give me the impression that they wanted to give me some pussy, but when in reality, they just wanted to be platonic friends. And when I started being Mode 1, I was able to quickly identify them, quickly expose them. So all that to say, any guy who says Mode 1 won't work on this type of guy, it won't work on that type of guy, that's a flawed comment, because again, Mode 1 is not solely and specifically about identifying the women who are interested in having sex with you. It is just as important to identify the women who are not interested in you.
That's an oxymoron. And let me point it
No,
out.
it's not.
You said that. Oh, okay, let me point it out. You said that the guy who's 5'2" using Mode 1 isn't, and I'm glad this recorded. You said that it's not about him being interested in sex solely. So when you're telling a woman that you want to have sex with her and bang her out, that's not solely interested in having sex with her? You contradicted yourself right there. This is what manipulators do. So I know you're going to trip yourself up, and you just did it. And I'm glad it's recorded. I'm glad it's recorded. I stayed quiet for you, and people can go back and listen to this and say, aha, I see that now, because this is a methodical scientific method we have to do to expose the incorrectness of dating coaches and pickup artists, which is what all of you guys are. First, it's a pickup artist. Now you're not that. You're a dating coach. Same thing. This is why I had to break that down in the first chapter. Never trust a dating coach. He's selling you manipulation, and then he's going to lie and tell you it's not manipulation because he's manipulating you. So what you said about a 5'2" guy using Mode 1, basically directly asking her for sex, for that not being based on sex, is a lie. So you already tripped yourself up, and it's okay. You're going to have to think and learn from this. You ain't going to learn it right now, man. Because you're in your 50s and you still.
Dude, don't condescend to me. You're unintelligent, bro. You're unintelligent.
Hold on a second. I let you rock.
You're unintelligent.
I let you rock.
You're unintelligent, bro.
This
You're
is
unintelligent.
When they be
you don't even be on the
they interrupt. They interrupt again. I let you rock.
You're unintelligent, bro.
This is you.
You're all over the place in this fucking conversation, man. I ain't gonna give you no respect. As
You
far
were
as when you
afraid.
finish,
You were because I methodically broke your ass in half just now.
Don't ever talk about my Mo 1.
Methodically
Because
broke
you don't know
your
what
ass
the
in
fuck
half.
you're talking about.
Now you screaming.
Get my book
Don't
or
you
shut
ever?
the fuck
I
up.
just did it.
Get my
Now what?
book or shut
I
the
just
fuck up.
did it.
Get
I
my
just did
book
it, though.
or shut the fuck
I
up.
just did
Get
it.
my book or shut the
Look,
fuck
look,
up.
see,
Get
again,
my book
the dating
or shut
roach.
the fuck
Thank
up.
you for
Get
proving
my
that
book
you're
or
a dating
shut the fuck
cockroach.
up. Get
The
my
dating
book
roach,
or
man.
shut the fuck up.
Look, you
Get my book or shut the fuck
again.
up.
All right, all right.
Look at that, man. You see what I'm saying? And this is the
All
guy.
right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Now, time out. Blackfield J, I got your email, so yeah, you can check your email on that. Real quick, guys, take a little pause. Donnell says it's funny how MD says mode 1 is manipulative when mode 1 keeps the user from being manipulated via bold, upfront honesty.
Exactly,
Mr.
Exactly.
Mr. Chain Vicious says, why does he keep using extreme examples? Thank you for the super chat, Donnell and Mr. Chain Vicious. And Osama Abdu came through with another super chat. He says, ARC, can you address just being unflinchingly honest in life and how it can be beneficial in life, not in dating, but just in life in general? We'll try to get into that, Osama. We in the thick of this thing right now. So if you could address if you could address it briefly, then we'll get back into it.
To what Donnell's super chat just said, beyond just the realm of dating, Mo 1, and this is what I was explaining about manipulative time wasters, but this other panelists just don't get it. Mo 1, one of the benefits of Mo 1 is just dealing with people, whether it be members of your own gender or members of the opposite gender. It allows you to quickly identify when people are trying to manipulate you. Because, see, the only way you can be manipulation means somebody is able to take advantage of you under false pretenses. That's basically in simple terms what it means to be manipulated. Is when somebody's able to get something out of you that they didn't make it clear that that's what they wanted to get out of you. That's manipulation. For example, if you're manipulating a woman is when you're getting sex out of her, when you made her believe she was going to be able to gain access to both your sexual and non-sexual companionship. Or for a woman to manipulate a man, she got access to your financial resources and material possessions by making you believe you was going to get sex out of the deal. So in order for someone to be manipulated, you got to feel taken advantage of. And the number one way to stop manipulation in its tracks is to make it clear two things in simple terms, is to make it clear to people what you want from them and force them to identify specifically what they want from you. That's what a non-manipulative interaction between two people looks like, is when you're specific and upfront and straightforward about what you want from them, and you force them to be upfront, specific, and straightforward about what they want. Is when you have two people that have made it clear what exactly they want from each other, there's no manipulation involved. There's no manipulation involved. Manipulation only comes into play when you're telling somebody, hey, if you interact with me, you'll get this benefit and you'll get this result and you get this, when really you know that that's not the case. And Mo 1, again, helps you identify that very quickly. Again, that goes beyond the realm of dating. Like I've used Mo 1 to help me quickly identify when another man was trying to get over on me. Because again, Mo 1 is simply about saying, okay, bro, what do you want from me? Here's what I want from you. What do you want from me? Whether it's you doing business with this guy or some other interaction you guys might be having. Your basic attitude is, here's what I want. Here's what I expect to get from our interaction with each other. What do you want from me?
Man, he still ain't addressed the question.
Done no due diligence. Yeah, now I give it to you, Super Triz, on your super chat. And that's where I will confess some guilt this morning. I shouldn't even be taking time because normally I say I don't even like to debate people who don't own my book.
But
if you don't own my ebook version of my one, my paperback version of my one, or my audiobook version of my one, You're not even worth me
All
discussing or debating on one because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're trying to sell manipulation.
All right,
that's just you expressing an opinion over and over again.
All right, Mr. with the super chat. He said, I think this is an ARC voice. Mode 6 is manipulation. I think that's what he was trying to say right there. Shout out to Mr. Thank you for the super chat. And Mel Enlightenment TV in the building. What's up, and salute to him. About to drop the link to his channel right there. And Mgtow Dictionary. Somebody else was dropping your link. I think Jessica X was, but feel free to drop your link as the keynote speaker. You can drop your link in there for those that want to go subscribe to you. But Mel Enlightenment TV says ARC and Mgtow Dictionary need to work together because you both have very interesting views. You are both making this a very exciting show. Appreciate you both and salute to the chat. Thank you very much for that, Mel Enlightenment TV. And there's his channel dropped in the chat. I know a lot of y'all already subscribed to him. Me and him gonna definitely get a one-on-one together. I'm waiting on my camera to get here because he be cammed up, so I wanna be cammed up too when me and him do our one-on-one. I'm waiting on my camera and all my bells and whistles to arrive. It's hard to get your equipment. You can't go buy nothing nowadays. You gotta order it online, and due to Corona shit might take forever to get here. So I'm dealing with that right now. But we're gonna go to Black Pill J in a little bit and see what he wanted to add to this before. And what we got here? Herms. Somebody could take a shot at that
Trimestigus.
Trimestigus. What is that?
I don't even want to take a shot at the brother because he needs to learn. But thank you for letting me post my channel link. And if anybody, I do the shows on Saturday night about 10:15 tonight. So, and I usually have like 10 people on, and then people trying to get on. And that's the thing. I let them, hey, come on, we'll talk, see what's up. And I mean, the past 20 live streams have been crazy, but that's what it takes. Now we've turned into a sort of a gentleman's club where guys come on, they unmute when they want to speak. I see that they're unmuted, say, okay, man, you had a point, and then we address it that way. Because we have gotten into some crazy, stuff where I couldn't even keep guys muted, where they keep unmuting because they saw that I threw a wrench in their lies and it was exposed. Like, guys teaching pandemic pickup. I was like, how low can you go? You got people trying to keep their job, food, and all of that, and you trying to tell people pandemic pickup to prey on women in this time.
What?
Yeah, man.
Pandemic pickup.
Yeah. And they got the nerve to tell me he ain't a pickup artist. Oh, I'm a dating roach. I'm this. And I'm like, that's why I called him modern life date raping, and then he came on extremely angry a few times and, very disrespectful, middle finger up, but that's cool. Because this is a learning experience.
Wait, hold on, Mgtow Dictionary. No, I hate to cut you off. I want to try to get Black Pill J in here, and I got to try to move this because I know ARC got to run at 11:30. So I don't know if what Black Pill J got to say has something to do with you or something to do with ARC. But if it got something to do with ARC, I want him to have some time to respond before he leaves. So sorry, I got to cut you off. So I'm going to pass the mic to Black Pill J right after I get through these last couple super chats. Ken Dog says, I've been listening for the last 30 minutes and MD has not made one coherent argument. You are making Mgtow look bad. I disagree. He's made a lot of good points, but I think he got far upfield when he said that mode 1 is manipulation or being direct is manipulation. That's a tough sell. That's just flat out a tough sell when you're trying to convince us that being direct with somebody is manipulating them. That's where you lost some rounds of the battle to me, but you have made some solid points. I'm not gonna take that away from you. Super Triz says, shout out to Super Triz again. Thanks for the super chat and thanks Ken Dog. ARC, he says ARC. We all get what you're saying. You said it 1,000 times. You don't have to defend critics who haven't even done due diligence and read your book.
I agree. Only disagreement I have with Super Triz, he said I've said it 1,000. That's not right, Super Triz. I've said it 10,000 times.
Yeah. Yeah. And so without further ado, we're gonna go to Black Pill J to go ahead. Whoa, hold on. D Queen came through with another one. D Queen, question for Mgtow Dictionary. Describe an interaction between a man and a woman that is not manipulation. Damn good question. Damn good question. We got to sit on that one. I'm gonna write that one down when I pass the mic to
Yeah,
Black Pill J.
yeah.
Go ahead. You got it.
Hey, yeah, I tuned in to about the last, I would say, 30 minutes or so, right when ARC got on. I was like, oh shit, I know this is going to get a little heated. One thing I'll say, MD, is that it's funny. I actually agree with about 90% of what you're saying. I definitely, with the look aspect of it, and how that's important and how the dating game has certainly changed. I talked about that last time I was on Bernard's show. But when it comes to ARC and the whole manipulation or the mode one aspect, I actually don't agree with you, MD. I don't see how mode one is manipulation. But what I will say is that it mode one seems like it will only be effective for someone who is good looking or reaches a certain looks threshold. And I know what ARC's sort of philosophy with that. Well, like, okay, if you're not a good looking guy and you're mode one, essentially mode one has worked because she, you understood what she was trying to get out of you. So it's a little bit weird, but I don't necessarily see how it's manipulation, number one. And the other thing, MDs, I think that honestly, not to veer off into this tangent, but I'm not sure why you're constantly kind of attacking. It seems as though you've gotten a lot of your popularity by, this is my big problem with you, MD. You've gotten your popularity, it seems. I know you did the whole Mgtow dictionary thing, which is cool, but really the second part of it is you just really attacking a lot of other content creators and calling them these goofy ass nicknames like we're in high school. And it's like, weren't you like a grown ass man? So that's that's just sort of my issue I have with you, MD. Even though when it comes to the philosophy of like looks theory and all that, I'm right there with you. But it's like, damn, like calling people dating roaches and date rape artists and all this other stuff, and really diving into that level. I just that's where, especially just me as a man, that's where I kind of draw the line. Like, why all the disrespect? Sure, you can disagree with the man, but why do you have to cross over into disrespect? And you call me Blue Pill J, nigga. I don't even have a YouTube channel. Like, I'm a nobody. Like, this is my fucking hobby. You know what I'm saying? So that's
All right, you want me to respond? I respect the fact and appreciate that you're being so respectful in tone. Tony Snow is the one who hooked me up. He even told me, he said, look, man, he said just what you said. He said, man, you and Jay agree on 90% of the stuff. He said it's just a small amount. That's one. Definitely. So respect to that. These guys, the reason, I call them clowns and dating, that's, you call a spade, man. It is what it is. Now, it's no disrespect to the man himself. It's disrespect to his antics and his tactics. And it's even not disrespect, it's explanative. So when people try to say, man, what are these guys doing? I'm like, well, they come in like cockroaches, man. It's like a bunch of dating roaches. And it just came to be. Now, when I heard you say that on somebody's show, I don't know if it was Ramil or something you were talking with, I make my thing on shitting on people. I think that's exactly what you said.
Yep.
That right there, I look at it now, I'm a responding kind. So when people have said stuff like that, what you said, that's why they've gotten certain responses like, oh, you want to act like a clown? Then I'm going to treat you like a clown. Right now, you're acting very respectful, and I'll treat you in accordance with that. Bernard was nice enough to let me put the link in. I mean, even if you want to come on tonight, and we can, because we have conversations just like you and I are speaking right now, very relaxed. People can look at the change in the shows from clowns of the manosphere, predatory PUAs. I mean, matter of fact, predatory PUAs with Joy Isabel was a very calm conversation. And then there's some where the dating roaches come on. Oh, and it gets crazy. They start barking, similar to the barking that we saw earlier today. And it's because you start actually, you start exposing stuff. If somebody doesn't have money, if they're not making money off this, I notice they don't really get mad at that. And these guys have been so appreciative of me that come on the stream. They're like, man, you know what? You never asked us for money. and nothing against, people that got, because I was on AML's live stream last night till 3 a.m, and I said, all right, I hope Bernard writes me back. I'm gonna make sure I'm up, because I owe this to the men. To do a stream from 10 o'clock last night to 3 a.m, then be up now to be like, I'm putting in my time into this, not asking, I'm saying, look, brothers, I'm here to help. And now, 9 a.m. to now, and then tonight, that's why it's probably going to be like 10:15, and to let guys know, look, man, this is about me giving back. Now, people could say, oh, man, well, why are you slamming on these guys? Well, look at the way people try to come at me. When I respond to them the way they respond, now I'm shitting on them, right?
Because you express opinions as facts.
Can I
in
please?
simple terms. No, because I got to bounce, man. I got to bounce. I got to do my final comment is going to be.
Hold on, real quick. Let me go. ARC do got to run. He said that in the beginning. He got to leave at 11:30. You got something scheduled. Yeah. So ARC, you can go ahead and wrap it up and give your closing arguments, closing rebuttals, or statements, or whatever you want to call it. Go ahead. You got the floor until you have to leave.
And thank you for allowing me to come up, Bernard. Always respect to you, brother. No, man, I've always made it known on my channel multiple times, man. I have major problems with people who express opinions as if they are facts. If you express an opinion and you present it as an opinion, you have a right to do that. Everybody has a right to their opinions, but nobody has the right to express an opinion as if it's a fact. In a simple way, you can tell the difference. You can't argue. You can't debate a fact. Today is Saturday. Who can debate that? My name is Alan Roger Curry. Who can debate that? I'm 57 years old. Who can debate that? Those are facts. You can't debate facts. But when people express opinion, they always open the door for you to be able to debate them. And he kept expressing opinions and saying, these are facts. No, they weren't. The fact that I'm able to refute them and debate them makes it clear that they are not facts. And the fact of the matter is, there is nothing, again, I'm going to say it for the umpteenth time, there is nothing about Mode 1 behavior towards women that represents manipulation. And there's nothing about my dating coaching business that, matter of fact, I was probably the first guy in the manosphere compared to conventional PUAs that, again, this goes back to my book. He hasn't read my book. I start off my Mode 1 book saying to men, I say to squash any future criticisms of unsubstantiated hype. Just because you read this book does not mean you're going to become any type of overnight ladies man or overnight womanizer. I said a lot of you guys are going to continue to be rejected. I say that up front in my, at the time I came up with my book, nobody else's dating advice book had anything in their book remotely close to that type of statement. I told guys up front, like when I do my one-on-one face-to-face coaching session with clients, they actually have to sign a document where it makes it clear. I say, just because you're paying for this one-on-one face-to-face coaching session does not mean that within 2 or 3 weeks after this session is over, you're going to become some kind of overnight ladies man or overnight womanizer. So I do not, there's not one client of mine in the past, not one Patreon subscriber of mine in the past who has ever accused me of misleading them or manipulating them. I'm the most raw dating coach out there. The most raw dating coach out there. Nothing about me is about manipulation. And on that note, I'm out.
All right. Thanks, ARC. Peace. Peace. Black Wolf Inc. came through the super chat. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. He says, DJ Quick, if it don't make dollars, then it don't make sense. Mgtow Dictionary, don't be the EIHT in this space messing with ARC. Hermes, what do we say this one was? Trismegistus. What did you say that was again? You got to help me out.
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. That still don't even sound right, even when you say it. Mgtow Dictionary is trying to manipulate people into thinking mode. One is manipulation without reading the book. Couldn't make it up. Boy. Let's see what else we got in here. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building. There is no one type of Mgtow. We are a diverse group with different personalities and experiences. We share a philosophy, but have our own personal variations. That's what I found to be absolutely 100% true with Mgtow. But like Mgtow Dictionary says, you can lose the definition or the meaning when it's so wide open when practically anybody can be a Mgtow, no matter what kind of life you live in. A married Mgtow, eventually that's going to be a thing if it keeps going. But without oh shit, let's see. Oh shit, we got another one real quick. Osama Abdul, point blank ARC is truthful to argue that fact. Thank you, Osama, for another super chat. All right. So we got Black Pill J
You,
Mgtow dictionary. Two
you
of you
mind
have
if I
had.
add something?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, look, MD, anyone in the chat, I don't think that, like I said, mentioned earlier, that mode one is manipulation. However, with some of these dating coaches, I will say that teaching guys that, oh yeah, no, looks either don't matter, or, well, what do you mean that there's only attractive guys who are getting women? You mean to tell me that there's no unattractive guys who are getting, like, I think that there is a lot of manipulation that's going on when it comes to these dating coaches, a lot of these red pill guys, but I don't think that mode one is necessarily one of them. I will say that.
And Jay, I will openly apologize to you because you conduct yourself with respect. I mean, anything that you may have taken offense to, I apologize. First and foremost. Now, I hear what you're saying with that. Now, with the manipulation, see, this is the thing with ARC and that how he is a manipulator. One, when people watch it, they see the raising of the voice, the barking. I mean, they came to a point like he was barking like Minister Jap was on Donovan Sharp's show. Show your face, show your face, show your face. A manipulation again, trying to pressure somebody. What do you think? I haven't been pressured. I was a teenage soldier, man. This is why these guys can't measure up. I mean, they think I haven't been through it, and I'm not about it, but I am, and I don't need to prove that to anybody. When shit hits the fan, they'll see it, and I will respond in kind. And it does seem like somebody look, oh man, he's just shitting on people, this and that. But when they watch all those streams, they say, wait a minute, this guy never really attacked anybody. He stated the fact, and that's another manipulation tactic that ARC tried to pull before he left, was people do debate facts. That's what debates are about. Because he's debating a fact, and you try to say, okay, this is the factual evidence. The opinion is definitely something different. And when people talk about opinion, I say, well, define opinion. And most of them can't. They got to look it up. Opinion is more than belief, but less than positive fact. And I've stated many times when I call modern life date rape and all that, I say that's my opinion, because you want to make sure that, okay, I'm not slandering it. Hey, this is my opinion. You a sucker. You slandering people. You're over here trying to pandemic pickup and then say this and that. And Jason White, I don't need to read that crappy book, because just like Bernard said, you can assess that just from watching his video. So maybe again, see, that's the thing. When I got to respond to these guys, they got their head up their ass and then try to come at me. And it's, oh, you're shitting. No, I'm stating what it is. What do you think? I never had my head up my ass? I say that on my stream. Well, I'm the only one that can be an idiot. I'm the only one that can be wrong. So when I say you are, well, I'm hating now. So, and this is what it is about being a man. We got guys older than us that are not men, and guys younger than us. They're still just gigantic, big, full-grown children. So the way you conduct yourself, and I like that, your tone of voice, the way you speak, and of course, we're not going to agree on anything, but if we go towards the evidence, we start to see that, yes, mode one is manipulation.
Well,
All of that stuff is manipulation. It's trying
yeah.
to tell a guy, all right, he lied just straight up on the stream. Oh, it's not about sex. Wait, so the guy telling a woman directly that he wants sex is not about sex. They have to keep manipulating to sell their product. They can't sell it honestly. So somebody also asked the question, give an example of a man and a woman talking where it's not manipulation. Well, just like Bernard and I spoke, when women come within that vicinity and she's like, oh man, this chick is definitely, she don't know what to say. She doesn't want to break the ice. Hey, how you doing? Whatever, you might, if you choose to talk with her. Now it's not manipulation. She's coming up to you. It's like somebody in a booth selling a product and a person walking up to the booth. Hey, here's a pamphlet. This is what we sell. This is the water filter, whatever. You came up to me. Now it's not manipulation. Now, depending on what I say now, it can go into that realm. So these are the things. If we think about it, we'll start to get the answer. But these guys don't want to think about it. That's why they start barking, raising their voice, arguing, because it changes that thought process. It disturbs it. So now they can continue to manipulate.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. MD. I never really gave a shit about how a lot of these, especially like these incel guys or these guys who can't get women. I never really cared about them buying these dating products, whether it's this texting how to text her package or this sort of PUA handbook, whatever it is that we're talking about. I don't know that these men charge sometimes 80, 100, or even 200 or something dollars for it. The thing about it is, I a long time ago, I want to say about 5 or 6 years ago, I actually how I got into the red pill space was I bought a this dating handbook called The Scrambler. I'm not sure if you heard of it. It's by I forget like Unlock Her Legs. I forget the name of the two guys, but anyways, it was one of those sort of dating handbooks that's gonna teach you how to get that woman of your dreams. And did it work? Of course not. But what it did was it led me and it helped me sort of solidify the beliefs that I had now. So you got to understand, guys are going to have their different pathways to this space, because the way I see it, all paths are going to lead to the black pill eventually, right? So you're going to go through the game, you're going to get 99 out of 99 rejections if you're just an average or below average looking guy, whether or not you buy the whole $100 a PUA handbook or not, you're going to get there anyway if you're in this space for long enough. So that's how I see it. So sure, you can say that some of these guys are scamming, and you know what, you might have a point. These guys are trying to make a living. I don't want to knock the hustle, but the thing about it is, these guys, these people who are buying these products, eventually they're going to come to the realization that me and you're going to come to anyway. You feel what I'm saying?
Totally, man. You're absolutely right. All roads lead to that black pill, the truth, basically. And it's kind of like the three stages of truth. The first stage is to ridicule. When you present the truth, looks matter. They ridicule you. Oh, this and that. The second stage is violent opposition. They start screaming and yelling, what we saw on the show. And the third stage of truth is acceptance. Now, some of us can accept that truth, but many people live and die in the first two stages: ridicule and violent opposition, or just opposition to it. And they never accept it. So those three stages of truth, when we start to look at this and learn, because it's in a learning experience. I mean, being on Earth, being existence itself. I mean, we get into all of that on the streams, and it always veers, and I try to bring it back. But then I realized this is what the men want. We all have that question. That's the most profound question in the world. It's like, how do we get here? What are we here for? Where are we going? Everything we've been told is basically a lie, very similar to the Matrix movie, which hence caught so many people in a deep feeling that they said, man, the red pill is it, man. And we see now, you and I definitely agree with the evidence. Because if we say we agree with each other, now it's not evidential. It's just two guys agreeing. No, we both agree with the evidence. And the more that we both walk in the same path of truth, we'll always be together. Once
Yeah,
one
and
fears,
I'm sorry, MD, but again, and I know you apologized earlier, but you sort of got caught up when you referred me to Blue Pill J. He's just mad because he's a 6'7" incel. Which, if you looked at my stream with Bernard Riley or my stream with Solo TV 84, then if you listen to that stream, you know that wasn't the case. But even then, even because here's the thing, I see some people in the chat talking about, I didn't know this many people were having troubles with women. Look, and I don't really give a shit, but I think we got to stop having this sort of this implication that just because you are talking about these red pill or looks theory types of philosophies or what have you, that you're automatically an incel. And also, in addition to that, MD, I think we got to stop using the term incel as an insult or as a way to disqualify someone else's opinion. Can we agree on that?
yeah. Well, incel, involuntarily celibate. So we have, and I got to give these guys credit. They don't have guys to fight for them. They don't got guys with the verbal skill, the guys that don't have the fear, and this is why they had appreciated me. They know I'm not an incel, but that's why I created the term acceptable incel. So if we don't join the circus for some women who we're going to be involuntarily celibate. You see, so because women ain't going to approach, and oh yeah, they're not going to give us the Chad and Tyrone status that they give some men,
Yeah,
unless either we get fame or something, or
that's
money.
the case for the vast majority. No, 100%. That's the case for the vast majority of women. But if we're using the traditional definition of an incel, I think that probably more so applies to around 30% of men. If we're just talking about that traditional definition, right?
Okay, I'll bring in some scientific stats that I think, I mean, you could be correct on that, but I think it's higher. I would say like maybe 40 to 50, only because this is a point in history, modern history, where we have the most virgins in their 20s, 30%. And that's a low account of men in their 20s are virgins. I've had many of them on my shows. I've had guys 18 to 20 that are kissless virgins, never
Yep.
even had a kiss. So we 30%, you're right, dead on about that, because we have 30% of guys that are in their 20s that are virgins. But then you got guys that are 30, 32 that cannot obtain that relationship. So they're basically I would say an acceptable incel, because a hooker will say, okay, I'll service you, right? But then we got these guys that are totally involuntary celibate, where hookers won't even let them hit it. And this is the state that we're coming in. Like when I was in Amsterdam, in the wind, the girls.
Oh, hold on. Have you met a guy like that a hooker won't even let him?
Yes, and it's sad that they have the only hookers that they can get are girls that are extremely drugged out, because they're gonna fuck anybody for the money. But as far as hookers, like,
what was this guy's physical condition? What did he look like?
some of them are just not good look. I would say, okay, the eye area, and I got to hand it to these guys that do the looks analyzation. It's more than theory, a face and LMS.
That shit's real. Here's the thing, but before you cut you off, go ahead, Bernard.
No, I want him to explain this, because that's a foreign concept to me. A guy getting rejected by a hooker.
Yeah, well, okay, my friend.
Like it's an old joke that says he couldn't get pussy in a whole house, but I didn't know that was a real thing.
Oh yeah. Now, one of my friends, he owns a barbershop. And I remember I introduced him to the back page. I said, yeah, man, he went through a bad divorce. I said, why not just smash these hot young chicks on this thing, right? So he was checking it out, and he goes, I went to a few of these things, and the girl said, nah, I'm sorry, I don't take black guys. And he was a black hooker. So and this is not a bad looking dude. This dude's in shape. He's about 5'10", 5'11". Not the best looks, but they will reject you. When I was in Amsterdam, I got pictures and like audio and written notes with hookers, even from America, DR, South America, Mexico, Canada, speaking with them. And then I realized that I had the privilege. The only reason that they gave me that was because of the way I look. Like one guy was saying in Amsterdam, man, you got pictures with. They never give pictures with guys. And I'm like, well, maybe because I'm from New York, or maybe it's from. And then I realized, no, it's not that. Because if somebody's 5 foot from New York, they're just going to try to get them in and get them out. And with me, they're hanging out. Oh, you want to walk me to the cafe? We can have a cup of tea. And I own 2 houses. I was like, wow. So I started seeing. I was still blue pilled in the sense of, it just I didn't understand the privilege that I had. And Black Pill J, I apologize for calling. I won't call you Blue Pill J again or anything. I will give you that respect. I mean, you will be Black Pill J from now on. This is it requires deep analyzation, and this is where we're making progress now. To say, wow, there's guys that actually get refused from hookers that are not bad looking, and then there's guys that get refused because they are, because women will be like, nah, I don't. She has a choice. Once they got a choice, are they going to refuse a lot of guys?
You got too many clients. That's why I think that the reason why a hooker would deny a dude who's average or below average looking is just because, well, I've already made enough money screwing other guys who reach a certain looks threshold. I think it's like any type of business. We have the right to refuse service from anyone. But if you're a business that's not getting any customers, then you're gonna serve whoever the fuck you can get.
Yeah, at a certain point, the girls that I talked to about refusing black men, one girl kept it real with me. She said, look, we got to work. So if you bang the shit out of me, how am I going to work? This other guy that comes in here with a small dick, it's like I'm done with him in 20 minutes and ready to bang again. You see, so some of them have that mentality. Some of them are just prejudiced. They won't fuck brothers. And others are like, they're like, look, I got too many customers. I'm going to pick and choose. Like you said, we've come into that state.
Yeah.
We see it in porn. Women have come on tape. White women are on video saying, look, they told me if I do a film with a black guy, I'm out of the circle. This is why they tried to pump up Jenna Jameson so much. Like, oh, Jenna, yeah, because she never slept with a black dude. See, this racism is everywhere. When I started to point it out, of course, again, it came into, oh, I'm hating and I'm this. And I'm like, oh, so really? A young brother, he's about to get drafted into the NBA. And he told me, he said, man, you're the only person I ever heard say on stream or anywhere on the internet, you give the black man his credit. You know, people are afraid to say stuff like that. Give the white man his credit too. The man. I tell people, when you meet a white man, appreciate that motherfucker, because it's mostly white boys and black boys. I said, we got to call out the bullshit where it lay. But they have to give men their credit. You know, treat them like a man. And,
all right, Mr. dropped a decent super chat. It's related back to something that we were talking about before, where you were basically saying that if a guy approaches a woman at all, he's manipulating her. Even if he's being direct about his intentions, he's still manipulating her. You and ARC went back and forth about that. I have my disagreements with you on that. Mr. puts it this way. He says, so if a woman approaches me, if she approaches him, and he says, and then I tell her, I only want you to headbutt my belly button tonight, that is not manipulation, with a question mark.
Yeah, I explained that. I just went through that when I answered the other brother's question, when he said, give me an example of a man talking to a woman that's not manipulation. And I gave that exact answer. I said, if she approaches you and then you, hey, look, this is what I'm about. Because she walked up to the booth. The booth didn't go up, hey, you know, walk like a salesman. I'm selling this, you know. But
she can walk up and sell. You're basically saying it's only a genuine interaction if the woman is leading the interaction. You see how that can lead down a problem?
They're the commanding sex. We gotta admit that they are the commanding sex. And I've said this, that if a woman is 20 and a guy is 30, people try to disagree with the evidence and say that they're disagreeing with me, but they're disagreeing with the evidence. If a woman is 20 and a man is 30 and they get married, by the time he's 40 and she's 30, she'll have a leash around his neck. Women are more psychologically advanced than men on a level playing scale, on a level playing field. We have to learn. Look, we're now having these conversations and all of this stuff, and it's like, wow. If we don't admit that, you know, then we're prey. Like guys get prey to dinner whores. You know, they buy dinner, end up having to, oh man, this chick, you know, I paid for dinner. Yeah, because you tried to manipulate her, but she ended up manipulating you. You know, that's the most hilarious stuff, when the manipulator becomes the manipulated, you know, and it's like, well, you see, why are you buying a dinner? It's one of the laws of dating. I'm like, no dinner before sex. If she wants to get with you, if you're going to buy her dinner as a friend. Don't expect nothing in return, because other guys don't have to buy her dinner to get
yeah, I was just going to say, here's the thing, man. And I actually had an experience yesterday. So last night I went to a grocery store. I was in the vegetable aisle, and there was these two black women near the broccoli, you know, twerking near the broccoli. I'm in a black neighborhood, y'all. And I was picking up some zucchini, and then these women started to get near me. And I swear to you, one of them literally bent over. She was wearing some blue shorts, bent over in front of me. And I was like, okay, I think I know what's going on here. She turned around, she looked at me and said, oh my goodness, you so tall. How'd you get so tall? I mean, it was kind of chopping it up. I ended up getting her Instagram or whatever. She was a bad looking chick. She was. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that when I wouldn't say that a man approaching a woman is necessarily manipulation. I do agree with the whole the circus aspect of it. But my point is that when a woman is truly interested in you, they're gonna cross that threshold, and it's not about meeting you halfway. They're gonna come up. They're gonna approach you. They're going to make it known that they want to either date, hook up, or get your number or talk to you.
Yeah, the only problem I have when y'all saying that is I've had sex with a lot of women that were just sitting there minding their business, and I walked up to them and started talking to them, and that's how the world works. Men approach women. If a guy sat around and waited for women to approach them, then very, very few people will get pussy. That's I mean, so that's where I can't ride with y'all. I'm not going on that.
Well, let me challenge that, Bernard. Here's what I will say: for every instance where a man approaches a woman and it ends in sex, there are at least 100 to 200 times where a man has approached a woman and it hasn't led to anything. I think
exactly.
I think that but you got to understand, even though sure that might have happened to you, and I'm not negating that. Like hell, I've approached women back in the day. However, I think that especially nowadays, women, whether it's her DMing you or her approaching you or her making it known, women nowadays, especially now, they make it known to the men who they actually really want to be with nowadays. If you're talking about maybe in the early 2000s or prior, then sure, nine times out of 10 it's the man approaching. But nowadays, no. These guys out here on this social media or in person, they're getting approached if the woman is like, no, like I want that guy. So I
Yeah,
do
there's a
like
certain realm of guys with a certain realm of women where the women will roll out the red carpet to them or will full blown walk up to them and approach. But for most men, if you want to get in the game, you have to take. If you want to score baskets, you have to take shots.
right.
That part of the game has not ended, and that ain't. I don't see that going anywhere. Now you can
And
score some easy layups.
some men
You
never have to
can
take shots though.
I understand that. There's some men who they don't got to get back on defense. They could just sit there and cherry pick under the basket and just get an easy, just an easy lob pass thrown to them. Yeah, there's some guys who can get away with that. But to say that, I mean, I don't know where the conversation is going if we're saying that men shouldn't or don't have to approach women because women will let you know if they like you. I've talked to plenty of women about this, and these are women that I've had sex with that they say that they would the way they operate, they're not going to make that move. They a lot of women say this, and yes, they suspend their rules for some guys, but they say this: if I have to approach that guy, if he ain't man enough and don't got the balls to come approach me, then he ain't man enough and don't got the balls to be with me if he can't overcome that hurdle of approaching me. So they feel like the man has to approach them that this is what's in their head. They feel like that man has to approach them to show that he's that dude. That so and they sit back with their arms folded, sometimes with resting bitch face, waiting on a guy to come and approach them.
That's only for the beta males though. That's only for
I understand. There's a small percentage of, but wait, hold on. How are we making any sense if we're saying when they really like a guy, they're going to approach, but they're only going to suspend their rules for a small percentage of guys? So you're basically telling people. You're basically trying to create more incels by saying don't approach women. If they like you, they'll approach you.
I never said don't approach. I think you should approach women. Go ahead, MD.
Huh?
I was gonna just say that I said I'm not sure if I said this on your channel, Bernard, but I think that men actually should approach because here's the thing. Here's the thing about being black pilled. It's like, yo, if you're in that 80%, I don't consider myself necessarily a 20% guy, but if you're in that 80%, just accept the fact that you're gonna be the woman that you're going to be the man that she's going to make rules for. Accept it. And I think that the more that guys know where they rank, and that's the thing, my biggest thing about the black pill, know where you rank, and therefore you will know what to expect. So if you know that, okay, I'm probably about a 6 or I'm a 7 or maybe a 7.5 or what have you, then you know exactly what to expect from the opposite sex, and that you know how to navigate from there. But by no means am I ever going to say that a man shouldn't approach a woman. I actually think that's part about being a man, because hell, part of being a man is accepting rejection and being able to push through from it.
Yeah. Well, I partially agree with that. The thing that I would tell men is to just be careful, because it's only sexual harassment if she doesn't find you attractive, and we've seen this time and time again to be the case. Guys getting cops calling them. One guy just got arrested for doing video interviews. Oh, he's bothering us. And then when you see the good-looking guy doing it, he can't do no wrong. So I definitely am not saying, it's not creating incels, because the guys are already acceptable incels. To realize that you're an acceptable incel, Tony Snow, brother, good to see you. It's a hard black pill to accept, to say, damn, I got to join the circus for this bitch. So you start to say, no, I'm not doing it. So you change the sexual demographic when you do that. Because one thing is, a woman will respect a man. She'll be like, well, at least he ain't simping. It's like, okay, yeah, I'd rather be getting my money straight and everything like that than simp, And when you do that, it's like Barkerman, this Jamaican brother, said on my stream. He said, look, as soon as you approach a woman, you're at a deficit. His cousin is higher level than Tyson Beckford. And he's seen him sit in the club against the wall, not talking, and women approaching him and he had a pocket full of numbers. He said, man, the black pill is real. Now, it's not to say these other guys, like Jay is saying, and he makes a lot of sense. Know your position. If you go to approach this woman and say something like that so-called mode crap, whatever it is, she's going to look at that as sexual harassment. She's going, and this is a fact, and he's going to get guys in trouble just the way AMS get guys in trouble. Oh, and he makes him sign a contract so he's not held liable for that. They should tell the guy the truth. Like, look, man, this is your position. If I were to do it, it's not sexual harassment. But if you do it, she's going to get angry. You could get in trouble for that. Now we're in this type of a scenario in the 21st century. It's since 2010, the advent of Tinder, it's gotten worse. You know, with just regular computer dating. I mean, I saw this myself when I go at 05, 06, 07. Hey, I'm so-and-so. How you doing? You know, I'm vegetarian, this and that. Yeah, a couple of responses. Then I put on sunglasses, take off my shirt and flex. And man, I was getting chicks on a regular. I was traveling, you know, to go meet women. And I was like, wow. And I still was too stupid to realize what it was. It's not because of the muscles. It's because of the height in coordination with that, and of course the looks, height and looks. That's why I put the second law of dating: sexual attraction is not a choice. Guys, to know their position can save themselves a lot of problems. You know, I tell guys, oh, you got game. So you manipulated a girl at work at McDonald's, a girl that, you know, you're way smarter than whatever, and you're some no, you're a shitbag, you know. And guys don't want to accept. They don't want to accept when women say, oh, he changed, and they try to say it's the woman's fault. No, the mask that you wore to try to manipulate her fell off, and she finally saw you for what you were. So let's call it like it is. Men can be wrong too. Women definitely. I mean, you read, guys look through the book, they're like, oh man, he's keeping it too real, you know. But men, you got to call it out where it's wrong. To say, look, man, you ain't no victim. You volunteered for that. You walk up to a girl and kick that whatever manipulation. End up, she got a kid. You live in Washington State, and she's living with you for more than 7 months. And you realize that, oh snap! When we broke up, now the state is telling me I got to pay for that kid child support till he's 18. That ain't even my child. That's the law. You volunteered for that. Ignorance of the law is no exemption. And this.
All right. Let me get to my. Oh shit. I don't even want to bring him up. I don't want to bring him up. Platinum Elite just got in the queue. But he said, Bernard, well, Blitz 7094 says, Bernard, the percentage of men approaching a woman and being successful is like 13% success rate. But when women approach, it's over 80% success rate. That is true. I will say that, yeah, when women approach, the success rate is really high. However, they don't do it. It's the man's supposed to do the approaching. The man, if you want quality, if you got to do the approaching, unless you're one of those top of the top dudes. So to give dudes that are not up there advice that centers around, you know, don't approach a woman. If a woman likes you, she will approach. If you even imply that, I think that's not. Yeah, I know Black Pill J said that you're not telling people to not approach, but yeah, dudes got to approach. If you want results, you got to approach. Tony Snow says J and Mgtow dictionary are the truth. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. And let's see who else we got in here. David Johnson in the building. He says, attention socially awkward dudes. A no won't kill you. Here's a Snapple fact. We men who get and have plenty of women get told no all the time. That is very true. I was just recently talking about how women who were paying me no attention, minding their own business, walked up to them and approached them, and within that week ended up having sex with them. In some cases, without a date or doing anything in particular. It happens, but at the same time, I could sit here and I could do hours upon hours about my failures and moments of simpery where I did too much and the shit didn't work out, or I put my all in. Like, I mean, come on, like dudes getting rejected is the norm. That's the standard. That's the cost of admission. That's the price of admission. A lot of rejections. That just is what it is. Even if you are successful, those dudes who it's almost like y'all point to the guys that are at the top of the top and don't really gotta approach, as if they're as if you're either them or you're just at rock bottom. Like there's a lot of middle ground in between, and I feel like that gets ignored in these conversations. You know, with what I'm hearing from the two of you, that gets ignored a lot. That guy who he may not just can sit against a wall and end up with 20 numbers by the end of the day, but he can approach 20 women and possibly get rejected by 18 to 19 of them, but possibly can get something jumping off with the other two.
He
That's
can get the he can get
And
the
that's
number
what I was
of
going to
one.
say.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, I'm about to go to you in a second, Jessica. So let me get these super chats.
Also,
Platt, I'm gonna bring you up. I'm gonna bring you up, Platt. Hold on.
he
Let me get
also
these.
increases in
Let me get
chance
these
of
super
getting
chats real quick. D Quinn, MD. He says, "How can a man approach without manipulation?" I don't think he's saying a man can approach without manipulation. But we gonna put a pin in that one. I'm gonna see what Jessica wanted to say on this topic after I go to Richie Rich. He says, "MD, you need to read the Mode One book before you start criticizing ARC." All right. Oh shit. Damn. Thank y'all. Y'all coming through with these super chats. I didn't even see all these. Platinum versus MD will be crazy. Oh yeah, we about to get it. Well, we about to get it in. I was thinking about wrapping it up pretty soon, but we about to get it in. All right, I'm gonna bring Platinum up. Go ahead, Jessica X, and say whatever you was about to say. Then we gonna turn it over to Platinum, and whatever happened happened.
It was kind of similar to what you were just saying, I think. And I actually agree with some of what Mgtow Dictionary has been saying, but it's coming from a stance that's too extreme. You know, it's like you've got one extreme this way, one extreme that way, and there's nothing in between. And then it's almost like, you know, Tyrone or Chad just has this perfect life and they never have to approach women. And even that's not true. You know, they still have to approach even the guys that you think are Tyrones or Chads. There are some women, and I think Bernard mentioned it earlier, where he said some women will never approach. And I'm one of those people. I will never approach, no matter how much of a Chad or a Tyrone they may be perceived to be. I'm not approaching. And there are more women like me than you think.
Oh, okay, now can I put it in this? And I'm not saying that you're lying or anything. Would you approach like say a movie star if you see him, you know, in the vicinity and you know he's sitting in, you say, wait a minute, that's Denzel Washington or that's you know Tyson Broderick or you know Roderick Hunter or Tyson Beckford or Michael B. Jordan or you know would you approach them like hey wow are you you know this star is that really you or would you still have the stance you know where you just don't approach?
Listen, I'm talking about in a dating sense, right? So if I saw
I,
one of them
I
and
accept that. I accept that. I'm just asking, would you approach?
no, I don't approach.
So you wouldn't say, "Are you? You know, that's a movie star over there. I just want to say hi" or something like that. You wouldn't. You would just stay to yourself, and I respect that. I do respect. I mean, your picture, if that's you, it's beautiful. You know, very very attractive, and more attractive women will do that because they have that privilege. That's the power of the feminine. The alpha female is not the woman that is all brutal and you know forward. She's a woman where her beauty shines like a light and attracts men. And this is not me trying to pick you up or anything, but this is just what it is. I've seen really pretty women in New York City and Times Square where I'm like, God damn, it attracts you. And that's when a man either has to be a man or he has to approach, which does put him at a deficit. I'm not saying that guys shouldn't, but like Jay was saying, they got to know their position. If the
let
wrong
me
guy approaches, he's going to
It,
get a
let me just ask one question, Jessica. So okay, so you haven't approached a guy. I 100% believe you on that. So you've never DM'd a guy before in your life.
no.
I believe her.
Even if she did, we still would be talking about a rare thing. Even if she could say 5 times in her life she approached a guy who she thought was a perfect 10 out of 10, that still doesn't mean anything. Those are small, insignificant events in the overall realm of things. Most of the time, a guy is going to approach a woman, and a woman not
Yeah.
approaching the guy is not indicative of she's just not interested. You have to approach her and find out if she's interested.
No, which
And
I agree with.
she may very well not be that interested, but she might get interested as the conversation goes along.
well,
I,
So
I,
I don't.
I agree with that.
I believe it though. I believe it though. And you know, once again, Jessica,
she proves, like I've been saying.
Hold on, real quick, Platinum. Dollar Watcher, thanks for that super chat. He says the best way to approach a woman is to not care what she thinks. Good points, good points. Go ahead, Platinum. You got it. Thanks, Dollar Watcher, for the super chat.
Once again, Jessica X proves that she's got more Mac bones, more foot in the game than most of these niggas out here. Now, I heard you've been bringing these guys up here that's afraid of bitches. I listening to these dudes, this nonsense they keep making up about it's odds are against me because you're afraid. And niggas like you guys are losers, bro. All this new stuff. I'm a Mgtow. I'm a black pill. No, you a motherfucking loser. You ain't doing nothing new.
Here comes the shame.
You trying to get hoes to feel sorry for you. We should hoes. Man, these modern bitches, they really don't care about you. They will push you off the fucking ledge. You ain't got to jump off. They don't give a fuck about you, man.
To understand what's going on, that's jumping off the ledge. So knowledge is jumping off to you.
No, from your perspective, because you're a loser, bro.
And we
hold on, Platinum. Hold on, real quick, Platinum. Platinum, you're older than my dad. Is there any way? Hold on, Platinum. Is there any way that you can have this discussion and prove your point without insulting and throwing it? Like, is there any way?
All you do,
ass man, Platinum.
All you do is insult. All you guys do is insult the guys who get them out this.
Not Black Pill J, but Mgtow Dictionary did earlier on. He did. But
not
Black Pill J.
That's all Platinum does when he gets on these platforms.
I will respond in kind, and I tell you, I openly apologize if I have to too. That takes a man to do that. So for me, Jessica, you show your picture and all of that, and and I don't want to go in on you.
Bitch, bro.
Make women feel comfortable, but all that stuff about you won't approach a movie star. I will say, and it's my opinion, that you're lying. You will.
I think so too.
Now that's an insult right there. You don't even know.
Right? But
to me, tell the truth that she's going to say, "Are you Denzel Washington or not?" That's not an insult.
To me, that's not impressive. And we were clearly talking on terms of dating, right? So me actually approaching someone and saying, "Are you da 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 da?" is very different from me approaching them with the anticipating that it could be further. Those are two very different circumstances.
But this is the fact. You couldn't say yes or no. You tried to manipulate and say, "Oh, but we're talking." No, but I asked you.
That's not what we're talking about.
No, because your intention with the question was actually manipulative. Because
it wasn't.
We're talking about.
Hold on. Let's go one at a time. Let me try to reset this.
I never got a chance to speak.
So basically what he did in the conversation is he tried to liken me approaching someone and saying, "Are you this celebrity?" right, to me approaching someone in terms of dating. It's two very different things. You might approach someone and say, "Are you a celebrity?" but you can't use that to make a point about approaching men during dating.
I didn't do it to make a point. I asked you a question, and now you switched it into all of this stuff because that question ruffled your feathers. And you try to say, "Oh, well, he asked it." No, I asked the question to see that, would you approach a man of status to say, "Hey, how are you?" But no, of course, it must have hit some underlying stuff. And now you didn't want to answer it. And I said, I didn't want to just come out and tell you, "Look, so no."
Hold on, real quick, okay. Jessica. We're going to go back to Platinum. But I mean, I feel like even if Jessica was to admit that if she saw Michael B. Jordan today, that she would just outright throw pussy at him, I still don't think that makes a major point in the larger scheme of things, because most women don't approach most men. So it's irrelevant that even if she concedes the point that, oh yeah, Michael B. Jordan and Morris Chestnut, definitely approach him, offer him pussy on the spot. It still would be it would be irrelevant to the larger point, because she's not going to do that for 99.99999% of men. So if you're implying that men shouldn't approach women because women will approach, you're basically setting up a sexual marketplace where only like 1% of the men would get pussy. That's why I said you're potentially trying to create more incels.
Yeah, let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
Implied that, right? And I said that I never implied that, because I said, just like Jay was saying, if a man knows his place, there's some men that should know, look, man, don't approach her, because you might need to approach this other girl, whatever, because of the state of sexual inflation we're in. I mean, these girls would try to act like, they feel offended when a guy that's not good looking or something approaches them. They've even spoke about this. Now the dating
men know to stay in their lane. Men know to do that.
No, a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. And that's why you have these false allegation charges, because they don't know to stay in their lane.
If they're not in their lane, they're not false. Because some of you niggas need to be Me Too. Some of you niggas are harassers. Well, some of them are harassers. Some of them don't know.
Man.
They don't know when to back up. Look, they ain't got no. Look, they don't. They're weak, bro. They clowns. Then they claim they didn't do what they did. Now you just said they need to stay in their lane, but they getting false allies. Well, they stay in your lane. I ain't never got one.
Yeah, no,
I fuck with hoes all the time. I know. Look, I know what I know about women from the bed.
Yeah,
you know what you know from a book.
No,
you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Well, see,
and that's why you can't deal when you keep trying to interrupt, bro. Let me finish.
Hold on, wait. Let's let Platinum. Let's let Platinum talk. Platinum ain't got to say whatever he is he came on to say.
Yeah,
so go ahead and go, Platinum.
Oftentimes on these panels, the real side, my side, brothers like me, we never get represented. You get a bunch of whiny brothers who jacking off. All these niggas be jacking off to porn to the same strags and misfit bitches that they claim they don't like. They call themselves walking away. Nigga, you walk straight to the porn store. You click straight to Pornhub. You ain't did shit. You ain't. We say, hey, get your mouthpiece tight. Hey man, come over here, get a little game. Oh, that shit ain't real. You right. To you, it ain't. You right. If I'm doing that, it wouldn't be real.
It's manipulation. It's not that it ain't real.
You keep interrupting, bruh.
It's real manipulation, and if
you can't deal with it, you can't take this, can you?
No, I can. And when clowns,
what is you jacking off? Okay, when you go jerk off, what is that?
No, this is why I call.
Is that living the real world? Is that shit you looking at real?
I'm gonna call you a clown.
Is that stuff you looking at real?
I was there on Zero Hate stream, and then I was there.
Is the stuff you looking at?
Hold on. All right, Platinum. Let him go now. Real quick, Black Wolf says Platinum, give him that work. My brother Young Jay in the building says hashtag bitch broke. Show out Platinum.
Bitch broke.
Yeah.
That nigga bitch broke. No, that nigga bitch broke, bro. That's all that is. You ain't got no bitches. All you niggas, you niggas bitch broke. Fuck all that. I'm tired of playing games with these niggas. Them niggas bitch broke. They out here.
Somebody sent a super chat. Somebody sent a super chat, and I lost it. It went up too far, and I can't get it back. So I apologize, but whoever you were and whatever you said, I thank you and appreciate you for your support. All right, Mgtow Dictionary, you was trying to respond to Platinum. Let him go uninterrupted too. Let him go uninterrupted.
All right, look at when you got older guys that run this manipulation. It's a sign of immaturity, right? Now, the fact that the black pill calls out women on their behavior, that I had to write the book on it because of that. Women are mad when I talk about women have no shame, and I put examples of it. Never date a single mother. I've had many women come out and on Miss Elite streams screaming at me, all of this stuff. Yeah, because it's just the truth. Women, Law 21, women will never be satisfied. That's just a fact. And if brothers can't get that, well, then you're in fantasy island. And it's not for me to say, when they attack me, oh, you don't get this. Man, I'll outclass you, but I don't need to outclass you to show you this. That's ego coming into the game. I'm saying I had a privilege of being tall, above average, and saying, man, I never realized that. The black pill, the truth is real to say women, they don't want guys shorter than them approaching them or trying to get, unless they're at an extreme deficit. She got 4 kids. Nobody to support her. She just a hoe. And again, we all know that women don't like when we say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. It's just the truth. When I see these guys say, oh, she did this and that. Would you marry that hoe? Well, what you talk? Then you disrespected the law, player. And when I hold them, I tell them, I say, I'm not hating. They say, don't hate the player, hate the game. And when I call the guy out on that with Affy the Clown and all these guys that came on my stream, now they get quiet. Oh, Mgtow Dictionary's hating. MD is this.
I'll be on your stream tonight. Go live. Shit, I don't even know who you are.
I will Platinum. I always throw the link in the chat. I have brought trolls on. I give trolls credit. I ain't afraid of nobody coming on my stream. If everybody's respectful, and I would love to have you on there. I got people, when it tells stream, I was like, oh, more people trying to get on. And I got to rotate people on and off because I give these men a fair chance. I give the women a fair chance. I mean, how many people are going to have young virgins from college and then other guys bringing girls from their car talking about, yo.
Make your point, bro. You talking, you yabba. I can see why bitches don't like you, bro. You just all over the place.
What time you go on, Mgtow Dictionary? What time you go on?
I go on, it's probably 10:15 tonight.
All right, 10:15. That's EST.
Can I just address something real quick?
ST, but Platinum, you can't act like the clown because
You got next, Big J.
act like a responsible. You older guy, so it's super clown.
How do you know?
I
don't get that. You got.
I was on Zero Hate stream for about an hour, and we kicked it, and then you came on, and then it was like that was it. Chimpanzees throwing shit at each other, and I was like, I'm out. I said in the chat in the private chat, yo, brothers, I'm out. Thank you for having me on.
Okay, well, I'm glad you left. If you
All
didn't
right,
like it.
all right, let's go to Blackfield J. Go ahead and
Yeah, I want to kind of get back to asking Jessica the question. And Jessica, I'm not trying to imply or say that you're lying, but at the same time, I know how women operate. You saying how you never approach a man, which I do believe, and then you also saying that you never DM'd a guy, which I can believe. That's a little hard for me to swallow, but it's kind of similar to how Tommy Lauren the other day talking about how I will never chase a man, when in actuality, a lot of us in these red pill spaces know damn well that Tommy Lauren has been in some NBA players' DMs, even though outwardly she's telling us because of the image, because of the plausible deniability or what have you, female nature, that I would never approach a man. But you slid into ASAP Rocky's DMs. Like, let's just keep it a buck. So you trying to say that no, I'm not going to approach Michael B. Jordan for the purposes of dating. Sure, you can approach Michael B. Jordan and say, let me get a picture. But you knowing how you look, you know that subconsciously in the back of your head that there is a good chance that he will be interested in you romantically. So if you were to, let's say, hook up with this celebrity, you can look back and say, well, no, I just wanted to ask him for direction. So that's why it's kind of hard for me to have conversations like this, especially with pretty chicks, because there's always that air of denial, or that it's kind of hard to explain. I'm not sure if people in the chat know what I'm talking about.
I get what you're saying. Here's why I think the way that I do, right? And it has nothing to do with looks, any of that. But if you are not the sort of man who can take it upon himself to come up to me and approach me, then you're not the sort of man that I would want to date. I want a guy who can initiate, who will be willing to take that chance. If you're there, you're scared, you're shy, all of those things, that's not appealing to me.
You want a guy to join the circus. You want control.
No, because a guy can initiate conversation and from there establish his dominance depending on how he goes about that conversation. Right? So I'm not talking about I want a guy to come up to me and do a monkey dance. No, that's not what I'm saying. But he has to be the initiator. I think that's a manly trait to initiate. It's a dominant trait.
I've been right there in the concert. What's the guy from Power? I don't know his name. The big main character on Power.
Amari Hardwick. I think
yep, he's right there. I went right up to him. He's a real nice guy. I went behind. I was behind the red rope because I got it like that. I went over there to these two chicks, real thick, pretty motherfuckers. I said, all the women screaming, yelling, and screaming. I said, y'all ain't gonna come up here and get a photo with Amari? She said, what? No. And I said, y'all don't like him. She said, well, he cool. We came here, but no, we don't, we don't do that.
This is also sorry, Platinum, go ahead.
No. They basically were saying, unless he comes down there to them and they watch the show, they're not getting up. All women are not like that. See, that's what I'm saying. They have this image of women that's all, they try to put all women as strags or desperate or hypergamous. They're not all like that. They're
in
just
one
not,
box.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Because they can't get pussy, and it comes down to that. Fuck all that other stuff. No, they can't. Say you can't. Say your bitch broke. That's all it is. You're a couple of bitch broke niggas that's fucked up in the game. That's what it is.
The example of hypergamy that we see in the open with Jada Smith doing to Will Smith. You're telling me hypergamy ain't
Jada Smith Jada Smith's a hoe. She was a hoe back. She stole him from his first wife.
Disputes what you're saying because he broke law number one. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. The marriage is the business contract. Women will never be satisfied, and you were not her first choice. This is why I'm just putting out a set of reality.
Will Smith?
And this is the thing. I'm
not
get mad when the truth.
You fucked up in the game. Will Smith.
Hold on, Mgtow Dictionary. What you're saying is true in the sense that it speaks to the concept of marriage in women, being in a long-term loving relationship with the guy. They get bored. All the stuff that they say they want, when they get it, they get bored once they got it, and then they want to do some other shit. That's that's really a separate conversation from the approaching conversation. But
But this,
you are right in that sense that is a real thing.
well, this is the thing. Again, I got to say that I'm not right. I'm just presenting the evidence, because if you put it on me, it can be argued. But we know that it is right. The fact is the fact, and that has to be brought in because this is about sex and relationships, and all of that is relevant. If it was like some other subject that was irrelevant, okay, fine. But this is what women don't want men to understand. This they don't want men, like what Jay was saying. If you know your position, women don't want that. It's like, all right, the lady that's on the stream, depending on her height, does she want shorter men to approach her? 5 foot. Most women will be honest and say, nah, it ain't gonna happen. The girl on my stream was honest. She goes, look, I'm 5'2". I'm not gonna be mean to him, but I want a guy that's probably like 5'9", like her boyfriend, where she wears heels. He's still a little taller. So she was being honest, because it starts with honesty. And this is why, we have to make this ground as men and women talking about it, saying, okay, look, you're getting older. Mgtow, I got to give him the wall. All women fear the wall. The wall is there. And I tell guys, again, she has an expiration date. She also has a sell-by date. And that's why you see women getting desperate once they hit 25, because they've been riding that cock carousel for years. Now they want their cake and they want to eat it too. It's like, wait, no, Then when it hit 30, 90% of them eggs is gone. 35, 95%. I work in medical, so I see this all the time. Oh yeah, now you want to settle down, right? Yeah, now you want to say, now you want the guy that you wouldn't even give the time of day 10 years ago to, but now you want him to take care of your bastard kids. You want him to hit that, uterus with no eggs in it. And it's a fact. It's a hard, cold, black pill truth. Not hating women, presenting a reality to them.
Yeah, I just disagree with that. I don't know if you're talking about white women, because down here, the sisters down here, that might apply to a few, but it don't apply. They're even in their 40s and 45, they're very, very much in demand by regular men.
No, in demand by simps.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. Now, hold on. Now, you just said you didn't want to shame. Now, look at that. You said
no. A simp is what is simp saying?
Some dudes are not simps, bro. They got more game than you got. Look, you whining. You on internet whining. They're not on the internet whining over women. They're not crying about what women do. You're on here crying. They're over there trying to fuck on something, and you calling them a simp.
No, a simp is someone idolizing mediocre pussy, and all pussy mediocre when it comes to that. So it's not shaming the guy saying you a simp, man. When you don't understand the meaning of what the acronym says, you being ignorant at that point. So I'm educating you. It's someone idolizing mediocre pussy, SIMP. Now,
we all used to be simps, bro. Like I used to be a simp.
You're a simp if you claiming that bullshit out there, man.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. It makes our dictionary. This is something that's unrelated. I gotta ask Platinum Elise something just so I can kind of get a little bit.
My avatar got messed up, man. I find it, but I had to reset my computer, and I had to find the closest thing that I felt resembled my mouthpiece game. So go ahead.
Is that braces or a grill?
Excuse me, sir?
Sorry.
No. What did you say?
I said, are they braces or a grill?
I didn't hear you.
Braces or grill? Oh, it's a grill. Okay.
Oh, braces. Oh, no, it's a grill. It's a grill. It's a guy with a grill in his mouth.
I find grills unattractive, but
okay, well, that's the only thing I can find. But go ahead. Well, at least he got his mouth.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. He says Platt is talking about the cesspool with loser men. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Who was about to speak? Somebody was trying to get in.
It was me.
Wait. Black Pill J was trying to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is a little unrelated, but I just gotta see how your mentality is.
Peace,
right?
Cuda, real quick. Peace, salute. DJ Cuda in the building. What's up? All right, go ahead, Black Pill J.
Okay, you got two men, right? You got guy number one, guy number two. Guy number one is a doctor or an engineer. He makes a lot of money. He does charities. He contributes to his community, right? Gets paid well. But he's short. He's not that attractive. Doesn't get no women. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, he's a virgin, right? Guy number two is a convict, a hood nigga, but also at the same token, he gets really any woman that he wants. Which guy what would you say that guy number one is better than guy number two, or that guy number two is better than guy number one?
Well, first of all, that scenario you painted is unrealistic in the sense that
Doesn't have to be.
no man gets any woman he wants, bro. That's
Okay.
what you guys
Okay.
keep thinking.
Just reword it. Just reword it
Jesus
to.
Christ,
Just
you
reword it to
damn
guy. Hold on,
bro.
stop. Hold on. Just reword it to guy number 2 does really good with the ladies.
No. Guy number 1 is okay. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, he's an engineer, does really well for himself, does charity, does a lot for his community, but he gets no women. He's a virgin.
Okay.
Guy number 2 is a convicted convict, but he's 6'2", and let's say he's had over 1,000 bodies, and he has game, he has all the things that you have, that you say that you have. Would you say that guy number 1 is better than guy number 2, or that guy number 2 is better than guy number 1?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say they're better, but based on the fact that one of them can't get pussy. I mean, that's an individual thing. Now, if you're talking about, if you're talking about just man to man, because then if we're talking about just being a man, you would wonder, I would feel for the guy who can't get pussy. And that's my whole point. I got mouthpiece. I try to help him. I try to help him as far as getting his game tight. But as far as the better man, I'd have to say I'd have to abstain from making an opinion, because he can't get pussy. He don't need me to kick him in the ass. He's already getting kicked in the ass.
All right, let me just humor you. Guy number 1 is the better guy. Now, where you going?
No, I'm asking Platinum. I know that you feel that way, but I'm asking Platinum. Who's the better man to you, Platinum? Guy number 1 or guy number 2? It's a simple.
They're both good men, bro. They're both good men. I'm just saying, just because one of them can't get no pussy, all of a sudden I'm gonna say he bad. He doing all that stuff for the community, and the other dude is a convict. Wait a minute now. I would question why bitches. I think once again, these assumptions. I just don't know hoes fucking niggas like that. It's too many niggas in this game, bro. Niggas who got all these charges and shit. Yeah, he get weak bitches. He don't get no real bitches.
The reason why I asked the question, Platinum, is because you seem to attribute value in a man to how much pussy that he can get, and that's something that I think that thinking on of itself, in my opinion, that's a blue pill of thinking. Because
but did I do that?
That's something that you do, Platinum.
No, did I do that though?
I would say that you have, yeah.
No. Did I listen to the question? Did I do that?
Yes.
No. When did I do it?
You do.
I'm talking about the statement, the little scenario you painted. Yes or no? Did I do it? The answer would be no, but you want to lie. See, that's what I'm saying. These guys, they're disingenuous. Look at what all they do is just
Platinum.
I will say one thing. When Mgtow Dictionary spoke about something about simps, and you called him a loser, and you called Mgtow Dictionary a loser. I don't agree with that, because just because a guy has standards and he's not willing to drop below that, it doesn't make him a loser or a simp. Everyone approaches life differently, and some guys, if they really want something, then you have to set a standard. It's necessary.
That's nothing wrong with having standards if that's what they have. But it
doesn't make him a loser.
No. What your standards have to be. Okay, you can have standards, but they have to be realistic based on you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can have standards all you want to. I can say, hey, I'm only gonna date bitches that are millionaires. Okay, what's wrong? I can say that. I can say that. I mean, go ahead, live life, go forth in life, young man. Now, if I come back constantly with no females, they would say, man, your standards are sort of unrealistic, bro.
I know, but then that's like a harsh statement to make, right? Because just say, okay, I'm going to take America, for example. You don't like fat women. You have that standard that you don't want a fat woman. 80% of the women there are fat. So again, if you keep that standard, you're not going to get as many women, but that doesn't make him a loser. It just means that, listen, I know what I like and I'm sticking to that. And it's not unrealistic to not want fat women,
No, it's not. Look, the guys who can claim that, well, I know a lot of guys who fuck fat women or whatever. I guess you got to, figure out who's fat, who's thick or whatever. But I know a lot of guys who have sex with women who are twice their size. But the guys who are like that really boil it down to, I don't mess with nothing but, 5'1", 120. Those guys really, really take care of themselves. I'm saying they maintain their weight, they maintain their money, they maintain their mouthpiece. And when you look at their ex-wives, if they have them, all of them are the same way. Their new girlfriend the same way. They hold to that position. And that's what I'm saying. When guys say this stuff, they got to be willing. You got to be willing to be that person. Just making up some shit saying all men or men are this way. Well, what kind of men are you? You know, if you some weirdo dude that think you can just predict how women are gonna act, and you're not doing anything, you're a fat motherfucker, you're a weirdo motherfucker, you don't know how to talk to women, you reading books, you ain't never been in the bed. I'm saying these dudes are off center to begin with. They off center. How you gonna listen to them when they start talking about relationships and game? They have none. And then hold on,
I
and then
think
they
what he
resist.
said
Hold on,
did
Jessica.
box women. It did put women in a box, but I don't think he's a weirdo. I think he's made some good points. I agree with a lot of what he said. Some of it, no, but a lot of what he said, I agreed with. You
The
know,
only thing I was just going to add was Platinum is you know, and it's a problem that I have with a lot of dudes in this space. Is just like don't try to negate what someone is saying by trying to imply that they don't get any sex. I just think that, like, are we in high school? That's shit that niggas in high school do. Oh well,
Okay.
like literally here's how it works in the black community. Two dudes will be arguing. This shit happened to me. Like, one guy is literally right, and then the other guy will say, well, you don't get any pussy, so all the shit that you said prior doesn't even fucking matter. You know what I'm saying? So I think that Platinum, I honestly, like, and this, it baffles me since you're much older than me, that you
Once again, you don't know that, but go ahead.
What'd you say?
You guys assume a lot, but go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that it's baffles me that you continue to throw these things. Yeah, you bitch broke, you this. It's like, how about we just argue? How about we just argue the points instead of trying to imply that no one is getting sex and that's why they feel a certain type of way, or using the fact that someone is an incel or doesn't get women to imply that they're not shit as a man.
Well, hold up. If they're an incel, I'm not implying anything. If they're incel, they're the one saying that they're involuntary celibate. They said that. That's something I would never, if as a man, I would never call myself an incel. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's not
No,
calling
Jesus
yourself
Christ.
an incel. That's what you don't understand. It's a guy that he can approach any women, and all the women he approached them said, "No, thank you. Your services
Okay.
aren't required." They won't even want him to take care of their kids. I've seen guys like this. These
Okay,
guys
but
talk shows, and they've said, "You know what, man? You know, I'm willing to take care of her 2 kids from 2 different guys." And she's like, "Well, you know, she got to move on." Any excuse not to be with him. And then they
okay.
start to be, hold on a second. Then they start to be like, "Man, there's no hope. It's over." And that's why they say it's over. That's why that word is coming to the incel community. So for a man like myself, who is not an incel, to see that and be compassionate and say, "Look, I'm going to help these brothers, and I'll be the one to talk and help you out. You're welcome on my stuff." They've appreciated that. Then we got guys that come in and try to shame us, and we know who those guys are. I'm not going to let that happen. And that's why I do that show. I invite anybody on. I throw the stream out. I say, "Yeah, come on, bring it, and I'll show you what's up." And we can still keep it respectful, and we can get dirty as well. Because,
Yeah, but hold up. They shouldn't.
Hold
They
on a
should.
second, Platinum.
They shouldn't talk to you though.
Bro.
I would caution them not to talk to you. I know. Now, if they want some game, they need to talk to somebody who know game.
This is why I told you, hold up. Like I said before, you're like a super clown. You're the guy where it's hard to, even because you always clowning, riding on the unicycle, juggling excuses. And I made these analogies because it's the only way to explain dudes like you. No disrespect to the man himself.
No disrespect.
Hold on, let him finish. I want to see where this point going. I know he throwing shots, Plat. We just let it ride. I want to see where this point going.
It's the antics. I said it early in the show with Bernard. I'm not criticizing the man. I'm criticizing your behavior, your antics, because why throw the baby out with the bathwater? You change your behavior. I'm like, wow, man, Platinum's pretty cool. Look, me and Jay, hopefully we came to an understanding. I think Jay's pretty cool now that I spoke to him. When I listened to him, okay, oh, all right, he took a little shot here and there. I respond in kind. You know, but now many people I've spoke with where I'll be like, look, man, you know, we all right now. Guys we've gotten cool with, other guys I call them a transvestite, all type of stuff. And I'm like, all right, man, maybe you ain't, but you're still under transvestigation or whatever. and dudes will be like, oh, man, you know, we got to have a little humor. We got to be able to talk and get comfortable with each other. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Not coming on, oh, man, you don't get nothing. Jay is right. It's like, wait, why you even got to bring that into the equation? Because now you're not looking at the evidence, you're trying to pin it on the person. Show your face, show your face. What is me showing? When somebody hears my content and says, wow, I'm hearing his content. When you show your face and stuff, people are going to judge you on that, and they're not going to listen to your content as much. They're going to say, oh, he said that. Well, he looks like this, so that's why he's taking this stance. Well, he looks like that. That's why I keep my identity anonymous for the time being, because I will eventually come out. But the thing is to say, look, listen to what I'm saying first. Because or if I say something against these type of people, now I'm white. If I say something against these, now I'm black. Now I've had people call me out on that, and be like,
Man,
okay,
you guys need to.
if you saw me, then you could judge me easier. And it goes back to judging me instead of listening to the content.
I agree with
All
you
right,
on
real
that, man.
quick, real
I agree
quick.
on that last point.
Hold your thought, Platinum. Hold your thought. David Johnson in the building with another super chat. He says, "Here's why game will always work, because females are manipulators and by nature who love lies. That's what non-game dudes refuse to comprehend." Nick O came through the building. He says, "In Blacktopia, the incoherent have the mouthpiece." Damn. And also. Oh, let me say this. Real well. Shout out Demetrius Parham. There's more to these guys than what he's saying. Interesting. And I think that's it on the super chats. Let me say this with nearly 400 people in here, because I said I will retract my words if I was wrong about something in the stream. Caesar D1, you were right when I said those black cops that shot that white guy and killed his 6-year-old autistic son. I said that those black cops are free. You were right. I was wrong. They are locked up. They're getting 40 years in prison. So I did look that up after the show. So thank you for correcting me. I do want to make that correction publicly. I said something that was incorrect, and you was right, Caesar D1. Thank you for keeping us honest up here. Good shit. High Def in the building says, "I got a feeling Platinum apes, or what he considers apes, has no teeth and boobies touch the ground." Goddamn.
Nah.
Shots fired.
No, that's fine. Look, that's fine. Look, this is why I disagree with I don't know what he say, call himself Black Pill Ray or something.
Black Pill J.
Yeah, Black Pill J. I just disagree with you that men, I mean, they can go over there, but you're not the person to try to teach a man who's having a problem with women information about women. You'd be the last person I would send them to. Now, that you got to understand, game exists. It's out there. It's a way to finesse yourself into a better position with females. I don't give a fuck if you're 1 foot tall. If you got good mouthpiece, you're gonna get some pussy. You're gonna get a woman. Now, cutting off fat. Wait. I know a dude in a wheelchair. He on his 3rd wife. Finest bitches you find, beautiful motherfuckers. You got to talk to him about why. I've talked to him about it. I don't really get that. I can't go there, cross that little ground with him right there. But I talked to him. I said, "Man, all you do is have pretty bitches." He'd be like laughing and shit.
Well,
Damn wheelchair.
There's a lot.
Hey, I've seen my brother get up on some chicks in a wheelchair. My brother in a wheelchair. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, I mean, he don't look at it like that. He don't look at it like I'm gonna feel sorry for myself. He just accepted.
Now keep in mind, my brother, he's doing nowhere near as good as he was doing outside of the wheelchair. When he wasn't in the wheelchair, he was a ladies' man, but he still got a certain charm and swag to him that if a chick talked to him long enough, that she might give him a chance. But it happens.
Question.
What a lot of.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Platinum. Is a 23-year-old chick in 2020 the same as a 23-year-old chick back in the late 70s, early 80s, back when you were doing your thing?
Well, see, look at the slant. See, I thought we said your buddy up here, Black Pill, said he don't want to be. He said, "Let's talk about the content." You keep trying to bring up my age, bro. First of all, I wasn't even born back then.
All right. Well, I'm just okay. Well, fine. Can we just answer that? Which are they the same as they are back then in the early 80s, or are they different?
Well, we know that as our societies evolve, we know that for a fact that every society, as it becomes more modern, especially the women, it has a huge effect on the behavior of the women, especially as they become more independent, because traditionally women are dependent on men.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where he's wrong. It's not because of the independence. It's because of the advent of the internet. And the last 10 years is because of Tinder. The fact that women have access to a mass majority of good-looking men, that the men of lower quality don't even get the fat, ugly chicks anymore. You got these chicks that are still getting Chad and Tyrone with swipes because men are thirsty. They can't smash the good-looking chick that they usually smash, so they go smash Bertha.
Is some truth to that on Tinder? I will give you some truth to that on Tinder. I'll give you that. In real life, a guy still approaching a woman, the game probably has changed since early 2000s or late 90s. I'll say it definitely has changed. But I know on Tinder, I did see a lot of what you talk about there, where most of the chicks, yeah, you could be a decent looking guy and you could swipe right on every chick. You're not gonna get that many matches. You're gonna get some good ones, but then you're gonna get a lot of shit that you wouldn't be caught dead in public with. Like so that it's like that on Tinder. Because chicks on Tinder swiping on the top of guys. It's been studies to prove that. But in real time, in real life, I think what happens is a lot of guys who don't approach women in real life, and they do a lot of swiping on Tinder, and they see those bad results from Tinder, and then they extrapolate that to real life. You can have better results in real life, but I do agree that the game has changed, and women are, that the 80-20 rule and all of that and everything. I'm not denying none of that, but I'm saying that
Let
you
me
can't strictly look at Tinder.
But
let me.
I
want to
fuck
get some
on
comments
I
around it.
fuck on women that I fuck on women younger than me a lot, and I don't get that. I mean, like dudes whining about. Look, bro, the woman gonna pick who she want.
Are these AMS?
The woman is going to pick the man she wants to be with. There's nothing. Hold up. There's no books. There's no group on YouTube. There's nothing you can do about it, but either adjust to it, like a Mac, like me. Get your mouthpiece together. Get your game together.
Quality of women,
or head off to Pornhub.
bro, you ain't getting the
That's
quality.
not the only option.
You're taking the scraps, and that's good. We need somebody to take up the rear. So hey, go for it. I've seen the women that AMS put on his channel with bullet wounds in their ass. I wouldn't want to touch those women. So good, help yourself.
Well, then you good. Then what are you complaining about?
I'm not complaining. That's your misconception.
Why is it that when we spread information, all of a sudden we're complaining? It seems like you are just complaining about women. No, we're just talking about information. We're having conversations here. Just because someone is having conversations about what the problem is doesn't mean that person is complaining. People who go on Fox News and talk about global warming and shit, they're not complaining. They're talking about what they perceive as an issue.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
But if say 90% of the guys on Tinder, right, never get action, right? That's Tinder. That's the way it is. Get off Tinder, go somewhere else.
Conception. We live in an age where the internet is part of life. The fact that somebody can go on the when I was smashing in 04, 05, 06, 07 on the internet, I was going to Massachusetts, to Maine. I went to Montreal. Chicks came out to see me in New York City because it was like saying, okay, there's a broader access, and good-looking people are far and few. It is the top 10%. You start to say, all right, I don't want to mess with somebody. I want to keep my standards up. How can I broaden that? The internet changed that whole demographic on the computer. When that switched to the handheld device in 2010, that's when sexual inflation went through the roof. I mean, when you look at these apps, you got to speak to the women, the high top tier women that are on this. You see, so when you raise your standards, you start to say, whoa, this is a whole new game now. It's like, man, and ain't nobody getting younger. So we're all getting, time, ain't going to spare anybody. So you start to say, wow. This is why knowledge is so valued, because if you know things, you can protect yourself from what you didn't previously know. You say, all right, yeah, this chick, the reason she's talking to me now, she wouldn't have gave me the time of day when we were both 20, but now all of a sudden she wants to talk. And you start to realize, okay, I'm gonna stay away from that. And other guys that you got to think, other guys get nothing. They get no thing now.
No matter what they do.
No matter what they do.
Well, they still got it. Might be an uphill fight, but they still got to fight uphill.
That's your denial.
This is the thing, Platinum, right? The internet does affect, and it is part of real life. So imagine this, right? I'm a woman. I'm a 3 or 4 out of 10. I can go onto Tinder or even just social media in general. And before, I could never get access to a guy who's an 8. But now I've got access to lots of guys who are 8s, because these 8s, 9s, and 10s as guys, they're just having a field day on all of these apps, right? They're banging everything and anything.
Mm-hmm.
So now me as a woman, I can get an 8 out of 10. I never had access to him before, and there's a lot of them. So now when it comes to real life, even if a guy who, is lower ranked tries to approach me, I'm going to be like, no, I can get an 8. You still don't want him. So it affects real life dating as well.
Okay, but
not
I don't
for
have
social
I don't have a
media.
problem with that because you, as a woman or any woman, or as a man, you can date who you want to date. So I don't have a problem. If you want to date a bunch of 9s or 10s or 8s or 7s or whatever, you're a 2 and you can do it. I mean, it has nothing to do with me.
You're
So
missing
I
the
don't
point.
understand. I don't understand these guys who want to whine. Well, I can't get laid because of the internet. I can't. Women don't want me because I'm too short. And I see guys out here who are handicapped. I saw a guy the other day. I had to go to the VA building or whatever. That guy's probably 2 feet tall. That guy's probably 2 feet tall. The guy was married. He was coming out of the VA. He was with his wife.
Well, can
Exceptions
I
don't
break that
disprove-
down, please?
exceptions
When
don't
guys
That
tell
guy
me,
was probably 3 feet. He was a short guy.
okay,
I swear to God, I started to, because of all these topics. I swear, I was coming out of the park. I swear, I started to approach that guy and say, "Hey, man, can I talk to you?" Because these guys out here are fucking losers.
look,
Hold on. Let a real brother like you, a real Mac, who never let his size, his situation in his life, fuck him up, get him bitter and negative and mad at brothers who out here banging on bitches. Please come give some information, and maybe it'll be some inspiration to some of these whack ass bitch broke losers who run around here talking about the game is fucked up. The game
Hold
is
on.
straight, bro. The game is straight. I'm ready.
Let me
Put me in the game, coach. Put me in the game.
Let me ask him a question, MD, real quick. The guy in the wheelchair, how old was he? Platinum.
He was young. I think he got shot. He had pride. He wasn't born that way. He got shot I think he got shot in his back. He got shot.
No, I'm asking a simple question.
Probably about 28, 29.
About 28. Was he a good looking guy?
Actually, he was dressed really nice, and he did. Okay, if I got to judge guys, I would say I have seen he could have looked worse. But he could look worse. But
I'm just asking a simple. If he's not a good looking guy, like was he a good looking?
He was consistent. He was consistent to what was in the nightclub. He was very consistent with the other men. The way he was his groomed, his outfits. He just was in a wheelchair.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
the nightclub is the bottom one. See, what people tell me, oh, I've seen this fat guy or this ugly guy or this short guy with a chick, and I tell them, well, that guy right there, yeah, he's got a bad chick. You know, he sells drugs, right? That's why she's
Drug
with
Max.
this guy.
Got
He got money. He's getting a check. And that pretty girl, she got a kid. Who wants that? Well, he wants it because he can't get the pretty girl that doesn't have a kid. And then when somebody who doesn't know sees him, oh, look, he got game. Game works. No, you're ignorant to the fact that you got women out here that are desperate with children.
Hold on, but either way,
that still look very good. I mean, these women, I've seen a girl, she was at 8.5. My man's sister, he tried to hook me up with her. I was like, I was like, nah, man, she got 2 pups and she just, got a divorce. I was like, well, nah, hell no. I was like, yeah, she's an 8.5. She's beautiful, but she's attractive. Let me correct that because beauty's on the inside. And that's where, again, we make these misconceptions. So all of this stuff has to be taken into consideration when you see a guy with a very pretty girl. You say, what's her situation? Was she a former porn actress? Was she this? Who would want that anyway?
That's your type, man.
You would want that. You would want that bottom dwelling cat.
No, I don't fuck with. I don't. First of all, I don't.
Yes, you.
Wait a minute. Let me say this. Mgtow dictionary. Hold on. What you just described, you said that guy is short, but he has money. You said she's really pretty, but she has a kid. Okay, that sounds like 2 people who came to the table with a deficit and an advantage, and both of them had something holding them back, and they found somebody else who had something holding them back, and then so they worked.
It had nothing to do with me. It was a transaction to say, okay, I'm used up, you're used up. Let's get together. You ain't gonna get top.
Why they used up?
But here's the deal. You're proving that somebody can have a deficit and could find somebody with an equal deficit, but some other good qualities, and they can actually be together and be happy. So the whole thing, So the whole thing about it being over, that's an overreach of an argument to say it's over.
For some men, so for some men, you're gonna have those guys because I did this to show when guys say, okay, what about this? Okay, this explains that scenario. Then you got these guys that are in that position that don't have the money. So she's not gonna get with the guy in the wheelchair that's broke. And I can't blame a woman for not.
Well, actually, they do. I disagree.
But
They
hold
do.
on,
Show
if
me the example then. Show me I'm gonna pull that card. Show me the example.
You know what? I don't know. You know,
if a
I
guy
don't-
if a
Wait,
guy
wait,
is
wait, wait,
short, hold on, real quick. If a guy is short, ugly, and broke, yeah, that's too many deficits that where he probably not going to be able to get on. He probably not going to be able to get on with any lady.
That's where I'm saying those guys, it's over. So this.
Okay, then yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
A guy, he would have to be. Yeah, a guy have to be all the way in the toilet.
well, you got guys that are tall that are Frankenstein that don't got money, and women are like, nah, I'll take this guy that's 5'11" instead of this 6'4" guy who's kind of So you have these scenarios of guys where it is over in a sense, and yes, if they get on their stuff and they get, because money, like I said in the laws, money is an equalizer, but also law 30, you got to respect is commanded, or money can get taken.
All right, real quick. I want to go to information, man, but I do got to get caught up on these super chats. Ty City says, caring about women you don't want are hold on, where am I? Caring about what women you don't want are doing is the story of the manosphere. Mgtow Dictionary and Blackfield J. Are y'all caring about women that y'all don't want?
No, it's not caring about women that we don't want. It's explaining the situation of sexual inflation and dating and relationships. And then because we explain that situation honestly, people say we're hating. No, that's something within themselves that's festering and eating their heart out. And they got to express it as shame and hate toward somebody else.
All right, good. Yeah, good answer. Good answer. Because I can respect somebody's analysis or social commentary on the overall situation. That's I understand where you're going with that. Good answer.
I don't.
No, I can accept that answer. It is a fine. Hold on. It is a fine line between some good social commentary on the dating scene versus somebody complaining about their shortcomings. It is a fine line between that.
But he doesn't have the right. Okay, we're still American citizens. That's what kills me about these guys. We're still American citizens, man. Whether you like it or not, or whether I like it, the woman. And this is what they call me. They accuse me of supporting women, and I'm on the side of feminine. Are you fucking insane? Whether you like it or not, the woman has a right to be with who she wants to. If she want to be with a broke ass dude,
and he didn't say she don't have the right. He's just giving.
What's the point then?
He's just giving social commentary on the situation. Okay, I understand.
I don't see that it ain't none of his. If she ain't fucking with him, I don't think it's none of his business who she fucking. Personally.
Yeah, some people analyze stuff beyond, they see the big picture further or beyond the tip of their own dick and just give a broad analysis.
But it's none of his business, though, Bernard.
Okay, yeah.
What we do in the manosphere, this is literally what we do. There are people who would never date a single mom who talk about single, like this is like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
We right about that. Hold up, now we agree. That, and I'm still rubbing my chin on wonder why that is. Why you don't date them? Why you give a fuck about them?
Because they're forming other. It's a whole thing. This is what we're talking about. We're teaching men and talking about these things so that men don't fall into certain pitfalls.
That's what I understand. There's bigger discussions that take place that don't involve the individual man that's talking, getting his dick inside of pussy. Like my channel isn't about my dick. You don't like it. That's what some people don't understand when they hear people giving commentary on something. But so I do understand y'all from that perspective. But I think that I don't think Platinum is completely wrong in his when he's psychoanalyzing y'all. He's probably not completely wrong in some of the things he's saying. But y'all are, even if y'all, let's just say if Platinum's right, that y'all are absolute losers in the whole dating and mating game. Y'all are still allowed to give broad social commentary. Now, if you're talking about your personal individual shortcomings, that's a personal problem that the individual need to go figure out.
Exactly.
But you still can go and give large social commentary on why shit is, fucked up.
Thank you. But I think that's someone coming online and talking about how, women don't like me. Women are this, women are that's complaining. And there's been some Mgtow guys, I'm not going to name names, who literally just go on live streams for hours just complaining. That I 100% agree with, but I don't think that's at least what I'm trying to do. I'm just it's
a fine line, because sometimes when you do it, it comes off that way. It's a fine line between the two.
It's 99% of the Mgtow guys. That's why I called them out for being fake Mgtow. I'm practically the only one with that symbol that, and still ain't Mgtow because you got to be financially independent. That called all of them out, and the same thing with the dating roaches. All of them out. They got to sign contracts to be with a woman, and this is why they had labeled me a while back the most hated man in the manosphere because I was speaking the truth. You speak the truth, you're gonna get hate. That comes with the territory, and that's okay.
All right. David Johnson came through the super chat. Appreciate that. He says, "But you're a whole man worried about what other men are doing, and the manosphere ain't worried about what you doing though." Pow pow. Brr, brr. All right, Counselor Murray. Oh, there's a show today. Good afternoon, fellas. And X, we on this again. Yeah, I do Saturdays here and there. I'm going to start announcing it in my community tab or posting the show early so people can know because a lot of people made it in late. The numbers shot through the roof after we was on for a while. I can't pronounce your name, but shout out and salute to you. Great show, BR. Platt does what? Platt does sound like a weirdo. He over here calling Black Pill J and Mgtow dictionary weirdos, but he says Platt does sound like a weirdo. The other two men are making points that women can learn from. Jessica X, classy as always. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate that. Platt get called many things. He don't get called weirdo. That's something Platt don't get. He get called a lot of shit. I've called him a lot of shit, but never a weirdo.
A girl who did that, the female did. Oh man.
Yeah, Platt, you got called a weirdo. While you up here trying to accuse people of being incels, you the weirdo now.
Tell her to check your stream out tonight, Black Pill. She probably be real comfortable down there. Might even get a date.
Why didn't the guy smash the 8.5 15 to 20 times and leave her? Laro, you must have made that comment a while ago. I have no idea where you.
Well, he's talking about the guy whose sister he tried to hook me up with. It was because, she was in her 30s. She had 2 kids. The husband ran off with the babysitter. She had money. She was from Cape Cod. But I told my man Dennis, look, man, I had a choice, and I see because I got a choice of being able to choose different women. I was like, nah, man, I've dated women with pups. I ain't messing with that, man. So if I didn't have a choice, oh yeah, now she's in need. She's found the husband messing with the babysitter, running off with her. So this is when you see the other man get something that's pretty like that, and they say, oh look, you see, you're saying it, and it's like, man, you don't know the situation. I refuse that because I have standards, and I had to gain those standards over time because what do you think, I wasn't smashing the beast when I was
so 8? In other words, I mean, if I'm hearing this right, you in real life turned down pussy from an 8.5?
Yes,
you had a kid?
I push these from 9s, bro, because I understand, okay, you a 9, but you a hoe. And I've screwed a lot of pretty hoes. Now, if I didn't, I needed to screw those pretty hoes to be able to turn down 9s because you got to get that lust out. You got to say, no, I know what it's like to be with somebody like that. And it ain't nothing big. But to the guy that never had that, oh, man, you crazy. Now, you just thirsty. That's what it is.
I feel that.
It sounds like to me you tried to me.
I had platinum. I had to mature to see that. You still older and you ain't.
Bruh. You have no idea of who you're talking to, and you don't know anything about me. Now, you keep talking out of both sides of your fucking mouth.
I'm talking to you directly.
Oh, you get 9s, but you turn it down. I don't believe that.
Man, you a chump. You ain't scared.
I don't believe that.
All right. We're about to go to information, man.
I think you're going to Pornhub. I think you're going to Pornhub.
All right, fellas. All right, we about to go to information, man. Mr. Shane Vicious, thanks for the super chat. He says he calls him the whole whisperer. My man Black Wolf Inc. came through with another one. He said Platinum Elite Piping Agency. We layeth the pipe. Thank you for the super chat, Black Wolf Inc. and information, man. Hope you came here to save us, man. Come on, then cammed up. Okay, cool.
Yeah, brother. I don't hide behind avatars. Never have on YouTube since I've been on here. But that's no shade to anybody. I just wanted to make this point, Bernie. You said that the game has changed since the 90s. I'm old school, brother. I'm probably older than most of you on here, possibly. I go back to the early 80s, brother. The game has changed since the 80s, primarily because of the fact that the onset of dating apps have actually impacted dating in general. I think the brother was right. Women can use dating apps now to fuck with men, whether they're going to get with you or not, or just to see what their sexual value is on the sexual marketplace. And I have personally used dating apps in the past, And what I've learned is that they are, Bernie and everybody on the panel, they are a complete waste of time because don't use dating apps to measure the percentage of women in our society because you get some of the bottom feeding women on those apps. If those women on those apps were such a catch, why are they on freaking apps anyway, where some of these women are not showing you the pictures of what they really look like and vice versa in some cases. So I think dating apps have really skewed the way we see women, the way we see men in our society, the way dating is. Back when I was back in the 80s, as we went into the 90s, you really had to have a mouth game on you as a brother. You had to know how to approach women into the community, not hiding behind an avatar, not hiding behind your phone. You actually saw a fine sister at a party or in the community, and what did you do? You went and threw your shot. You walked up to her. You had to have that confidence. I think dating sites and all this shit like this, hiding behind avatars, hiding behind avatars and these dating sites, it gives you a false sense of security because you figure, oh, I could throw my shot through this computer screen and all of that. When really the action is out there in the community. Out there. I mean, even Kevin Samuels talks about this, man. What do you do when you get off of work? Do you just go home or do you go out there in the restaurants and out there where the action is? Of course, we can't do that now because of COVID-19. God damn it. COVID-19's put a wrench in the game. But you go out there into the community to engage with females. Now, I have to say this, and I'll end. Brothers, this is not ragging on anybody, but as black men particularly, we have to do a better job of vetting the type of women that we even bring into our life. Vet them, check them out. I think the brother on here made a good point. He said, okay, there's fine women out there. I think the brother Mgtow said that he has engaged with 9s and 8s. And once he found out that they were a hoe after he got that, he smashed them, he left them alone. I think that's a smart strategy. If you find a woman that's an 8 or 9 and you smash her because that's what you wanted to do anyway in some cases, and then you find out that she's kind of a hoe and she's chess company for the whole community, you should just leave her alone. You got what you wanted and move on. Because as men, we put women in different categories. There's wifey material. There's the woman that you just want to have sex and have fun with. That's just your friend. We have categories just like women put men in categories. That's all I wanted to say. No shade to anybody on the panel. No shade.
Hey, you know what, bro? I like that. That's good game. You're telling the truth, man. The game is there's a variations in the game, and it's like a pair of, one size don't fit all. You got some dudes, they don't have no issues really, other than occasional rejection dealing with women. They just don't have. Right. They've never had a problem. What Jay-Z say? I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one. That's never been an issue for certain particular men. Then you got some men, for whatever reason, that's a huge hurdle to climb. But where they make it more difficult to me is when they start eliminating women. Like, okay, well, I don't deal with single mothers. Have you seen how many women have kids now? Well, I don't deal with single mothers. I don't deal with them if they're fat. I don't deal with them if they're this. It's like, bro, you got a very small slither of females to deal with, and you ain't got no fucking game. So good luck.
But I would say, with this, if you are a young brother, 18, 19, in your early 20s, and you're still trying to find yourself, I personally would not get involved with a woman who has a ready-made family when you are a young man, because when you're a young man, at some point, if you do want to have a family, I like to start from scratch. However, yes, there are women out there who have kids that you might date for a while, but the question you got to ask yourself, do you really want to marry that woman long term? Now, if you're an older cat like myself, and you're going into your twilight years where you're saying to yourself, shit, I don't want to be alone, because we're going to all hit that wall, brothers, at some point in our life. As we get older, you're going to be sitting around saying, I don't want to look at my old ass in the mirror every day. So you might, as an older brother who's looking at, not wanting to be alone, if you're in that desperate situation, you might take on a woman, because back in the day, older men would take on women with kids. But if you're a younger brother starting off fresh, I personally, no shade to anybody, I wouldn't recommend it as a young brother starting off. That's just my say on this.
The age.
That's actually sound advice. That's sound advice, because the young brother, when you with a woman with a kid, that's like finishing somebody else's game, man, that they started. It's a tough thing. When you're younger, I realized this from being a soldier as a young kid, smashing older women. They don't want to have kids. You're getting your sexual lust out. And then as you get older, you start to say, okay, I'm glad that I don't got these kids. And, because now you got to take care of those kids. You don't see a lot of these guys doing that. That's the first thing I called out. All of the deadbeat dads trying to say they're Mgtow. I'm like, you can't go your own way with a child. You a deadbeat dad. And they got very
That's right.
That was
That's
good
right.
shit. Hey, I'm with you 100% on that one. That was solid.
Yeah, that was a solid statement right there. Solid. Definitely.
It's just really we all being truthful, and this is something that I think we making good progress, man. We really are.
Well, on my thing, you talking about an age. In my opinion, if you enjoy the woman's company, you like the woman. I'm just saying you've got to have some experience with women. I wouldn't say anybody. I say under 23 or whatever dating women with two kids or whatever. But you're 30 years old. You do want a woman that's a single mother, whatever. I mean, that's just a single, no children. If you see someone, she checks a lot of boxes. She just happens to have a kid, and especially she's a very attractive woman. To me, it's unrealistic to think this woman's not fucking. So it's like she's a gorgeous woman. I mean, she got a kid. I mean, like she had a divorce, but you and her get along great. It's like now I'm not saying you need to get married. I don't believe in marriage, but I would never say, nah, I'm not gonna fuck with her because she got a kid. I or two kids. I still would fuck with her if I'm 30. She's 28, divorced, gorgeous, beautiful motherfucker. Just got two kids. Professional. I wouldn't cut her out.
Okay.
I would take out the table.
Most of the single mothers, most of the single mothers who are in their 20s aren't from divorces. So I'm just gonna put that out there.
Yeah. And this is why I made the law never date a single mother. Now, women can get mad at that, but it's a law of dating. I mean, they'll say, oh, my child comes first. But no, their child doesn't come first. Their orgasm comes first. It becomes tales from the clit, because what she should be doing is taking care of her child. She shouldn't be out.
Bro. I'm sorry, man. I've been listening to this shit for a little bit in the back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt like that. But
I'm gonna be right back.
Information, man. What's up, brother? You probably know.
What's up, brother?
You know what I'm saying? You remember me, don't you? Black in Japan. What's up, man?
Okay, man.
What up, Just DeAndre? Welcome to the show. I left you in the back for a while. I didn't know.
Hey, Dre, you heard this?
What the hell? Who was that talking?
Oh, sorry.
Let's carry on.
Yeah. I was just trying to formally meet Just DeAndre. I didn't know who you was. I left you in the back for a while, but welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Nice to speak to you.
What's up, man? Good to see you, DeAndre.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. I ain't see you in a run. Listen, I'm gonna drop some things and I'm gonna say some things, and what Platinum was saying was right. There's some things that that the Mgtow brother was saying right, and there's some things that the Black Pill brother over here was saying was right. And I'm gonna go back to the original thing with the whole when I came in on about the whole thing about women approaching men and stuff like that. Y'all are right on both on both points, but there is a point of convergence with this. And the reason why I'm gonna say this is when women get older, right? They have a more likely chance of approaching a man than the other way around, but they will not do it at a higher clip than what men do. It's like if you take it to anything, like let's just say something primal, like in the animal kingdom, right? A young gazelle is not going to just walk up to a lion and just get their head bitten off, right? That's not what's going to happen, right? Now, to just throw, some type of defense for what Jessica X said on her point. Okay, she doesn't approach men. She doesn't have to, right? And if she's at a certain point, past whatever, age prom or whatever, if she's still on the market and if she happens to be in a place and just through conversation or just through just sheer whatever, and she sees something that she likes or whatever, and the man never approached her and she feels that there's something there, she may say something to that point. Maybe he's just oblivious to the fact. Maybe he doesn't want to step on any toes. A lot of women do that. Now, the women in their younger years that approach a man, they're enamored maybe with what he has on him or what he can provide or what they can get off the back end of it monetarily, materialistically. So to sit up here and say that, yeah, there are men that do hit the gene lottery. But I work in the entertainment industry. And I'm going to tell you straight up, right? A lot of these dudes that are walking around that you thinking chicks throwing pussy at them, if you really get to know them, they're nothing of the sort. Like internally to themselves, if you get to know them, it's their crew around them that gives them that. They're the ones out going pulling the chicks and stuff. Shit, I can be around millionaires and people in VIPs that will rent out a VIP, and me, the dude that's hosting the party, they'll pull me to the side and like, man, I want that chick over there. And I go down, get security, and bring the chick up. And it's my job to make sure he takes her home and smash, because he doesn't have the confidence of a pretty woman, but he can take a person's whole future from them in the boardroom. There are men that pay women to it's this whole dichotomy of things that you got to understand your pecking order in life. Your mouthpiece is a thing. Now, the Mgtow said you was probably in the military, right? Is that correct? If he's still here? Because I kind of heard that. So if that's the case, and you was messing with, and you saw that, I had this rule. You know, my mom was a single mom. I didn't mess with single moms to a certain point in my life because she never had no dudes that she might have messed with them, but I never saw them. And that was for my reasoning of not to disrespect, because I moved how my mom moved. She was respectful. So with that being said, it's a lot of things that I've heard and seen, but we can have this conversation without the quote unquote shaming tactics. And I'm glad you're calling these brothers out, because listen, from what I gather what the Mgtow thing come from and how it is, and what I had to go research exactly what it is, because when I came in these manosphere spaces, you know, on a certain side, we was talking about man shit, just, you know, sports, politics, you know, policies, things of that nature. We would, you know, and then it got into the stuff, and then it was all about the girls after a while. And I'm saying to my, I don't talk in them no more because I don't got that problem. A lot of these brothers that I sit up here and watch, what I watch here, a lot of times is the game that's being put out there is game you should have learned from your dad. If your dad wasn't around, your uncle, your older cousin, your brother, right? You know what I'm saying? You should have learned this in your teens. You're going to get rejected by women. That's the role of a man. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go against the environment at all times. Like you're supposed to, if you're not failing, you're not succeeding when you get it, and you're supposed to learn from your mistakes and move forward. What I do, how I move, how I say, like if Platinum give me some game, right? Hey man, you need to be confident. Everything comes down to confidence, but you got to find what your gifts are. Platinum probably could go talk a chick out of her shoes, right? In the way that he talks, smooth. I'll probably talk to a woman on another way, on another level. You can probably, some dude can probably walk in and tell a chick, girl, I grab you by your hair and bend you over this bar stool and smash you down. And she ready, take me, daddy. It doesn't matter. If you can't do what me, what I do, for instance, what Platinum does, or what the other guy that comes in do, you got to figure out, okay, I can't get a 9 or a 10 in this space, right? Maybe I'm not built for this space. Maybe I need to move myself into this other space where I can get the 9 or the 10 or whatever, right? A lot of these dudes
are trial and error.
Exactly. A lot of these dudes are sexually frustrated, right? So this manosphere, when it first started, from what I remember, it was about how the system fucked them over, right? The biggest thing was the separation of them from their children and the child support and everything like that and so forth and so have you, right? Because if you go look at where it comes from, the white man's, because that's where it came from, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
sir.
getting off into
Yeah, hey,
separate
bro.
discussion right there.
No.
But-
I'm just
but-
saying where it came from, right? That's where it came from,
Well,
right?
what came from?
Where the majority of it came from, right?
Majority
You know,
of what?
Cerrone did a
majority-
premiere on this. It's on
Yeah,
his
yeah,
channel.
yeah.
I couldn't hear chaos. Go ahead and say it. What did you say?
I'll say it. I got no shame in the game. You're
Yeah.
using white men's talking points, and better to be better said, you're using white supremacist talking points.
Yes.
That's what some would say.
Yes.
I'm not afraid to say it because
Back up using white supremacist talking points
Well,
for
listen,
what?
listen.
He was talking about dudes having game and hollering at women, and then he switched to child support and
I'm telling you.
Respect to you, Bernie. I think that's what he's saying is that when you look at Mgtow in its origins of where it originally comes from.
Yes. That's where it comes from.
He's saying that the manosphere was where brothers were talking about sports, manhood type stuff, things that were related to black men and our issues, right? And then as it veered into the Mgtow, you have to understand, where did that come from? Did black men create that ideology? No, that's an ideology that was created by white men who couldn't get the women that they wanted. So then they came up with this concept that black men, for whatever reason, some black men, not all, have adopted those talking points, and we say those talking points come from white males who are frustrated with their women. That's really the truth.
So hold on, wait.
The implication there. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna go to you, Fantastic. But the implication there is that black men, if we're talking about child custody, divorce court, and all of that stuff, as if black men don't have those frustrations with their women and dealing with the system.
I'm not disagreeing with that. Yes, we do. But what I'm saying is, this is my question, and I'll be quiet. Are we using black male talking points to describe our issues, or are we simply doing follow the leader by using their talking points and making them ours? Are we really speaking with our own tongue? And as black people, that's been one of our problems in this society. Do we really speak for ourselves, and are we just following the leader? That's all I'm saying.
No, but I don't even.
It's just a question. That's all. Just a question.
No, but
it sounds like y'all. Hold up. It sounds like y'all calling. It sounds like y'all calling. It's like y'all calling out them Ilmore niggas, man. Them the niggas that got kicked out of Mgtow, right, for hanging around with them white boys, and they told them they didn't want to hear.
Hold on, Mr.
But this is my problem with information man is saying it don't matter who went online and said it first. Getting a divorce and having your woman jerking you around through the system about your kids and trying to do what you can to limit access and get your money. I don't care if white men came online and said it first. It's a reality that black men dealt with that I actually dealt with. I got custody now. I had to fight it and took a few years to get it done. But yeah, so that's a reality that we all deal with.
But he does bring up a good point though. Again though, if you are a black man that joins forces with white men and then start your own shit originally, then what? You can't be around here calling other black men white supremacists and all this other shit when you were literally in partnership and creating and help bolster the white Mgtow movement. And then you got kicked out of it. You got kicked out of it. And you had to go do your own shit because the white boy said, we don't want to hear about your black problems, even though what you're saying, Bernard, is correct. See, this is the problem. And this is what people don't understand. Even though all men have men problems, the black man isn't in the same fucking pool as the white man because, like I said, the white man has much more control over his woman than the black man does.
And
there's a reason why.
Society, too. That's important. The white man controls this society.
Nah, I can't rock with that argument.
Well, I'm not
the average Joe white man on the ground in a marriage with his woman, he walk in that courtroom. It don't matter that his skin white. He got to compete. He got to compete toe to toe with that woman, and she more times than not win.
But listen though, Bernard,
it don't matter. It don't matter how many top 1%ers are white or how many Senate seats that white people hold.
But Bernard, this is the thing. Hold on, real quick. Let me hop in real quick. Bernard, this is the thing. They're more married than there are, and there's more parameters as to where, like, they even in losing, they don't lose as big as wasn't it. Name me the fucking, we got Future, we got Dwight Howard, we got back in the day T.O., we got how many of these celebrity known guys, right, are going to child support and getting child support rate that are white dudes? You don't even hear those cases. because in those cases, they're able to pretty much even get it taken care of outside of the public if they have to do a settlement or some shit or whatever in an agreement, and we never ever hear about it.
Okay, well then that hold on, then that just means that the white woman that they were dealing with was more compliant and agreeable.
Exactly. That's the entire point.
But hold on, but it has nothing to do with white men running society. If Dwight Howard is
no, I agree with you there. No, I agree with you there. I'm not on the white supremacy bullshit. Okay, I'm not. But we're agreeing. Where me and you are agreeing is the point of that. Like, white men have a different situation with their women. Period. Court or no court or whatever, they still are able to have the women, be, like you said, more compliant will be the word, and they don't get their ass tore out of the frame as much as black dudes do. And a lot of these black dudes are taken to rails for revenge, just for control over it. If a white dude ain't got shit to offer, she's not. It's actually a court case that they just had in this thing where this woman, I think it was either Detroit or somewhere in the Midwest, right? Her husband separated. Her husband separated. She had a boyfriend on the side, got pregnant by the new boyfriend, but because the new boyfriend didn't make as much money as the ex-husband, she tried to put the husband, the kid on the husband. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So she's going for money, but a broke bitch ass black chick is not going at it for the money. She wants it for the purpose of fucking putting your ass in the system and being able to control you and say you ain't paying child support and get you locked the fuck up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. My larger point that I was trying to make is, and I think you agree with it, Fantastic. If Dwight Howard is worth 100 million and some white tennis player is worth 100 million, and they both get a woman pregnant, if that white woman is willing to sit down and talk to that white tennis player and come to an amicable agreement, and Dwight Howard baby mama want to take it to the court and try to just drive a nail through the situation, and try to just completely fuck over the situation to her advantage as much as she possibly can. That's one individual woman choosing to be compliant and one individual woman choosing not to be compliant, and it has nothing to do with white men running the society, because we're talking about two individual men who are both worth $100 million. So the fact that there's how many white men got Senate seats don't got shit to do with that individual white woman choosing to be compliant when she could choose to be a jackass. So let's not kiss white men's ass and give them more credit than what they deserve. They're women.
Well, Bernie, let me ask you this question, because it's a fact of the matter that white men do control the economics and financial structures and the legal structures of this society. That cannot be argued. But let me ask you this question. It gets back to vetting the woman. Could it be that white man was able to vet his woman to see where her mind was prior to marriage? And in some cases, a lot of these white men who have money do what? They have prenuptials, where that woman knows what she's going to get and not get. So therefore, they don't have to deal with some of the bullshit that the average brother out here has to deal with in these communities, because that black woman knows that your black ass don't have really that much power in this society to power broke her unless you're coming with heavy paper. So you're using celebrities as a barometer. No, let me finish, brother. You're using celebrities as a barometer when the average brother out here that's getting caught up in this system ain't a goddamn celebrity with millions of dollars in the bank. Come on.
Okay. All right, but we started it on the ground with a non-celebrity, and you said white men run the society. So I put it. And yes, but what you got to understand is that all the money and power is not evenly distributed amongst white men. So the average Joe white man that make $50K a year, if he got his ass in divorce court or child custody court, he's going to get pulled out the frame just as much as the average black man.
So that's the poor average white man. Yes, that's true.
Okay, all right, hold on. Time out.
Your original argument was you were using wealthy white men.
I know. I was comparing a wealthy white man to a wealthy black man. If we can compare a black man that make 100K to a white man that make 100K. And then you use the analogy of comparing a man who had his thought process together, vetted the woman properly, had the right proper prenup and all that shit set up, things that a black man can do if he manages shit correctly, and a white man could do that if he manages shit correctly. So when you leap all the way to white women don't tear white men out the frame because white men run society.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they don't tear white men. I said that because white men do control certain structures of this society, black in comparison to black men will get a even rawer deal because the legal system, brother, actually fucks black men over more than they fuck white men over overall in this system. We get a raw deal whenever we come across the legal system. I know this, brother. I deal with guys that are in prison. I see the numbers, so you can't argue those points with me because I see those goddamn numbers. Black men are getting a rawer deal in the legal system.
I'll give you that with prison sentencing.
But brother, this is where I agree with you, brother Bernie. Don't get me wrong. You make a very powerful statement that poor out of door white men will get torn out the window. I agree with that. I'm not arguing that point. No, sir. No.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this, and then the reason why I was saying that, and I didn't want this to go down that, and that's why I was like moving forward. And like, I guess Fantastic was saying, well, that's why they got kicked out, because they would talk about the black man issues, and there was a separation, right? There was a separation. And I wasn't throwing any shade at the brothers that had to deal with it, and stuff like that. That's where it came in on. What I was going to the next point of this the brothers were talking about that, right? They were talking about this, and it was when they first came in, and I'm just giving a consensual history lesson. So a lot of you new folk that came in and kind of throwing things at these brothers that, you can't understand why, and all this other stuff, right? I'm giving you a history lesson because y'all came after the fact. Y'all came after when everybody was fighting amongst each other, right? So, I mean, y'all came when the Cold War happened, what I'm saying? Y'all wasn't there for World War II. So
real quick, just a real quick reference point, brother. And on this Mgtow dictionary, correct? Speaking?
No.
Yeah, I'm back. No, it's not Mgtow dictionary speaking.
Oh, that was just DeAndre. That was just DeAndre that was speaking.
Okay, so just DeAndre, are you Mgtow too, bro?
No, hell no. No, that ain't
okay. Well, okay, my bad, bro. Again, like I said, I am new to this shit, but like I said, I've heard explanations here and there, so I'm not really aware of it. So that's it's all info for me.
I'm giving y'all the history of what I saw, right? Like, as I witnessed it and being there and how it broke up in different camps, right? You got the forefathers of how it started, with the manosphere, and I'm not going to name any names or whatever like that. But you have the forefathers, and they split apart, the league, right? But what happened with that is these brothers are talking about their experiences with women, and they, if a brother says, man, don't mess with a single mom or whatever, they're talking from the experience of them doing it, right? They're talking about from the experience of them doing it. They've done it. It didn't work out for them. Don't step in that same pile of shit. And I get that, right? I get that. Some, it depends. It's situational. But in your younger years, when you're in your prime, if you don't got no kids, now this is the caveat, right? And this is the thing that I don't hear them say. If you don't have any kids, you should not be messing with a woman with children before a certain age, period. You'll catch yourself in a rap. You know what I'm saying? It's messy, right? Now, once you get past a certain age and in a certain cuff and you have children, right? If you have children and she got kids, you can't expect her to be at a higher standard than yourself because the man leads at the end of the day. You got a kid, you ain't with the mom, and then you talk, she can't have no kids. And well, dude, you got a kid, you know what I'm saying? So you can't say that. So that's just my 2 cents. But what I'm basically getting here is what you have here, right? And this is where that incel dichotomy comes, and this is what Platinum was speaking on. And this is where we got to be mindful with context, right? When we're speaking to these younger brothers, okay? And this is why the dating coaches and the get your mind straight and to get up and to get all of this stuff. For us that's older, listen, I was born in the 80s, so I'm gonna eat my age. I'm gonna be out to be 40, right? For us that's older, we had to talk to women. If I go out and I'm talking, I'm married, I got kids, my kids are grown, I got grandkids now. If I go out with my homeboys and I'm in a place where there's younger women than me, 30, 35 and under, and I just have a casual conversation about, hey, how you doing? I'm not trying to get with this woman. I don't give a. I'm not even thinking. We just having just convo, right? I got a wife, right? I ain't trying whatever, right?
Okay.
The woman will be enamored because a lot of these younger dudes, because of modern technology, and both of you brothers were saying the same thing. Y'all just disagreed on the delivery of it, right? A lot of these younger brothers, they do a lot of texting. They say all they want in the DMs, but they'll sit next to each other with a woman and they won't talk because they did all of that texting and shit, right? And the problem is that women still want you to talk to them. They still in person. That what they got here, what the internet has caused, is the Scarlet Pumpernickel syndrome, right? Right? Where he's writing all the poetry, but he looked like a thumb, right? And then he's got this guy to deliver it that looks better than him, right? But was that guy really talking? No. And when they get up to the woman, they can't talk. A lot of these younger men can't get women because a lot of these older men, right, that are still out there shifting around a little bit, these younger men can't compete because they can talk. And women do a lot of things. The way that they operate is mental. It's mental and emotional. It's not the physical. They already got the physical. By the time they hit their prime, their 20s, and they're pretty, they've been offered dick every day. They've been offered dick on a daily basis. They get numb to it. It's the physical attraction if they miss the pitfalls. So you got to do something different. And that's why Platinum is saying it's the game. You got to talk, but here's the problem with the newer generation.
Wait, hold on. No, wait, hold on. You gotta break it up. Gotta break it up. You was about to start building a whole, but here's the problem with that. And then after you said all of that, you was gonna wrap it up. And also, here's the problem with that.
But you gotta understand, DeAndre is generic. He has to lay it out.
It's like I'm wrapping up. I was sitting back there for a while listening, so I'm just condensing everything.
I'm gonna need y'all to stop coming for Edward Anderson's title, man. I'm gonna need y'all to put some respect on Edward's name. He's the only long-winded nigga around here. Y'all gotta wrap it up, B.
Black Quizzer. Hold on, Black Quizzer. Let me get to the super chat. I gotta go to Game Changer. Black Quizzer says no one was kicked out of the Mgtow movement. There was contention between races, but white people wanted it to stay together. They said race don't matter. It more formed because blacks recognized white Mgtow wasn't speaking to their issues. That's what I've been hearing pretty consistently from people who were involved back then. Prophet of Thought series says, peace, brother Bernard, who wants to see my brother Information Man on the debate stage? I definitely do, because he be bringing all the heat. But let's see what else we got in here. I think that's it far as super chats, and if that's it, we're gonna go to Game Changer.
Yo,
go ahead, you got the floor, you got the mic.
Go ahead, bro. My bad, go ahead.
Oh no, you good. It's a little long-winded. You was gunning for Edward Anderson title. You good though.
Back and forth. I wanted to get in there, so I just wanted to get that out.
No, you good. You good.
Yeah, good.
Go ahead, Game Changer. You got the flow.
Yeah. So I'm not really sure what DeAndre and Information are saying. And Platinum, are the three of you saying that a person should not be a part of Mgtow simply because it was started by white people?
No. What I am saying is, and this is just me, what I am saying is that the reason that Mgtow was started, right? Because black men have been fucked over in the court system. It's all a policy thing, right? No one gave a fuck until white men start catching that work, right? And this is, and if you're going to take the moniker of you're a black man, there's an issue like Bernard said, he got his kids, he went through the court system, then do your own fucking shit. Like, do your own shit for your own people. And actually, that red pill, blue pill, black pill shit came from a black woman.
Yeah,
so
the question is why? So let me ask you this. Should a black person not go to Harvard because a white person started it?
Excellent point.
Let me add in.
That'll make no sense.
I get what he said.
Let me add in here. Yeah, everybody gets it, but you chaos.
I'm simply saying, like anything, you should know the origins of anything that you either join or you take on the ideology. However, I still believe, because even though you have black people who go to the universities, if you want to use that for example, even in those quote unquote white universities, you still isolated within that culture if you're only a small number of black men and black women on those campuses to a certain degree. I believe personally that we should dig a little bit deeper into creating a narrative, a mythology, a language, not a mythology, a language that speaks actually to the language and the thoughts and the things that black men go through, that is our talking points and not the talking points of other people. That does not mean that if that's what you subscribe to, that you don't have a right to do that. Not saying that. But anything you join, you should know the origins, because you may not like the origins of that which you are practicing. Even with religion. You know, if you find out something, you may say, you know what, maybe that's not something that I want to subscribe to that part of it, or I don't want to be a part of it. It's just knowing something. A lot of times people join things and don't really know what the bases are, because they get caught up in the moment of that particular narrative. That's all I'm saying, brother. That's all.
So information man, should they go to Harvard?
No, but that's an excellent pose, but something wrong.
I believe it.
So black people shouldn't go to Harvard?
Well, let me just say this. First of all, I never said that.
Okay, I'm asking.
Well, I'm gonna answer, but I'm gonna answer. First of all, I didn't say that, so don't put words or try to create something that I did not say. Okay, brother. Two, if you can get into Harvard, then I'm not saying you're not supposed to go to Harvard. You take advantage of educational opportunities however you can. What did I simply say? It's always good to know the origins of anything that you join. Anything, so that you can make an informed decision as to whether you want to be a part of that or not. That's all we just said. Okay. But I still believe that black men and black women and black men particularly, we still need to create our own narratives that speak to our culture. And I think that's very important, especially when we have brothers on here on YouTube always talking about us having our own black media, right? Black male media that speaks to our narrative. We must control our narratives, right? Am I wrong or right?
We're hoping.
You're right about that.
One thing that was wrong was somebody said Mgtow was started by white men. It was not started by white men. When I stated the fact, what people didn't want to know is Nat Turner was Mgtow. Geronimo was Mgtow. Captain John Brown was Mgtow. Men going their own way according to government oppression. And then you had the internet manosphere try to say, oh, they were disgruntled with women that never wanted them to begin with. And of course, yes, it was predominantly white. And there was a lot of racism in there, and still is. Just like there is the racism in the black part of it as well. So we just call it out where it's at. And you're never going to have unity of good people, because the first person that's going to stab you in the back is the person that looked just like you, because you're going to give them the free chance without judging them by their character. You're going to say, oh, you look like, all right. That's the first person that's going to get you. So it's about a person's content of their character, not the color of their skin.
Right.
But I do agree with you. You got to.
For example, Black Lives Matter, right? I don't agree with the organizational structure of Black Lives Matter, because they don't have anything about black men or black family. It's all this intersectionality. So I whether people go out there and protest in the name of Black Lives Matter, that's one thing, but I don't agree with the organizational structure. So
but you can't separate the two. We got to hold on. Wait. You can't separate the two. Black Lives Matter is a global organization. It is a trademark or branded thing. If you say Black Lives Matter, and like I said, without authority, you try to use it in any type of capacity outside of what's allowed, you will get sued. Okay, so we have to stop.
And that's why I don't use that branding at all. What I'm simply saying is I don't agree with the fact that they have created that movement off the backs of black men dying, and then when you go on their site, everything is about intersectionality. I don't agree with that. So that's why you're not going to see me putting up a flag for Black Lives Matter. Now, I agree that black men and women should not be attacked in that way in this society, but their organizational structure and the money they're getting from George Soros and all the social engineering that it's creating, I have a problem with that. So that's part of me, informing myself about their history, what they're doing internally. That's all.
Yeah. But Black Lives Matter never asked me my opinion. They never asked me about their movement. I've never supported that. Now, unfortunately, a black man, which I continue to talk about, died. And what about him? They keep talking about other people, and so I don't know what they're talking about. But on this Mgtow stuff, right now, if a black man wants to be that he's free to do that. But as far as me, I've never talked about Mgtow from the standpoint of family court. Bernard, you guys gotten it. I've never talked about that part. I'm talking about the part when they talk about their position with females, where we go back and forth. Yeah. Now on that, I know what it is. I know what I know black, all of that. And I'm just gonna tell you, I always look at that. That's white boy shit. That's white boy shit. And that shit just don't apply to me, because I said it's just like the pickup artist. I said it's white boy shit. Now, if you learn it, go learn it. But that's not shit. It's like that shit is so weak. That's weak shit. Like you walking away from bitch because a couple of women ghosted you on some dates. A couple of women rejected you hard. You don't want to deal with women no more. That's insanity to me. That's all. And I'll stop right there.
You got a misconception of the whole thing. That's what it is. You're misconceiving the fact with fake MGTOWs trying to use the label saying, oh, these women never wanted me and I got jerked and now I'm walking away from them. That's not MGTOW. It's like I said earlier, MGTOW starts with political independence, to understand self-sovereignty. And with that comes to be like, yeah, of course you're not going to let a bitch control you. That's just a small part of it. But these guys emphasize like that was the whole thing with it. And that's how you know they full of shit.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the and I'm gonna answer Game Changer's question, right? And I know why I know what you were implying with the question, but just to ask the question, yes, a black person should go to Harvard. Why are there traditional black colleges? Because those talented 10th children could not go to Harvard or Yale, right? Those, you know what I'm saying, those talented 10th. We know what the talented 10th are. If you do,
but didn't Frederick Douglass go to Harvard?
He went to Harvard after the fact.
Harvard during slavery.
You know what I'm saying? He went to Harvard after
the fact. It was after the fact.
No. What I'm saying is Frederick Douglass went to Harvard before any HBCUs was started.
No, actually, Frederick Douglass went to Harvard after slavery.
It was after slavery, so of course there would not be. Look, there wouldn't. Of course, there would not be any historical black colleges.
I thought he went during slavery when he was a runaway.
No, he did not.
There were no historical black colleges prior, sir. So that would mean that was he didn't have any option to say, you know what, I would rather go to a Howard or a Morehouse. He had no option, so he did what he could, right? Like many black people at that time, to fight for their access to these institutions of higher learning. Get it. We get it. That's history.
No, I'm gonna say something else. And here's another thing, since we're going to talk about that. Frederick Douglass was actually promoting and pushing feminism, the first wave of feminism back then.
Well, he also didn't help Harriet Tubman when he was comfortable in his house and she was like, what's up? He was like, nah, I'm gonna chill. So we got to keep it real if we're going to.
Yeah, you got to, if you're going to, that's what I said. So if you want to, if listen, and then Frederick Douglass was the first SYSBM dude because he married a white woman publicly. Right. So if you want to look at it in any certain and push and pull, right, on anything, when we look at these historical figures, and the reason why these historical black colleges were made, because there were too many black folk getting in to these white colleges, and the white men stood up and said, no, you can't have these little halflings running around in our colleges because they're going to take back to the black folk and teach them. So you need to make their own colleges. That's why Morehouse and Spelman and all of those have white names on. Right.
So that was from mulattoes. That was from mulattoes. Those were from mulattoes.
So he graduated in 1848. So I get that there is a need to separate. I personally don't know why in this particular case, but I'm not Mgtow. Okay. What I want to caution brothers about is far too often, in an attempt to lead something as opposed to be a part of something, which is necessary for any organization to grow, black people like to take white people's stuff, separate it, call it black, and then so they can be the de facto leader of the black segment of something.
Damn, Game Changer. Shit. Say that shit again.
I can't.
Don't say it again, or you might get your card pulled. But go ahead.
My card's already been pulled. I
I ain't talking about that. I'm not here to pull nobody.
Can you repeat what you just said?
I'm
Go ahead,
just
Game
say
Changer.
something very nice doesn't make it intelligent. But go ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't make it stupid either. Anyway.
But
anyway. So these people will chronically say things like, "You shouldn't be a part of this because it's white. You should be a part of whatever the fuck I'm trying to sell you." I just want to say that, fellas, watch out for that tactic. It's useless.
No one said that.
Well,
But
let me
no one said that.
Let me just make a little statement here.
Game change.
I don't think
game
anybody.
That's some game. Yeah. If a motherfucker tell you what you just said, game, that is pure game being run on your ass.
Right. I think. I think DeAndre and myself. That's not what we're trying to say.
No, we didn't say
that. But to look at, when you take example of Frederick Douglass, keep this in mind. With all the things that he was doing, he did create the North Star newspaper. He's actually the first black man to create a newspaper, in which he used that newspaper to do what? To talk about black issues, to give black people a voice within a white paradigm world. So even a brother like him, who actually married a white woman, and let's keep this real, he married a white, he had the same thing I said earlier. He got older when he married that white woman. He didn't want to be alone for whatever the reasons are. He married a white woman. That's his business. But he still created a narrative that was meant for black people to have a voice. So that goes back to my main point, that Mgtow, whatever you want to call these labels, I still think that black men need narratives that we created, that comes from our cultural background and experiences, and not something that's a shadow of someone else's. Because our experiences are different.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Go ahead and explain, Game Changer.
You can say no all you want, but we do. We do need.
Let him explain it. Let him explain it though.
Go ahead.
Game Changer. Go ahead.
No, I mean, once again, it's just more putting black on stuff that white people.
I want to. hear. Oh, wait. I didn't even hear him. I couldn't even hear Game Changer explain what he was saying. I don't even know what y'all are responding to.
Yeah.
He didn't say it.
If a black person wants to have their own narrative,
Game Changer need to. Game Changer was trying to make a point. I couldn't hear what Game Changer said because everybody was talking.
Okay, thank you. It's like stuff like Blackula or something like that. You know,
that's a bad example. That's a terrible. That's a
okay. Then let me finish my terrible example so you can debunk it. Then let me finish my terrible example so you can debunk it.
Come on, man.
It's like Blackula, Black YouTube, Black who knows, Black Twitter, Black anything that white people invented, and people just slap the word black on in front of it. They see something is good, they see it's popular, they want to niche the market themselves, so they just put black in front of something that already exists, like Carmen Jones, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not really their own stuff. It's just an idea taken from somebody else, and then they give it a black card and sell that black card to other people. I'm just saying. I'm still talking.
Go ahead, and then I'm gonna talk after you.
Okay, thank you. That's generally.
Go ahead, Changer.
Actually, you know something? Go ahead and talk through me. That would be the black way of having a conversation.
Nah. See,
information, man, brother.
Somebody fry some chicken. Then we don't get down.
I just said I'll be quiet so we can talk, but then he wants to throw out stereotypes, which is a problem. Stereotyping your own people. I wonder if you're even black. You're probably not even black talking like that.
Information, man. I guess you never had a conversation really with Game Changer.
No, I have, but I don't need all the insults that he's putting out. I didn't put out an insult.
That's the point. That's the trigger. That's how he gets the point across. So it's plain.
I just don't go for the stereotypical stuff, man. That's all.
I'll hop in this motherfucker. All I'm saying is this. Again, you can't be out here, regardless of how you want to say it, started by white men or co-founded by white men, calling other black men that they want to be white. That's bullshit. That's all I'm gonna say. You can't be a motherfucker that was a part of a group. Hold on. You can't be a motherfucker that was a part of a group that's the majority white that still exists, and now it's completely white, to where you had to be fucking ousted or you had to leave voluntarily or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and then challenging the blackness of another fucking black man who has never fucking partnered with or been a part of any type of motherfucking, white movement organization. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Game changer, finish your point, brother, and then I'll make my point. I'm not trying to like be rude or anything like that, but you don't got to throw out those kind of statements, man. A black, that's stereotyping your own people, man. Don't put everybody in some kind of bag like that. That's not good.
Right. Stereotype
Melody,
real quick,
Melody,
deliberately trying to separate themselves.
I'm not, no, well, Mike, go ahead, Game Changer, make your point, and then I'm going to counter your point with something that people don't tend to examine. Go ahead, brother, I'm listening.
Well, okay, so stereotypes are bound to exist in environments where people try to culturally isolate themselves. Those cultures will be critiqued, and those critiques will turn into stereotypes, period. Now, in an attempt to create a sense of individualism or uniqueness, we tend to separate ourselves from something that is good and does work far too often. Instead of being part of a functioning tradition that has worked for another group of people for quite some time, we attempt to create our own, and we deal with growing pains far too often. For this reason, very few things that Black people create can grow properly. For one, because it's exclusive because of its exclusivity, and for two, because it includes the wrong people, because basically it's the organization that's created is based on Blackness, not on competence or being qualified to be a part of said organizations. That's why so many things that we do fail.
Well, wait. Let me just say this. I hear what you're saying. I would say that, yes, it's true that you have Black people that will try to attempt to copy something else, like you got Twitter and you got Black Twitter. But what we failed to account for are the success stories or Black people who create something, not trying to copy off of, quote unquote, what white men or white society has created, but they tried to create something unique to itself. For example, you have Black people who have created social media platforms. They're not huge like YouTube, but they're trying to provide an opportunity. For example, I support Brother Youssef, who I've interviewed, who runs Black Junction TV. We know Black Junction TV is not YouTube because why? Black people are not supporting it. I support what the brother is doing, and he says that it hasn't gotten to where it should be because he doesn't take corporate money, because if he takes corporate money, guess what? All the material that we put on YouTube that gets censored by YouTube, on his platform, it won't get censored because it's completely Black owned, run by him and just a few other people. Now, you had Black Avengers, if I'm not mistaken, that brothers from in this particular sector ran to as well, because they were saying, hey, I'm going to put it over there because I know on YouTube it's going to be censored. So there are examples where Black people have created platforms where they're not necessarily trying to call themselves, this is Black YouTube. And in terms of the term Black YouTube, that's a term that people come up with to put people in these social construct boxes. But there are people that are actually creating sites that are made for Black people specifically, that are trying to do their own thing, that are successful. And then when you say, well, anything that Black people do when they come together is not successful, that's not true. We got my man AC on here. He's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. We span over 100 years of existence in which we have doctors, lawyers, all type of high-level Black men in high places and high character that have done amazing things. And our organization has been successful in our execution of sending young Black males to school, getting job training, mentorship, and a whole gamut. I've been in rooms with millions and thousands of guys at conventions and in various places in brotherhood, coming up with plans about how we're going to help various members of our community, particularly Black male youth. Okay, and Brother AC, he can vouch for what I'm saying because he's a member of his own organization. So this whole narrative that when Black people create our own thing, that it does not become of success is not true. You just haven't found or looked for where there is success happening. 100 Black men out there. Once again, it gets back to controlling our own narrative and our own media. The larger society is not going to accentuate and promote the positives of what Black males are doing or successful Black organizations. And the reason why we have this separation in the first place, brother, historically, is because whiter society, which Black people historically tried to integrate into, tried to be a part of, they would do what? Turn their backs against us, use racism and all sorts of institutionalized systems that forced us to do what? Have to create our own, whether it be clubs, whether it be whatever. Or we had to create our own communities, which in turn they went into and destroyed. So that's the historical part of it, and we need to not sell ourselves short, brother. Okay. Using Black YouTube as an example, that's like a small example, minute example. That's like very
so there are some places and cases where it's necessary. Let me first answer Caesar's question. I don't hang out in white Mgtow spaces because I'm not Mgtow, but I do think that they just call it Mgtow. They don't call it white Mgtow. And now I get what you're saying about the historical Black fraternities. That's a very good example. That would be a group of Black men who took Greek cultures and created Black Greeks. And I'm all for that because our culture is very unique. And if you're going to have something like a fraternity, then it should embrace that. I'm just saying that the same might not apply to certain things like Mgtow. Because there are certain issues that that universally, even though with certain variations, affect both Black and white men, and that unity is a better tool than division.
Okay, much respect to you, brother Game Changer. I hear where you're coming from.
Caesar left a comment. I don't know if you made a shot or something saying why not hang out with Mgtow Dictionary, but I'm not going to let somebody reduce me to a color. I'm more than a color. I'm a man, so that comes first and foremost. So that's just addressing what Caesar said, just in case he was taking a shot.
I was say this with
High Def says GC needs water with his dry ass jokes.
But
it's funny because that's a dry joke about dry jokes. It's
All right. ARC is back on the panel. I got a feeling he about to take us back closer to the main topic when he was on here earlier. But Sir Tice and Melody, thank you for those super chats. I didn't read them or shout them out, but thank you for those super chats. And Mr. Thank you for the super chat. That is interesting when he says Black Planet existed before Facebook, but
that wasn't a Black owned thing. If you know,
it wasn't. Oh, I didn't know that.
No. Black Planet existed before Facebook. Yes, so
that was in 2000.
Black Planet was before 2000, but Black Planet was a website actually.
MySpace time, wasn't it? MySpace.
It was Black Planet, Mgtow, then it was MySpace. Before that, it was Yahoo Messenger.
So Black Planet wasn't owned by Black people. That's what you're saying?
No, it wasn't. It was Black Planet was actually for you SYSBM dudes. Black Planet was for foreign women to get in touch with Black men, basically, mainly military men. Mainly, because that was the only way that they could get a hold of them in these other countries where they traveled, where these military men traveled, and for them, it was actually a pseudo site for people to actually find the fucking fathers of their kids. That's basically what it was. Like,
all right, we got to.
I just want this question. One statement. Is it not true that there's a lot of things that Black people have invented historically, like the lottery, which was called the numbers game, that white people actually made it illegal, and then they stole it for themselves and created and made money off. So let's not act like Black. Let's not act. Yeah, thank you. Let's not act like Black people have never been innovative, because a lot of our innovations, you can go back to inventions where Black men's patents were stolen. Half the shit that we're using, the damn light bulbs, everything, computer chips.
I will never say, just to be clear, I will never say that. I will never ever say that Black men are not innovative.
But I'm saying is because you did say that anything that we create that we created in general sometimes fails, and that we're simply following what white people do.
No. Excuse me. I'm saying that far too often we take something that white people invent and then put a Black label on it.
Far too often white people historically have taken something that Black people created and put their name on it and say that they were the inventors of it.
Yeah,
like
that's
Thomas
true.
Edison with the
that's
light
true.
bulb, brother.
Two completely different things, but that's true.
No. It's about creating something.
If you're familiar with African American history, though, there's a lot of creations that white men actually during slavery anything that you created was their property.
No, I think you're
And-
missing the point. Because my point goes more to social organizations.
Okay.
You know,
Okay, I get what you're saying, and what he's and I got what Game Changer was saying. You know what I'm saying, and and this is why it's good that we're able, because and this is where it comes with the dysfunction of a lot of these panels, right? A lot of times we can't get across what we actually mean because we're already defensive and abrasive to each other. And and that's why I said sometimes you got to let a brother talk a little bit and let him get it out without the abrasive and just let him just say his piece, right? And when Game Changer cleared up what he was saying, I agree with him because in business, right, the problem with a organization like a black-run organization, and he admitted, yes, there's a time when we need to separate church and state. Like there's and pro-blackness needs to be separate, you know what I'm saying? Because with pro-blackness, it's a religion. You have to live a certain thing, like you were saying with the Black Avenger TV and everything else, that we can say what we want. So that's why we don't take corporate money. But to run a proper business, you're going to have to get that money. You can't put the onus on the consumer base because corporate money will give you more, but you have to acquiesce. Like YouTube was the Wild Wild West, and that's why they keep doing these changes and these algorithm changes, because they're getting more corporate money. It takes a lot of money to sit up here and have these servers for you to do these streams and stuff. StreamYards came out, and guess what? It was free, and they got to charge you now because to keep up everything and so forth and so have you got to invest in your platform. So I understand it, and I get what Game Changer said, because it's a business. If you're running a business as a black person, you want to employ your people, but guess what? You got to understand the reality of certain things. You're going to have some Asians in there, some white folk, some people that identify as toasters. You're going to have to, I don't call their name. I just say they identify as toasters and waffle irons. You know who I'm talking about. And you're going to have to take your money to a bank, and you're going to have to talk to those people, the pointy hat or whatever. And I don't say their names because those are the two groups that will cancel you quickly because they got the power right now with this cancel culture.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so all right, we about to go ahead, Mgtow dictionary real quick. We're gonna pass it to ARC.
All right. El Grande says the first recorded signs of a lottery are Kino slips from the Chinese Han Dynasty between 205 and 187 BC. And it's like people trying to label an idea as theirs. It's like there's somebody before, and I'm sure that can go back to Egypt and other places before that as well. So it's like fighting over something that nobody can own.
But I'm talking about black people in America. I'm not talking about that we're the inventors of it overall. I'm saying in America.
All right, but it takes it out of context when you do that. It's to say, we own it, and that's not proper to compartmentalize.
He wasn't saying we owned it. I think he was just saying that we have invented and created.
No, definitely. Look at the
I think all right. So everybody agree on that. I'm about to pass. I'm about to pass the mic. I'm about to pass the mic to ARC. Take us back wherever you wanted to take it, wherever you want to pick it up, wherever you was at, wherever you last left off when you was on the show.
Yeah, well, first, I haven't been on the panel with Information Man in a long time. Respect to that brother, my fellow Black Greek.
Peace to you, brother.
I'm picking up because after I bounced off the last time, I was listening for roughly 4 or 5 minutes after I got off. And your invited guest says some things that I vehemently disagree with. One is one I've addressed before with I'll just call him your former business partner, Bernard. He said that debates are all about facts. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. And this not only comes from me. This comes from a college professor who was the head of the debate team at Indiana University. You do not debate facts. You can use facts to support an opinionated argument, but debates are primarily for two purposes: to either debate, to identify who has the most valid opinion, who's presenting the most valid opinion, or secondly, to identify what is the most useful proposed solution to a problem. But there is no point in debating a fact. The example I always use is like, if you watch ESPN, they're always debating on who's the greatest NBA player of all time. Is it Michael Jordan? Is it Magic Johnson? Is it LeBron James? The debate itself is opinionated. Now, people will interject facts to support. So, for example, somebody who is in favor of Michael Jordan being labeled the greatest, they'll say, well, he won 6 NBA championships, which is a fact. He's won 6 NBA Finals MVP is a fact. And they'll name other statistical facts to contribute to their opinionated argument. But ultimately, the debate itself is never going to be factual, because if it was factual, there would be no point in the debate. So that's number one. Number two, I heard him say that somebody had asked, what is his example of a non-manipulative social interaction between a man and a woman? And he's basically said, if the woman approaches the man first and expresses her interest and he reciprocates, then that's a non-manipulative. That's bullshit. Then you're saying
you said was bullshit, man. You're trying to
why you interrupting me, bro? Why you interrupting me?
Because you always full
Why
of
you
shit.
interrupting
That's
me?
why.
Why you interrupting me?
Why
you interrupting me? Why you interrupting me? Why you interrupting me? Why you interrupting me? Why you interrupting me?
Let him finish and then speak.
And see, this relates to the next point I was going to get to. This brother, he made the comment after I left that, see, these dating coaches always get hot and heated because they can't handle disagreements. I can handle disagreements. I can name a number of people I've had disagreements with in this YouTube space without it turning a shouting match. What I can't handle is these two main things. It's people who express things that shows obvious lack of intelligence, or when somebody says something disrespectful to me. And where this brother started being disrespectful is after I said my opening comment, which was not antagonistic at all. He said something to the effect of, Alan Roger Curry don't know about women approaching him first, because he's probably never experienced that. Nigga, all the pussy I got in high school was women throwing pussy at me. All of it.
Crying now.
All of it.
It hit the soul. I bleed you on the
soul. You are unintelligent. You're unintelligent. There's nothing intelligent about you, bro. You don't know the definition of manipulation. You're skewing, you're creating your own definition of manipulation that nobody in the chat room agreed with. Not one person. Not one person agreed with your definition of manipulation, because you lack intelligence. You hide behind a Mgtow movement. You hide behind an avatar. You're unintelligent. You're unintelligent. You don't explain things well.
Stop the fuck out, and you mad.
Fuck up. You're unintelligent. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know how to debate.
Hey, somebody about to get shot in the back of the head, Jack. Y'all better calm down.
You crawl back.
Hey, fantastic. You know what's up. Shit.
Aiden Roach, bro. You crawl back in here, and now you're trying to make allegations of what?
You're unintelligent, bro. You're unintelligent.
All right. I'm back.
Wow.
We could have had a conversation.
And you know, that's why you cut me off just now, because you know I was speaking intelligently, and you can't handle it.
No, you started screaming and yelling by my.
No, I didn't. Don't come on there screaming and yelling.
Called out for your bullshit.
Play the tape back.
But you know,
all right, we're gonna pass to the platinum. Let's pass to the platinum. Y'all be cool. Take a break. Go ahead, platinum.
Alan Roger Curry and Mgtow dictionary. You know, I'm looking at the title. You know, the pickup stuff. That is that Mgtow stuff. That is that black pill, red pill, blue pill, monk mode. All that. That's pickup stuff. That's born out of them. So you're saying you're critiquing what you are.
It's not born out of them, man.
That's where it comes from.
No, it don't.
Who's getting loud now?
No, it don't come from that. It don't come from that. Red pill
it's
and
based
blue
on
pill.
it. A lot of those pickup artists are red pill guys. They'll tell you up front.
But here's the thing. Red pill has no discriminatory where it comes from. It's basically having knowledge of what stuff is. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if it's MGTOW, dating coaches. It's basically telling you the truth. Blue pill is basically not being aware or being naive to how things really are. So you can't like discriminate where blue pill, red pill comes from. It's basically a base level meaning. You dig what I'm saying?
But it's born out of those guys. You go back to when those guys first started. that's how they were separating men. They're saying we finna make you guys different. You're red pill. Adam would know. He was writing his book back then or whatever. I don't know if that stuff was even. I mean, I don't know. But I'm saying if that's a lot of the guys who are going their own way, and I know the divorce or whatever, and they can't fuck with, they weaken the game and shit. But look, a lot of that is to pick up stuff because when they put it on, that's how you approach the women from a red pill perspective,
right,
etc.
Right, and check this out. By the way, it mentions about Mgtow. Mgtow is not men. We're not Mgtow because we can't get pussy. Now, I will say this: if you're Mgtow because of that is lame because it's too much information out here to learn about how to get women. We're Mgtow because of the gynocentrism that we live in today with the system, the laws, and all that crap, and how men get effed over by women. You know what I'm saying? And how most women ain't like women back in the day, and they're not worth the relationship because the tables have turned, and plus this new generation. So you know what? Instead of putting women first, let's put ourselves first, and let's do our own thing and put our purpose first. You know what I'm saying? And everybody about hating women and that shit because I don't hate women. I don't deal with men who hate women.
The advancement of women or the advancement of women, you got to go back to the 1800s, 1848 when they started the movement, when they got the right to vote, 1919 or whatever, and they moved forward. All of that was white women though. Because I'm saying, if you look at that was not black women. Those white women could give a flying flip about the blacks, the Asians, the Native American. Well, they didn't care about the women. So as they advanced our society, right, to lean toward what they wanted, right? They wanted feminism. They wanted to go against white men, the dominant white men structure. They leaned it toward feminine, which is hurting these other women. Those women have had issues with their men, but it was nowhere near what these feminists have done. The whole feminist movement has caused way more. It's caused a lot of damage to the black women.
Well, look at the symbol of America. It's a woman on a.
All right, ARC was trying to jump in and say something.
I wasn't finished with my comments, and I know people haven't finished their comments. You muted the mic of the person who kept cutting the person off. So I wasn't finished with my comments before this brother was cutting me off.
All right. Hold on. You said you got to bounce Mgtow dictionary.
A 1 minute thing. Look, Bernard, man, thank you so much for having me on. Alan, great conversation. I'm got to do my show tonight at 10 o'clock. I did a show last night till 3 in the morning. So I've been on here for 5 hours. I thank all the brothers on the panel, everybody in the chat, all the females.
Post this link. Post this link.
Hey, Mgtow Dictionary. Subscribe to my channel, man.
Mgtow Dictionary. Drop your link one more time. Okay. Or a mod drop his link. Y'all go check him out 10 o'clock tonight, EST, 10 p.m. EST. Go check him out.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, subscribe to my channel, bro. If you get a chance, I'm doing a live stream tonight at 8.
Okay, peace, bro.
All right.
So go ahead, ARC.
Well, he's bouncing off now, but my comments are going to be directed at him. But I already covered one. The debate he was wrong on. Debate is never about facts. Again, you can use factual information to contribute to your arguments. Number two thing I heard after I bounced off, which is where he interrupted me, he was saying that he said it was manipulative for a man to make the first move on a woman that he's interested in, but it wasn't manipulative for a woman. Number one, neither one is manipulative. For you to approach anybody and express an interest in them and sharing their company is not manipulative. And I don't know where he's getting his definition. He's just basically making it up. Yeah, that's not you go on any scholarly description or definition of manipulation. Manipulation always involves some form of deceit, some form of sneaky or underhanded behavior, some form of threats, and some form of incentive or rewards. But straight truth is not representative of manipulation. A third thing he said after I bounced off that was not true. He said Alan Roger Curry contradicted himself because he said in one breath that Mo 1 wasn't about sex, and then he said that it is. I said the comment I made, and I always make, is that I said my Mo 1 approach is not solely and specifically about the pursuit of sex. Mo 1 is about always verbally communicating your desires, interests, and intentions in a manner that's totally real and authentic and devoid of bullshit. That's number one. What Mode 1 is about. So whether, as I pointed out before, even if you get rejected when you're Mode 1, I still consider that success because you identified a rejector sooner than later.
Can I ask a question?
And then there was a fourth thing, and now, honestly, it's what did he? There was a fourth thing he said. God, because I can't even want to counterpoint four things, and now the fourth one I can't think of. Anyway, well, in the meantime, this young brother, you want to ask me a question or somebody else?
Yeah, and then before you ask a question, Alan Roger Curry, should I show you one of the books that this is all the problem that you have explained? And I read it. You don't mind if I show?
Say that again now.
I want to show one of your books.
Okay. The Beta Male Revolution.
Yo, hold on. I need to do it good. Let me do it again. Sorry. This is one of.
Yes, the Beta Male Revolution.
Now, the reason why I'm showing that, because I bought this book a week ago. And I remember reading only certain pages, but you're an author, you've been writing multiple books because your background, because I think you study in what? I don't know what is your degree again?
My degree is in economics, but I did have a minor in psychology, yes.
All right. This right here is a breakdown of what is actual reality that a lot of men are not really understanding. That why you complain now is because of this. So how you impose the environment is only determined what you understand from this book. The game has really changed further because now we're in a digital age with the help of technology. So if you can't get in a woman in this new era, all it does, it weeds out the real weak men and the weak women because people do not know how to adapt properly in this new environment. It's not impossible, but you have to do some serious change. To sit there and say, I'm hanging up and not going to get into the game at all, that's just a defeated mentality. And no man should really be comfortable saying they just throwing in a towel. To not only other men, but also the women. Because women watch this. They see this. They don't really care much because they're going to still fucking suck regardless how we want to talk about it or not. But if they know that you hang up, then you easily be gotcha. So when you get to some point in your life, if you're serious about marriage or commitment, then be on that. But if you think about this fucking sucking, then you should know how this environment is playing out and watch the signs. And I think because what you do, you try and get the confidence on a lot of these brothers because a lot of these dudes don't know how to deal with rejection. And with technology, it keeps them in a box where they have to fear that. And that's why you can't think like that. You can't operate like that.
So I thought there was a question.
Yeah,
I agree with a lot of your commentary, but you started off saying you had a question. I didn't hear the question.
No, that was me. I had a question.
Oh, okay, that was you. Okay.
Yeah. What I was going to ask you, just to simplify it, right? Because a lot of times when people say things, or the way that you explain it, sometimes you gotta, quote unquote, you gotta dumb it down for the people in the back. So, from my understanding on the translation, I was going to ask you: is Mode 1 pretty much how not to get in the friend zone?
Oh, it's all about preventing yourself from getting in a woman's friend zone.
Okay, that's because when I heard you say even if you get rejected, you already know your intention, so you don't be there on some. What I mean?
Matter of fact, I was alluding to that earlier when I was on, and I always alluded that. For me, that's actually I tell my clients, in many ways, that's more important for me than helping a man get laid. I always rank getting laid at highest, the number 2 objective. For me, the number 1 objective of Mode 1 is to help men prevent themselves from having their time and money wasted by women who are never, ever going to give them the pussy, which is usually women who put them in the friend zone. What I call in my books, manipulative time wasters. To me, identifying a manipulative time waster, I would say that's at least slightly more important than identifying a woman who's going to give you some pussy. Because when I was Mode 2, when I used to be what I call Mode 2, I used to get laid, but the problem was I ended up wasting a lot of time with an almost equal number of women who wasn't going to give me no pussy, but they was trying to give me the misleading impression that they did want to give me some pussy. Again, what I call manipulative time wasters. See, with Mode 1, you eliminate those women very quickly, actually. And so those women, those manipulative time wasters, they can't. Classic example of manipulative time wasters would be what most guys would call an attention whore or a cock teaser. Those are two types of manipulative time wasters. Those are women who like to make you think your lucky day to fuck them, is coming soon, but in actuality, they never gonna give you the pussy ever.
Yep. You know, and from a man's mental health standpoint, it's not. You know, we're all different, but it's really not healthy, or you know, you're risking your freedom, fucking with these women who are not gonna fuck you. You constantly doing things for them. They're dangling that carrot in front of you, and you know, weaker men, they might jump. Man, I'm saying you might go too far, and next you know, you done fucked yourself up because you was under the impression that she was going to really do something with you.
I agree with Platinum on that. And then that's what you're talking about when they say they call police on them and stuff, because you don't know how to handle them. And they don't really tell the other side of a lot of things.
Yeah, but those half truths, okay, you know, I just need my car fixed. If you fix my car, you know, I'm gonna thank you, you know. And these guys be working themselves up, thinking they're gonna fuck them, man. And then they get the car fixed and the bitch don't call them back or whatever, or she waits a week to contact them. It's just fucking with the guy. It's driving him up the wall.
It's kind of like that. I know what the fourth thing I was gonna say to MD, who's now left, but he made, and there's a few guys, including, I'm gonna say his name, Alpha Male Strategy, used to tell this invalid assertion about my approach, is that in this Me Too era, if you're mode 1, you're gonna end up in jail. Number one, you don't have to use profanity to be mode 1. You don't have to use sexually explicit language to be. I have actually 4 variations of mode 1. One is, I call it mode 1.5. When you're mode 1.5, you don't use any profanity. You don't use any X-rated language. Here would be an example, mode 1.5. Instead of let's say you're talking to a woman, Lisa, mode 1 hardcore, which is my explicit version, would be if you told Lisa, hey, you looking sexy motherfucker, I want to fuck this shit out of you. Versus mode 1.5, you're talking to Lisa and you would say something along the lines of, hey, Lisa, I think you're very attractive, but hey, I got to let you know up front, I don't do the purely platonic friendship thing. I'm gonna let you know that. And secondly, I'm not at a place where I really want any type of long-term relationship that's gonna lead to marriage. So I wanted to let you know those 2 things up front. Now, did I just use profanity? No. Did I just use explicit language? No. But basically, for all practical purposes, I let that woman know that the only option I'm considering is casual sex, because I don't want to be her platonic friend. I don't want to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. And I let her know that without using any profanity, without using sexually explicit language. So for that guy, MD, to say that, oh, women are going to be offended by mode 1 and they're going to charge you with harassment, and that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
I have a question, ARC, OG. But what if we went into a woman who might, in her perception, feel like that's still offensive? Like, where do you go from there? Well, I'm not saying it is offensive, but what if she perceives it as offensive?
Well, I mean, she would have, number one, she would have to prove it. It's one thing for a woman to charge you with something. It's another thing for her to prove it. I mean, any woman, I'll just say this. I've never, in my experience, I've said some of the most explicit things ever to a woman. I've never been suffered any type of legal repercussions with any woman I've ever dealt with, ever.
I was about to set you up. I was going to toss you that softball, because that's one thing they was throwing out there, that being mode 1 will get charges put on you. I know you kind of blew up on my channel one time when somebody had said it. I think Zero said that or implied that. But yeah, go ahead
and it's wrong.
Go ahead and deal with that one. Yeah, go ahead.
Like you take the Me Too movement, for example. Do you know just about all the guys who have been targeted by the Me Too movement are guys who either, I'll go from most extreme to least extreme. Most extreme are guys who were either guilty of raping or date raping women. Number 2 were guys who groped women or exposed their genitalia to women. Yep. Number 3, they were guys who attempted to offer a woman either employment or a job promotion in exchange for that woman's sexual companionship, or at bare minimum, they did some kind of sneaky indirect shit. They did something that was representative of indirect game and manipulation. You'd be hard pressed to find a guy that a well-known prominent guy, public figure, that just approached a woman, let her know he wanted to have casual sex, and all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a job promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promotion. And all of a sudden, 2 days later, he got a promo he was a major target of the Me Too movement. Off the top of my head, I can't even think of anybody who falls in that category. All the guys fall into those 4 categories that I mentioned.
Yeah, see what I always said, of all the possible criticisms of Mode 1, that's a tough one for somebody to try to convince me on, just for the simple fact that if you come out straightforward, even if you're a little vulgar, you didn't break the law. You didn't commit a crime. You just put an offer on the table. She said yes or no, and you turned around and walked away.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. But what if you at work and you approach your coworker with that, and she go to HR?
Okay, don't do it at work.
Don't do it at work.
Let me add to this, because Brother Bernie, I'm gonna get ready to get off, and I want to thank you for allowing me to come on the program today to talk about this issue. I think first rule is I don't suggest anybody trying to get with women at your job. That's problematic on so many different levels, because you don't want to shit on where you work and make your living. That can come back on you. But the way I look at it, tell me if I'm wrong or right, Brother AC, I look at it as you see a woman I go back to college. You see a female that you like, so you're checking her out. And you're taking your time to figure out where her mind is, what she's about. And as you take your shot and you connect with her, then you sort of do that probing where you say, well, this is what I'm looking for. Because I'm gonna tell you what, in my 50 years of experience, most women will tell your ass what they looking for and what they're not looking for. They will tell you. Some women will tell you straight up. Why is it that we as men can't be that bold and daring? If you taking a chance to check that woman out first. I mean, what is your thoughts about that?
Well, yeah, most women I find, here's what's interesting. Most of the women I've even interacted with that are what I call genuine rejectors, they've never been offended by my Mode 1. Matter of fact, I tell a story in my book, Who Said Again, about a woman. I don't say her name, but she was actually used to be a very famous R&B singer. And I was not only Mode 1 with her, I was what I call Mode 1 hardcore. Again, that's my most explicit version of Mode 1. I was Mode 1 hardcore with her. And she said, her reaction was, she said, without getting too long-winded, she had a lot to say, but essentially she said, Alan, for casual sex, she said, I love your approach. She said, because it cuts through the bullshit. She said, you don't know how many well-known entertainment celebrities have come at me with a bunch of corny, misleading, deceptive type bullshit. She said, your approach, I love it and respect it because it comes to. Now, her only minor criticism, she said, now, if you're in the market for your future wife, she said, I don't know. She said, that's what she said. Your approach might be a little too expensive.
Doesn't work. Right.
She said for casual sex, though, she said that you have the best approach of any man I've dealt with.
Right, because there are women out there clearly, and I've ran into them, who want sex just as much as men. Who will tell you straight up, this is what I've been involved with women that told me straight up, this ain't gonna be no relationship thing. I just want to have a good time with you. And they're out there just like there are men out there like that. And I was talking about that too, AC, about how as men, when it comes to picking a woman that you want to marry, then that's a woman that you want to really vet. If you're just looking for a good time, that's a different story. But if I'm vetting a woman for long-term companionship that comes with creating a family, I'm going to take more time.
There you go.
That's what I choose to do, because I know there's people out there that say you shouldn't get married. I'm going to take my time to vet that female as much as possible. Let's be honest. We do different things with different type of women based on the energy that they vibrate towards us. Now, let's be honest about that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did with my current wife. I vetted her. I spent weeks and months vetting my now wife. Because,
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you were actually one of the first ones to give me congratulations on Instagram, which I really appreciated. But yeah, man, I thoroughly vetted her before I allowed the relationship to get serious. But yeah, with casual sex, but yeah, a lot of guys don't realize there are women, as you said, they're just as down for casual sex as most men are. The only slight difference is that a lot of women, as I was pointing out earlier when I talked about my archetype of the wholesome, pretending erotic hypocrite, a lot of women are concerned about how they're going to be perceived by other people, their girlfriends, their relatives. So they're not going to be as apt to just come up to you at a party and say, hey, I want you to come home with me tonight and give me some pussy. Now, if you present that to them first, they'll be likely to reciprocate it, but they're not going to go because they're worried about their friend saying, girl, you a slut. Why you just go up to that dude and tell him you want to suck his dick? Girl, you a slut. And
I was going to say this before I get off. Tell me if I'm wrong or right. It's been my experience that women are very, how can I say, spy-like with their eye contact. Though you could be in a classroom, when I was in college, and you got a chick that's checking you out. She's checking out your Crocs. You don't even know. She already been checking you out, sizing you up and down. There are women that do that. They do this silent type stuff.
But I have to disagree a little bit with you, Adam. That's why I said we had to talk about particular types of women. When you talk about black women, I just don't think they look at. I think if they want to fuck you, they want to fuck you. They down. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care about the criticism from their girlfriends. They don't care about the fact that you probably in a relationship with somebody else. If they want to fuck you, they're gonna wait. Y'all hit it up after the club or whatever. They're gonna hop in the car. They don't care.
No. I half agree and half disagree. It depends on what type of black woman. Like I'm
technically, it always depends.
Bougie type black women always care about what. Because that's the nature of bougie people. Period. That's why bougie people are bougie people, because they care about what other people think.
Right.
That's what separates them from what you would call your more street types. Street type black people, whether it's men or women. They generally could give a fuck.
They're not. No, I'm talking about just your
give a fuck. But
no, they're professionals. They're just your bread and butter sister. I'm just saying. Are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like some
conservative
rich bitch or some shit?
More conservative.
Well, I don't want to fuck on them anyhow. I'm just saying, conservative ass crush toe hoe. I don't want no hoe like that. I want a bitch.
Platinum. Look. I'm gonna tell you this, right? I get what you're saying, but when you crack open that conservative chick, she damn near coming off the ceiling in the bedroom because she got all that pent up shit that she can't.
You see, you talking about language.
But they don't have no. Them hoes ain't even built sexy like that though.
Hey, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
I ain't never seen no conservative female that was solid.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, Platinum. I'm gonna tell you something, bro.
A figure eight type.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something.
Super, high.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something to you, right? When the lights is off and she laying on her back, it doesn't matter how fat her ass is. Everybody got the same ass when they land on their goddamn back, right? So what it says is this, right? Is a lot of times, a lot of these conservative people, right? You'll find like when you hear this weird shit about people, like he did what? He goes to this BDSM shit. The dude all straight and tight up, and because they're conservative and they gotta compound that shit where the hippie or the liberal or whatever, right? And when you get people when that bedroom door closed, where a man will be with his woman, his wife for years, and he fucking with this chick that's the slut at work, but nobody knows she's the slut, right? You know what I mean? She's got her stuff together, and next thing you know, you at the Christmas party, you open up the door, and she giving him head on the goddamn, on the printer.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You should never.
You can't believe it.
You should never underestimate the possibilities of what a woman or a person could be behind closed doors. Never underestimate that. You should
No, I got what you're saying, and you guys can live. That's fine. I follow you on that. But for me,
the difference is, man, is that y'all don't seem to think that a woman being liberal or conservative is only a matter of circumstance, man. That's it, bro. She ain't nothing, bro. She just flowing with the environment, bro. It's all the same. Liberal, conservative, they women, bro. If you fucking think that conservative woman ain't gonna have your ass in divorce court, you got another fucking thing coming.
No, she quicker to have your ass in divorce court. Cause she conservative, because she need to conserve the bills.
But they not conservative though. They not, I hear these conversations, especially with dating, right? And ain't nobody out there like, I'm picking this person. What would the Democrats think? I mean, come on, man. Most people ain't even thinking about politics at all, man. This is just really Facebook, social media conversation. In the everyday world, ain't nobody thinking about fucking politics. Don't nobody know nothing about
Who
politics.
brought that in, though? Who brought that in the conversation?
You're right, Keith. We say.
Wait, hold on. Who said that? Who
Who brought in
politics? Yeah. Well, when you say
you guys,
conservative,
were talking about.
No, they're talking about in like conservative, like reserved, a little pulled back. As opposed
I understand.
Not politically, but you know, just saying she's a little bit more. She doesn't have any fuck me shoes on, ass ain't out.
I understand, sir.
You have let's say when we look at black women, you have many black women out here who are attractive. They got their shit is stocked up. And you don't know what their politics is, whether they're conservative or not, sexually that is, until you approach them in some kind of way and you find out. It's been my experience that, like I said, never underestimate, because some of these women that you think couldn't rock your world in that bedroom might have some shit for your ass that you ain't prepared for. Okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm like, shit, the pastor's daughter is the greatest hoe ever.
I did want to give my man ARC. I wanted to give you a little pushback, my brother.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah. And hey, I'm getting close to wrapping this bad boy up.
I know. I only got 5 minutes. I know.
So yeah, go ahead and we can end it with y'all a little back and forth. Hopefully it ends peacefully.
Oh no, I'm good.
I'm messing with y'all.
You know what's funny? Because I only fight people who throw shots at me. Like, I just return fire. I don't ever start shit, which is hilarious to me. People just get mad when I fucking respond because I drop a bomb, but don't fire a shot, and I won't send a missile. But no, I just had some pushback because I like your mode 1, man. I liked it straight up. I will start off by saying, man, I like the game, man. I'm an 80s kid, man. I grew up, you sitting on the phone with the wire, gaming a chick for 2 hours, making her laugh and shit, saying some cool shit. You would approach women on the street at the mall or whatever. You go out and have, contests with your buddies who's going to get the most numbers. All right. So I enjoy talking to women. I love it. The way that I describe it is, do we have any smokers? I'm sure we got smokers. I won't make you incriminate yourself. But if you're a smoker, you got some people who like to put product in a water pipe, for example, right? And you have other people who like to roll one the old-fashioned way. See, I'm the type of man that likes to roll one the old-fashioned way because smoking is just a part of the pleasure. Rolling and unleashing and packing and all that. I like that whole process. I like the process of getting a woman. The men that I knew, especially like in the military, that mode 1 approach, I actually really seen men who were not good when women do that. Because they would basically be like, hey, man, because they would see me out here always talking to women, games like, man, I ain't going to do that, man. I just walked up to a girl and say, hey, you want to fuck? 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 And if I do that to 100 girls, eventually some girls are going to say, okay. So the mode 1 approach reminds me of that strategy, to be honest with you. Because I thought men wanted to talk to women. I thought my whole goal was to finesse her with my charm and my words. Oh my God, you so crazy. And then she slaps your arm. God, I thought that was dating. Like, you go talk to women, be funny, charming, get her to laugh. Why are we trying to bypass? We're trying to bypass that whole dance.
No, I don't think he is, but I agree with you. The interplay between man and the new woman that you're meeting, the back and forth, the foreplay before sex, all that is a part of the experience with the woman, and cutting it out like the trick game where you just give her some money, you fuck. You cut out a lot of what a man of the normal occurrence. But I don't know. I might give Anlela Sagra some money to fuck though. I don't know. Well, you probably already worked up, because you're a fan or whatever. But what I'm just saying that the guys, you talking about the game. Look, you're right, Kevin. Keith, you're right. Alan's right. The guys up here who believe in game, you guys are right. There is a cloud, a thunderstorm coming where these guys just don't believe in game, which we've proven. They actually do. They just don't want to admit it because they're just doing it from a perspective of feel sorry for me, or I'm gonna pretend I'm a Mac when I know I'm not. But in fairness, Platinum, those aren't the guys I listen to. See, I don't listen to people who make my arguments easier.
All right, because you're gonna always have the bottom 10% of people who are just saying stupid shit. To me personally, I think we focus way too much on them people to try to make it easier to make our own points. I want to argue against someone who has a good point. I don't think that's the majority of what people are saying. Now, what I do see is people use that as a crutch or as a buffer against the bullshit that females do. See, I know what people are doing when they're doing it. I ain't against self-improvement. I am the self-improved dude. What I am against, if men are saying, hey, this is a problem, then they basically say you're not good enough as the buffer to keep away from the accountability. That's what I don't like how people use, because there are real concerns that men actually have. And what people do is they use those accountability and self-improvement argues really as a buffer. But then when you argue against that, then they'll oversimplify it and say, oh, so what you're saying, you're against self-improvement? Now, you know damn well ain't nobody saying we're against self-improvement, but we understand the hat trick you're trying to pull, like the booger, by putting the self-improvement in front of the buffer to take away from the accountability of the BFF fuckery. That's the context.
I agree with that.
Well, my simple response,
you wouldn't be in divorce court if you just had game, or I don't know. But so different contexts. I think people take out all the nuances and context and oversimplify arguments in order to make it easier to attack. That's my point.
Well, my simple response, Keith, would be number one, I don't just walk up to women and say, "Hey, my name's Alan. Want to fuck?" Hey, my name's Alan.
I was being facetious, obviously.
I think definitely a man's charisma, confidence, persuasive charm all plays in to his ability to have successful women. But my simple big thing is I don't believe in allowing women, because see, a lot of men seem to be very naive about the gamesmanship of women. And just in real simple terms, for the upteen time, there's a lot of women out here that know how to make a man think he got a chance of getting that pussy, when in actuality he got a 0% chance. And half the reason I'm about Mo One is so I can identify those women quickly and effect. I know how to identify a bullshitter, a woman who's trying to give me the impression that she gonna give me the pussy, when in actuality she has no
I agree with that.
The pussy. So,
but my pushback is that, see, I know who I am, but I know that I have friends who I think are good dudes, but I know they're not gonna get the girl I'm gonna get. So I'm not gonna sit there and lie to them and say, well, if you do this, you got a shot. No, she ain't gonna fuck you under any circumstances. I'm sorry. I can do shit that you can't. So for me to lie to these dudes and say, well, if you just do this nigga dance, you'll get the girl. No, you're never gonna fuck her. Period.
Well, now there are some women who will give Alan will get the number, you'll get the number, I'll get the number, and we can find out up front who she wants to fuck. By just basically putting it out there. Hey, look, when we gonna hook up.
Well, I already know she wants to fuck me, Platinum. So
okay, I got you. Hold up. Yeah. She gonna hang up. Hold up. She gonna hang up on me because she don't really have no intent. She just wants something from me, but she don't want no sex. She gonna be like, "Oh, you talking crazy?" She gonna hang up. Alan, she gonna hang up. You said she gonna fuck you. She gonna keep the conversation going. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Nobody, my time wasn't wasted. Alan's time wasn't wasted. You got her. So that's what with that Mode One thing. So and trust me, that's why I was saying I argue against nuances. I can have a small disagreement in the argument, but agree with the overall concept. So that's why I said I didn't come up here to fight. I don't disagree with Mode One, but the way that I see it pulled off in the real world, But go ahead. Yeah.
All right, we got to call it right there. Sir Tice, thanks for another super chat. He says, no, Keith, not the nigga dancing, LOL.
Oh,
yeah, man,
and I'm hearing monkey dancing now. Can I get my fucking $5?
Yeah, Keith, I had your back on the nigga dancing. I knew what it was. I just wanted you to explain it better.
No. I'm saying now I'm hearing this term monkey dancing on different platforms now. Niggas done stole my shit and not gonna give me credit. Like I said.
Well, now you know how I feel, Silent.
Hey. All right, y'all. We gotta get up out of here, man. This was a great show. I'm probably gonna be doing Saturdays semi-regularly, if not every day. I mean, at least not every Saturday. I can't even talk. See, I've been going on air 5 hours. Time to get the fuck up off of here. I'd like to thank everybody who liked, shared, subscribe, hit the cash app, the super chat, joined the panel. Everybody in the chat, peace, thanks, and we out of here.
Peace, people.